Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is day 4, and we are about to finish off the round of 64. We surfed 12 heats of it yesterday. We've got 4 to go on the men's side of the draw. Oni Anwar is the surfer in red, Jamie Thompson's in blue, Manojo Yahagi is in white, and Jack Hu, local Taiwanese prospect, is the surfer in green. I'm Chris Binns. Tibi Jabrick, good morning.
Morning, Binzi. Another great day here in Jinsun Harbor.
Absolutely, sun's out. There's good, clean offshore waves, and one of your favourite surfers, Oni Anwar, in the water right now.
Yeah, Oni Anwar is one of our team riders, also representing the brand that we also sponsored. Yeah, so hopefully to see Oni. He have a big what do you call that? Plan this year. He tried to qualify for Challenger, and he's sitting in 3rd now in the Asian region.
Yeah, he's doing it very nicely. We were lucky enough to have dinner with him the other day, and he's in a great place. We're in a great place with this contest. We've run more than half of the heats needed with 5 days up our sleeve. So to find out how things are going to play out with wrapping this event up, we're going to cross down to Giada Lagati, who is with our contest director, Tai Sarati.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tai Sarati, WSL Contest Director. So Tai, the conditions are looking really great today. What could we be expecting to see?
Yeah, the conditions are pumping again here at Jinsun. Been pretty lucky with the waves so far. We're going to finish the men's round 2, and then still not sure what we're going to do after that. We're going to look at the conditions for a little bit longer and then make a call in about 2 heats time.
We've run so many heats yesterday and we're almost halfway past or a little over. What could we be expecting for the rest of the week?
Yeah, I think we've put ourselves in a pretty good position, and now we're just going to cherry pick the best conditions and make sure that surfers get out there in the best tides and winds, and probably try and finish around about Saturday, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for your insight. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Giada. So the Sarati and Lagati show kicks us off once again. First wave in for Manojo Yahagi. So from Sarati and Lagati to Yahagi, and he's opened up with a 4.33. He's in the lead. Jamie Thompson is in blue. He's just got a minor score. And conditions are looking pretty good this morning, Tibi.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, you know, like when we come to Taiwan, we're expecting, like, you know, to have a typhoon season to, you know, to kick some of the swell, but there is not much of a, you know, like storm going on, or, you know, any kind of a system that can create a big wave. But we are here. This is day 4, and every single day that we are here, there's always wave. There was only like one day of a, you know, a bit of a windy condition, but today we came here this morning and condition looks really good, and hopefully we're going to have a lot of action. Okay, here we go. This is Oni Anwar opening right on the left-hander here. We would like to see, you know, a lot of great surfing happening today.
Yeah, this is Manojo Yahagi in white, so he is our heat leader. This will be his 2nd score and push him further out into the lead, but very early days and nothing of any real significance to this point. We saw performances yesterday really start to elevate. Some of the standouts for mine, John Mark Takong was really good. Bronson Mady put down an incredible air reverse, winning his heat. I thought Alistair Reginato, the Sunshine Coaster from Australia, was really strong. Jagger Bartholomew was great as well.
Yeah, and here we go. This is Jamie Thompson. He took the junior division in Krui. He won that event. So Jamie Thompson, he's not a stranger on the QS campaigners, I think, this year.
Yep, and for the Japanese yesterday, I thought Yuji Nishi was really good. He looked really powerful and explosive in his heat. So plenty of standout performances. And if you look at some of the matchups that are already shaping up in the next round, the round of 32, Micah Margison, Reef Hazelwood and Taj Stokes, the 3 Aussies going head-to-head in the very first heat of that round. And then the next heat, Hiroto Arai and Joe Azuki, two of the Japanese top seeds, coming up against Ketut Agus from Indonesia and George Pitar, who's a highly ranked Australian. That's going to be a blockbuster heat as well. 3 Aussies and a Japanese in the third heat, 3 Japanese and an Indonesian in the fourth, 2 Aussies, an Indonesian and a Japanese in the fifth, and John Mark Takong, who really levelled up in the last heat we saw yesterday, will be coming up in heat 6 against Bodie Williams, Axel Rose Kuroda and Yuji Nishi. Another strong performance. So there are 8 spots up for grabs left in the next round. Can Jack Hu be the first Taiwanese to make it that far? It's not going to happen on this wave. Last score in for Minojo Yahagi was a 3.77. Last score in for Jamie Thompson was a 4.73. Oni Anwar got a 3.57 for his opening wave. He now has priority. There's 20 minutes to run. This is the 12th edition of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Massive thanks to the Taitung government for having us at this World Surf League event. The hospitality's been fantastic. The waves are on tap. The weather's glorious, and the food's not too bad either.
So Binzi, I heard the dumpling is been the highlights of this trip. How many dumplings did you have so far?
My dumpling count's actually been a little bit down, not by choice. We've just ended up, we hit an oyster noodle bar last night.
How was that?
A bit of an experiment. It was good. It was spicy. You had to load up the sauces, so lots of chili and garlic.
Oh.
It wasn't bad. It was a different taste. The night before we had the Korean hot pot, which was unbelievable. So we've had 2 nights off from the dumplings.
Okay.
But yeah, that's definitely no slur against the dumplings, because they are amazing, and I'm sure we'll rectify that situation tonight. We're just trying to widen the net a little bit every night when we roam the streets of Taitung.
Yeah. So talking about dumplings, Thai Sarati, that's his to-go food every night. Dumpling is his diet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the
Keeps
reason.
it simple.
Yeah. That's the reason why he always make the right call every day.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you're the contest director. You want to eliminate as many variables as possible. So if it's just the same routine, dumplings, dumplings, dumplings. And, you're freeing up a lot more brain cells to decide when you're going to run the event and when you're not. Opening wave for Jiao Hu, or is Jack Hu, as we know him. We saw his younger brother Jay in action yesterday. It was a 2.27. And I like these Hu brothers. They're good characters. They're bouncing around the event site with plenty of energy. And we saw Jay give the big Philippe Toledo-inspired Wolverine claim yesterday after a backhand floater that was so cool from the young guy. I think he's 12 years old. Here's Jamie Thompson on his backhand, throwing a bit of spray into the morning glare. And now here goes Jack Hu on his forehand. Young guy from right here in Taiwan. And the local surfers have come on leaps and bounds across the 12-year history of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Oni Anwar in the red jersey won here in 2016, and we had him in for a chat yesterday, and he was talking about how great the standard of surfing has been, how much it's improved over the years. Here's Oni's last wave. This is going to be his best one. 2 strong turns, and then throws the tail high air reverse. That carving, sort of fin drift turn of Oni's is really a bit of a signature. You can pick it a mile off when you see him do that top turn.
Oh, for sure. That is trademark, yeah. One of the reasons is probably like, the wave in Lakey Peak provide that canvas for him to have that trademark, yeah.
Have you been watching the Stab High series from Lakey Peak?
Yeah, it's
surfing Lakey Peak like normally you'd go, oh, that's onshore, not interested. But those guys are hucking themselves over onshore dry reef sections. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good format because like during the the glassy morning they probably just sleeping and just not interested on surfing that glassy barrel, and let the locals to surf in the morning probably.
and Reef Hazelwood.
He was there?
He was there, and when everyone else might have been socialising at night, Reef was early to bed and getting tubed in the morning before joining all the air guys for the punt off in the afternoon.
He's not in the stab high, Reef?
Yeah.
Oh, he is, yeah. But he was just also aiming for the morning session.
Yeah. Yep, getting the best of both worlds.
So with 15 minutes to go, 15 and 40 seconds to go, we have Jamie Thompson sitting in first place with a 10.56. Oni Anwar with a 9.5. And we have the Japanese sitting in third position looking for 5.18. And also Jack Hu sitting fourth right now, needing a 7.17. So 15 minutes to go.
Yep, Jamie Thompson, the early front runner, up over that 10-point total, which definitely puts you in contention to progress. We were seeing yesterday sort of 12, 13 was becoming the requirement. We had some really strong heats throughout the day. But 10 is definitely a start with 15 minutes to run. Oni Anwar's last wave comes in as the best of the heat, a 5.93. So he's sitting second, but only just, doesn't need much to move into the lead. And Nojo Yohagi is chasing a 5.18 for second. Jack Hu got some work to do. A 7.17, just a pair of twos to Jack's name at the moment. And up next is Cooper Davies, the surfer in red. Daiki Tanaka is going to be the surfer in blue. Kasuki Okamura is in white, and Sung Yung Hung is the surfer in green. So we see someone swinging into action on their backhand.
On screen now we have Daiki Nakamura, if I'm not wrong. A surfer from Japan.
Daiki Tanaka.
Daiki Tanaka, sorry.
Yep. And we just saw Manojo Yohagi doing some work on his backhand.
Yeah. Manojo is a young surfer. I haven't really seen him before. Looks like he's just coming from his junior event in Japan.
Yeah, Justin Majex was saying yesterday that we've seen him in WA surfing in junior comps back in the day. So he's not afraid of some travel, that's for sure. He's got the outboard going right now. Trying to scratch into this one is Jack Hu. He's found himself a good looking wall and unfortunately overcooks that turn and goes down. Here's Jamie Thompson, heat leader, whipping that carbon stringered board around on his backhand. A lot of the surfers are riding epoxies this week. You were on an epoxy yesterday, Tippy?
Yeah, I was changing my board into epoxy. It feels all right, actually. You know, you always thought epoxy only work on a classy day. This is Oni Anwar, also on epoxy, if you know. So Oni brought 3 boards, and all of them are actually epoxy. Not a bad choice of equipment, actually. Epoxy, if you are, you know, on the competition, you can push harder actually on an epoxy board because they tend to float more, so you can just kind of push the rail more.
Yeah, so what determines whether you want to grab an epoxy or a PU off the rack when you're assessing conditions in the morning?
You know, usually when there's a little chop right there, you know, epoxy usually doesn't really work. But if you have the right dimension, the right volume, actually epoxy could work on any condition. As you know, Michel Bourres only ride epoxy on his campaign. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Kelly.
Kelly does a lot of, but you know what? Kelly does a lot of little bit of a camouflage, you know, like it looks like epoxy, but it's actually a PU. There's a way to do that, you know. You put some carbon carbon like a stringer on top of the PU. And here we go. This is double action actually from
Manojo Yohagi stood up and then turned into Oni Anwar, who's slicing away down the line. That's going to be a good score for Oni. He did that really nicely, just fluently from turn to turn, and that's probably the best of his tail high reverses, I think. That one spun nice and quick.
Yeah.
That's going to be a decent number. It only needs to be a 4.83 to put him into the lead. It's going to do that with 11 minutes to run. And hopefully we can get a replay of Minojo Yahagi. Here goes Jack Hu. Gets out. He's got a nice section there. Cracks it. That's better from the Taiwanese surfer. And the end section, so doubles it up and gives us a little claim. I think that's another Toledo claim writing down the score.
Yeah.
So the Hu brothers have been practicing over their synchronized maneuvers before coming into this contest. So there's Minojo Yahagi throwing the air reverse, and then talk us through this one of Oni.
So Oni opening with nice, strong top turns there, and also spinning right here. You can see that he still hold the speed, you know, getting out of that white water. And Jack here, first maneuver was kind of like I would say quite one of the best way from Jack on this one. And he's writing down his own score, actually.
Here's Jamie Thompson on his backhand, swinging into action. This is a good-looking wall. Gets a little bit whitewatery. Oh, it's lightning quick through those turns. Gets the fourth one off, sticks with it. He'll get one last little rebound. And Jamie Thompson is out of there. And Jay Hu did the rounds of the internet last night with his Wolverine claim a la Philippe Toledo. I wouldn't be surprised if slightly older but still barely teenage brother Jack got a little bit envious and went, well, fine, I'm gonna go viral too. And then we saw that. Maybe it was the Geordie Smith notebook claim.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, so it was. So Oni Anwar with that last wave was the highest score of this heat, a 7.17.
Yeah, we can see his good mate Jagger Bartholomew on screen there next to Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah.
And
I would say the reason why he got a 7.17 is all the speed and flow was there, and the finishing maneuver was not, you know, the speed was still there, releasing until the, you know, in front of the white water.
Yeah, there was no downtime. He just sort of effortlessly flew from one turn to another.
Yeah, here we go. This is another replay from Oni. You can see there a really nice top turn.
That was money.
And this one just super strong. That board shots looks good on Oni also. Here we go. This is a replay from Jamie Thompson. I'm really curious what the judge's gonna give on that one, because this is also a strong backside there from Jamie Thompson.
I can tell you they've given it a 6.4, so the judges like that. So Oni Anwar and Jamie Thompson building a little bit of separation between themselves in first and second, and Minojo Yahagi, we're waiting on a score to drop in for him. There it is, a 4.97 and a 5.43 for his last two waves. So it's all pretty tight at the top of the table. Here goes Oni. Wow, that was a big sheet of spray on his backhand. Wow, this board looks so good.
Yeah.
He's doing crisp, precise turns. They don't necessarily look like the biggest turns, and they are just sending sheets of spray to the heavens. So take a bow, James Cheel, because those boards, the rails, are just sending out fire hydrants of water this morning.
Yeah, there's a little backstory on that board from Oni Anwar. So Chile is now in Bali. Before Oni come to Taiwan, he just talked to Chile, and then you know, Chile made him this brand new board. Actually, that board was fresh for Taiwan, and I'm pretty sure Chile will be so happy to see that board works really good here in Taiwan. There's also a couple Chile boards around. I saw Mia Huppets also, you know, representing Chile surfboard. This is Cooper Davis on the screen right now, getting ready for his heat.
Well, we see him heading down the beach. So the setup here at Jinzun Harbour, where you're seeing Cooper head out, he's going to head off to the channel, and there's the right-hander that's more of a point that runs into the bay.
Yep.
A lot of other competitors are choosing to paddle out to the right of the screen here, which is sort of between the two peaks, and then there's a left that goes to the south off the screen as well. But you're duck diving the whole way if you do that. If you paddle out around the bottom of the right, you've got a leisurely paddle. You can assess the conditions on the right as on your way
Wow.
out. Here goes Manojo Yahagi.
That was a
throwing
nice,
beautiful straight air. He throws his hands up in,
wow.
was that astonishment, surprise?
You know what? Straight air is the new trend these days. It's pretty. It's coming back actually.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. Talk
Here
us through it.
Here we go. Also a nice opening right there. Ooh, little grab on it, but releasing it before his landing, and two good strong maneuver after that one.
Yeah, a bit of a wheelie air.
Yeah.
I didn't quite get over it. You know, the opposite of tail high. That one was a nose high air, which isn't necessarily going to impress the judges too much, but
Yeah.
didn't miss a beat. Came straight out of it, flew into a couple more turns, and it's a decent number, 6.63. So there is 1 point between first, second, and third with just over 5 minutes to go. Jack Hu got a 2.7 for his last wave.
Wow, that was a.
I wonder if that was the score that he wrote down.
I think he's just having a good time out there, getting experience, you know, surfing with all these, pros that come to Taiwan. So actually, this is Manojo. He's looking for a 5.60 right now. His score actually, a 6.63, is a higher, second highest score actually in this heat, behind Oni Anwar. So his requirement is actually getting a little bit more achievable with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And looks like Oni is trying to scouting on that wave, but deciding not to go. So looking at Cooper Davis surfboard, here we go. This is Oni Anwar on the left. Just
Two strong turns, and he's out of there. Not sure that will trouble his 5.93.
yeah. So talking about Cooper Davis, he rides Thomas surfboards. That's famous for longboarding actually. I'm wondering if Cooper is from the sunny coast.
Yep, I would
He is,
imagine so.
Yeah.
Thomas Surfboards has been around an institution around Noosa for a long time. We just saw Harrison Roach win a world title.
On a Thomas?
I'm pretty sure he would have been on Thomas.
Maybe, yeah. If not, still a good, impressive surfing from Harrison's son, winning the world champion. I have to say he come to Bali a lot, surfing Canggu on Tweenie actually. And I didn't know he was an amazing longboarders after he joined a couple of the event in Bali, and he's really good on it.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think he's just like an overall a surfer. You know, he can surf really good Tweenie, single fin, longboard, just anything.
Oh, he sure is. He did a great video with Stab a year or so ago when they, you know, instead of showing high-performance surfers riding, you know, mid-lengths and slightly lower performance equipment, they took Harrison, who's most well known as a longboarder, and put him on a bunch of hi-fi surfboards, and he absolutely tore him to pieces.
Yeah.
Blew a lot of surf fans away in the process because they'd be like, oh yeah, I know this guy, he's the
Longboarders or something.
The soulful fish guy.
Yeah.
And then next minute, he's throwing air reverses and getting barreled off his face.
I know. You know, Julian Wilson is also an amazing longboarder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he grew up in Noosa with Harrison and all those guys. He was a longboarder before he was a shortboarder.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever actually surfed in a board riders club. He might have done the longboarding scene when he was a Grom.
Yeah.
But he's never in a board riders club, which is, you know, an institution in Australia. That's where you cut your teeth. 2 minutes to go. Their whole family was longboarders. His brothers Bart and Seb were both fantastic longboarders.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Nola and Mick, his parents, used to get out at First Point, and Nola's from Torquay originally, so a lot of surfing history in that family.
Yeah.
1 minute 40 to go. Speaking of Julian Wilson, his little protege, Jarvis Earl, will be coming up in Heat 15. Julian used to put on a bunch of, an annual event for Groms back on the Sunshine Coast, and Jarvis was one who caught his eye, and Julian's really taken an interest in his career and pushed and promoted him ever since.
Yeah.
To the point where, you know, they were both riding for Hurley and Red Bull for a long time.
Yeah.
Sharing sponsors. Oni Anwar, another air reverse to throw into the mix. It's not going to go into his top two. Last wave for Jamie Thompson, a 6.4. He needs a 6.71 to overtake Oni. Manojo Yahagi is chasing a 5.6. Obviously very attainable for a guy with a 6.63 to his name. And Jack Hu is looking for a 9.53 with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, looks like it will be a hard task for Manojo because he's holding third priority. If he's surfing around Jamie Thompson, I don't think so. Jamie will let anything go.
No.
Oh, he did go.
Yeah, well, he had priority. I think he probably went there to keep Manojo off that wave. And Jamie Thompson, that was a full rote. There was no reverting around in the whitewater. He put that one down with the nose pointed well and truly towards the beach, but unfortunately couldn't ride away from it. 15 seconds to go. Manojo Yahagi swings and misses as well. So minus scores all round are going to see Oni Anwar taking the win and Jamie Thompson joining him in advancing to the next round. Here goes Jack Hu, the Taiwanese surfer, signing off after another entertaining heat. He got through the last round, so congratulations to Jack and his brother Jay. These guys are the future of Taiwanese surfing, and we can't wait to see what they do in years to come. All right, speaking of things to come, Heat 14 is coming up right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing very soon.
Well, welcome back. Another beautiful morning here at Jinzun Harbour for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Nice clean conditions. The sun is out. It's shining through the clouds there. And this is Heat 14, the second heat of the day, the round of 64 of our men's QS 3000. And we've got two Japanese surfers, an Australian and a local Taiwanese surfer. Tippy Jarbrick, always a pleasure to sit on the couch with you, mate, and have a chat.
Hey, morning, Justin. Yeah, it's good to always working with you, you know, fellow WA countryman.
Well, yep, good morning if you're tuning in. We're set up here. It's a beautiful contest site, an amazing country, and a real privilege to be here alongside my good friend, as I was just saying. We've done a lot of events together over the years, Tippy, and this one's a new one for me, but how many times have you been here to Taiwan?
I lost count, yeah, probably like 5 to 6 times. It's been a great, experience also to help the event here in Taiwan. AAC was here since the beginning. Our organization was helping the local community to help setting up this event back in the days. It was working with Mayor Huang, one of the first founder of surfing in Taitung County. So here we go. This is Daiki Tanaka on his opening ride.
Yeah, well, this guy's been to Western Australia in the past, competing in our WA Pro Surf Series.
Yeah.
Nice start there for him, and he'll be happy with that as we see
Okamura there. So that's Kosuke Okamura. So we have 2 Japanese, like you said before. The funny thing is, Justin, you can remember their names, from coming to your events. But sometimes you are surprised, like, this is Daiki, for example, you know. And when you see his name there, and then you're putting his face, and that guy been to, WA, been to Krui. So that's how you match those people.
Well, here we see live action from the Sunshine Coast surfer up and riding on his second wave. We're going to throw to Chris Binns, who's with Oni Anwar, one of the real characters around the event site. Over to you, Binnsy.
Yep, from my dad's favourite commentator to my dad's favourite surfer, Oni Anwar. Congratulations on the win, mate.
Thanks, Vinci. It was really great morning. This morning, wake up and there's a little bit of bump on the swell today, and it's clean and glassy. I was really happy. So.
You've had a long time to wait. Great to finally get the rashi on and get out there.
Yeah, I mean, not really a morning person. I hate it when I wake up in the morning, especially in your first heat. And just kind of get my rashi early and then pile out, trying to get a couple of waves before the contest start. And just feeling the board feels amazing. I just picked it up before I come over here, thanks to James Chiu and all the guys at the factory, Shallow, the boys who make my board. And just a round 1. I mean, for me, it's a really good start. Really happy, good to be here. Amazing food and good friends. Everyone happy.
You've won here in the past.
Yeah, I want to bring that back. Trying to bring the memory back. I like trying to meditate. Oh, actually, my fin just cracked through that rock over there.
Yeah, what's going on with the rocks? They seem to be slipperier this year than they have been in the past.
Yeah, I was trying to say good job to Jamie Thompson. As I looked at him, crack. Oh no, that's my magic fin. I only brought 2 sets, but hopefully still make it work next.
You've got 5 more. As well as the Indonesian boys, you've been travelling with Jagger Bartholomew. He had a pretty solid heat win yesterday. He didn't seem to think so, but I disagree with him. What did he have to say after he surfed his heat? Were there any tips that he gave you about today?
Oh man, hanging out with Jagger is so good because it helped me so focus. This guy, only young, 21 or 22, is just so wise, and then we give such a good energy for each other and help me. He started the heat really well yesterday, throwing some big turns, and it inspires me, to why not, let's go. And then good to have that young energy, but also really mature young man, and I'm really happy to have him. And he's been picking me up and drop me off to the hotel as a drives 40 minutes, and we just sit in the car talking how great this life is. Yeah, it's really grateful, man. I'm stoked to be hanging out with Jagger, especially with Gold Coast buddies,
And speaking of inspiration, there's 3 teams here this week. It's not like the Aussies and everyone else. There's the Aussies, the Japanese, and the Indonesians are a massive presence. And you're like the Indonesian team captain and spirit animal. How much pride do you take in, encouraging the younger Indonesian surfers and passing on all your knowledge from years of traveling?
Yeah, I mean, surfing, you just want to make sure that this is the best life, for them, and just don't take it for granted as we get to go surf as a job, and especially when we come from the best wave in the world. Sometimes we have to deal with surfing a bumpy wave or cold weather, that is start to be stoked, get excited, and that's how if you want to do well in the QS or make it to the WCT like Rio, these guys it's you need to change your mindset like an Aussie. You know, that's why I enjoy hanging out with Jagger, and he's so focused. And I want to see that the boys like Katut and Bronson, Farun, these guys, we have the right mindset. Like, you know, there's Aussie guys like really onto it, you know. So I really connect with the Aussies because I lived there 15 years. So, you know what I'm talking about, mate?
I know what you mean, mate. One last word on Bronson, because he's from Lakey Peak, the same as you. So you obviously take a special interest in how he's going. He looked fantastic yesterday.
Yeah, it's so good to see how many good talents are coming from Asia, Indonesia. They pushing the limit, and I was watching Bronson at Stab High in Lakey Peak. I was judging that event, and man, this.
You look good on camera there, by the way.
No, I just watching these guys go big, you know, like Lakey Peak, shallow, low tide, the rights, oh man, it's landing on top of that reef. Those guys are gnarly. So I kind of like I want to see, Bronson qualify, and I want to see him crazy, you know.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, you're a great representative for Lakey Peak. You're a great representative for Indonesia. Let's see if you can't repeat some of that 2016 magic and get a win here this week.
Yeah, let's go. Just start to enjoy the time here and have a good, you know, what's the sabu, the all-you-can-eat food in town, man. That's all I'm talking about right now.
All right, terima kasih, beli bagus. Back up to you guys.
Oh, what a cool interview. I love Oni's energy and such a positive outlook, and yeah, he's just got a good mantra about him.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Oni is a really great ambassador for surfing, you know, Indonesian surfing, and we would like to have him inspire the next generation. Looks like the Daiki Tanaka scratching on that one. Really nice first turn there from Daiki. Strong surfing also from our Japanese surfer in blue.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good number for him. That's his second score on the board, and 14 and a half minutes on the clock. But I just love those post-heat interviews. That was a really good one from our co-commentator, Chris Binns. But here's the replay from the last of Blues. Great first turn. Connects right in the pocket there. And he is going through the motions. Setting himself up for a good score there. 14 minutes on the clock. It is Cooper Davies, the Sunny Coast surfer, in first with a 4.5 and a 4.07. What I really liked yesterday, Tippy, was seeing those good to excellent scores drop from the judges. They sent a real clear message from to the surfers on what they expect and what's required to, you know, get into the top end of the scale.
Yeah, I think commitment is one of them. If you commit to a strong maneuver, big air, strong finishing, that's what the judges want to look.
Yep, exactly right. So good start, good middle, and a good finish will generally get you a good score. I've been super stoked to see some of the highlights from yesterday. And there it is, a 4.93 has locked in for Tanaka, confirming second place for him. His requirement will be a little bit smaller to go up into the lead, currently held down by Red. And we're going to watch the replay of the last of Cooper Davies. This guy is a competition machine. He competes a lot back home in Australia. Really solid foundation to his surfing, and there isn't too many events that he won't pop up in and have a crack at.
Yeah, I've heard the name Cooper Davies for quite a while now, and yeah, I think a lot of guys are chasing those point in Australia, and also this double sanction here in Taiwan. But I have to say, there's less people traveling this time, because back in the days, I think the flights are more cheaper. I think one of the biggest problem right now is airplane is quite expensive to go. I heard it's even expensive to go around Australia.
It is. It certainly is. As we see our local surfer in the green, Hung there, just going down. Yeah, well, post-pandemic, the airlines really suffered, and.
Yeah.
you know, to see all of these international flights, all the borders closed right around the world. It is a little bit more expensive. You know, the price of commodities like fuel has really gone up. Certainly back in Australia, it's crazy. So, but you know, you got to spend money to make money. That's what I always say. And the prize money up for grabs here is pretty large for a QS 3000. So, if you bank a couple of heats and at least cover your flights, I think the price of making memories and, you know, hanging out with your mates, eating good food and just soaking up the scenery that Taiwan is becoming famous in my mind for is definitely worth the price.
Oh, for sure. You know, traveling is also, you know, an experience. You know, you bring that to your life. You know, because then you understand how people live in the other side of the world, and you bring that experience to your life also.
Yep, no better school than the global planet. I was fortunate enough to travel around with my family as a young guy and missed a whole bunch of school, but I learned some really important life lessons on the way. And I always remember the story you told me of coming and competing at Margaret River for the very first time. You didn't like it. It was onshore. It was big, but you got to meet your wife in Western Australia, so that trip was worth making.
Oh, for sure. I think, you know, bad memories, good memories. It's all about memories. You know, it will go to in your mind, and it will become like a lesson. You know, like next time, don't go to Margaret's on the wrong season. Come there on the right season, and you're gonna have fun. The wine is amazing there. You know, like there's a lot of good things there. We actually came back to Margaret's. I went there back with my wife, and we experienced a lot of nice things.
Nice.
We put surfing apart a little bit because you know, from Bali, you don't really expect too much surfing Margaret River. Number one, you have to surf with a wetsuit. So like, I'm not gonna go surf. I'm just gonna chasing like good food, you know, good wine, and it's all there. You know, Margaret River is a really nice place. You know.
It certainly is. We might have to get you back down for the CT event maybe next year, Tippy.
I would love to.
Yeah, I think you'd be well and truly welcomed as a guest of Surfing Western Australia.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right now, good-looking set wave approaching. It's going to be a split peak. We're going to keep eyes on our surfer in red, heat leader Cooper Davies. Slices a nice opening manoeuvre, goes vertical on the second. This wave's holding up for him nicely, and that's a really good finish. You can hear the Aussies out the back hooting and hollering. And I think that's going to be the best wave we've seen ridden in this heat.
Yeah, as you can see, like Cooper is a really smart competitor. He don't overcook it. He know he just need a 4 or 5 on this heat to make the heat. You know, maybe on the next round he will need to, you know,
step it up a bit.
You know, because this is just a smart surfing from Cooper, just trying to you know, maximizing the wave. He did like choose the right wave during this heat. And that's all you need, actually.
Yep. And here goes our local surfer in the green. It's so cool to see so many Asian surfers here competing. And we've been talking all event about just the great opportunity is to mix shoulders in the competitors area with some of the rising stars of international surfing. And it's been super cool to see the depth of talent on the local scene and throughout the Asian region.
Yeah, I would like to give some tips to international surfers when they come to any places, you know, like Taiwan or Thailand or Philippines. One thing for sure they need to do, like even me, you know, they need to high five all the locals.
Yeah.
You know, put a smile because this is their ground.
Yeah.
You know, we all here only as a guest. You know, one day we have to catch a flight and go home, but these people they live here, and they let us, you know, surf in their home break. So we need to appreciate by just a small gesture.
Yep, good advice. As we see Okamura here, goes hard on the first turn, does well to ride out of that one. He's currently in 4th place and needs to do a little bit of work in the back end of this heat if he's going to make it through to the round of 32.
Yeah, a bit of slow start from Kosuke there, surfer in white. He have all the surfing ability, but just not catching the wave. And this is Daiki again, surfer from Japan, currently sitting in 2nd position with a 4.93 and a 3.17. Ooh, Cooper Davis, smart surfing, 7.17.
Yeah, good score. We were commenting on the you know, just smart surfing, displayed a repertoire of different manoeuvres. He didn't do the same turn over and over again. He mixed it up. It was a really good right-hander that stood up for him, bowled out through the inside, and he'll be happy with that 7.17. Puts a bit of breathing space on the leaderboard for him. The battle is on for second place right now. It's held down by Daiki Tanaka in the blue rash vest. Requirements are pretty big to move up the leaderboard for our surfers in green and white right now. We are awaiting scores for our surfer in white, and with just a 193 and a .53, he'll want to get rid of those in the next 6 minutes and really challenge for that second spot.
Yeah, I think Kosuke will go up into third anytime soon when the score come in, and then he will know, you know, his latest requirement. With 5 minutes, with just little or under 6 minutes to go, actually Kosuke Okamura is the one that need to, you know, a little bit speed it up about his game plan. You know, he have like, you know, like a too low score in the last 20 minutes, I have to say. Yeah.
Well, you can see Daiki's on the move here.
I think it's chasing White there, but White probably catching a wave there.
Well, it's a beautiful lineup, nice clean conditions on offer, and here goes your heat leader. He's going to go left on this one, so mixing it up, forehand, backhand. Cooper Davies, hard bottom turn, beautiful. Just pushed a little bit too hard there, and the fins dug into the face, and he wasn't able to ride out of that one. But you can see his approach now. He's got a good score, and he's sort of going a little bit harder.
Yeah. Sometime on this wave, you know, there's a part where you cannot release, you know, your top turn, because some part is a bit of the wall, like they run away from you.
Yep.
But there's also a section where you can push hard, like that Cooper Davis right-hander. That wave just flawless. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfect sort of A-frame peak. It shifts around a little bit, but wow, I was definitely having a crack out there yesterday. The free surfing was pretty frenetic. I really liked your take on it. It only takes 1 or 2 people to make it a crowded lineup out there. The conditions were beautiful, but it was hard work.
I know. You know, like you can have a really great session with, you know, 50 people, or you can have the worst session with 5 people, you know.
That's so true. I had one of the worst sessions yesterday, so
yeah,
got one good one, but that was about it.
Yeah.
As we see, he's still in third. We're still awaiting the score for Okamura to lock in.
Yeah, it takes quite a while for the judges. Here we go. A 4.80 for Kosuke's, I would say, second last wave.
Yep. And the requirement now for him is just a 4.31. So the 2 Japanese surfers, you're going to see in the next 3.5 minutes, it really tighten up between the 2 countrymen. The requirement of 4.31 is definitely achievable by Okamura. And I'm sure they know a lot about each other's surfing, and yeah, I think Tanaka will be sweating a little bit, because he'll know that his countryman can certainly get that 4.31. Blue does have priority right now. Second priority is with white. So keep your eyes on this. I'm sure there's a lot of Japanese surf fans tuning in, and this should be pretty entertaining, the back 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I think Red is super comfortable right now with his position. He's will not, you know, involve with blue and white strategy right now, because I'm pretty sure blue have a different tactic. You know, he's sitting close to white. I don't know if they're friends or they are enemies right now in the water, but I'm pretty sure blue would like to just hold on that second position.
Yep, 100%. But Cooper Davies, he's surfed a smart heat. He's caught the most waves, so he's a bit of a momentum surfer. 8 waves ridden for Red. His best a 7.17. He's back up a 4.50. And right now, an opportunity
for both surfers, actually. It's a split peak, but looks like they did split the peak.
Yep.
This is a really interesting strategy from blue, letting white going.
Oh.
Ooh, but white kind of like blew that opportunity for himself.
Yeah, he knew he had to go hard and just dug into that forehand wrap a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
bogged a rail and came unstuck. I'm sure we'll get a replay of Blues shortly to see if he improved his situation or not.
Yeah, I really like the way Blue, surfing this heat, because he would like to have his surfing do the job like this one, and I think that could
yeah, he's looking to get rid of a 4.17. There was 2 really strong turns in that exchange for him, and he'd be hoping to get a little bit of breathing space between himself and White. As we see Green here on a nice looking right-hander, just a little bit too deep on it. He finally gets out to the open face, but the wave has disappeared in front of him. And there we go, a 5.17 for Daiki Tanaka. Does make the requirement a little bit larger now for White. He's chasing a 5.30 if he's going to progress out of this heat. Requirement for Green is building as well, an 8.5, so he has to get up into the excellent range in the next minute if he's going to make it out of this heat. But really good surfing from Daiki Tanaka on the backhand. A couple of sharp, crisp turns there, earning him a 5.17.
Yeah, with 40 seconds to go, it will be super hard for Kosuke to, to pick and choose which wave to become like a 5.30, because time is ticking down, and we'll see if he have another opportunity or not. Looks like Cooper Davis is trying to paddle on this one.
Yeah, he doesn't need a wave. He's sitting comfortably in the lead, but this is a good little victory lap for the boy from the Sunshine Coast. Beautiful turn there, and banks a nice finish. So he'll be feeling confident, and we look forward to having a chat with him after this one. That is the end of the 14th heat of the men's round of 64. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
有时候我们会观察那个树梢地面的摆动啊，或者是旗子，但是看不到最快最好玩的方法。你看口水它移动的方向，它就是我们地面风的速度在变方向。
等一下呢，我们要去的那个前点叫钢铁礁，深度蛮深的，所以我们都要检查一下哈，你的电脑表看看有没有进入最大明显的视线。
Welcome back here to the Taiwan Open of Surfing in Taitung County, a beautiful part of the world. Jinzun Harbour is our event location. I'd like to welcome in Jada Legati. How are you this morning?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I cannot complain. I've been loving every single minute of my first experience here in Taiwan. The food is good, the people are friendly. We've got a great little crew working on the event and hanging out. It's been super, super cool. We're into the second last heat here in the round of 64, and I've been really excited to lay eyes on Jarvis Earl, a highly touted young Australian surfer who has been blowing up in the free surfs. He's been hanging around for probably a week waiting for this opportunity. Two Japanese surfers and a surfer from Thailand all in the mix as well.
Yeah, here we have our first surfer, Rita Oto from Japan. He's on his backhand. That's a nice way to start his heat, 2 turns, but that second one was really right in the pocket. It was so sharp as well.
Yeah, I love the Japanese surfing. Their form has been really good, swinging their samurai swords around out at Jinzun Harbour. And yeah, a strong contingent of Japanese surfers in the mix. You come from Italy originally, but
yeah.
You call Bali home. Do you see a lot of Japanese surfers in Bali?
We do, especially around the East Coast, like Karamas and all that. I'm not going to say names because I'm sure I'm going to get hated on, but but around that area, there's a lot of Japanese tourists as well. In Sanur and Nusa Dua,
cool.
It's a big Japanese hotspot.
Well, here's the replay of Blues. Has to sort of just cut down ever so slightly, and wham, goes nice and hard on that end section. We'll let you know a 3.50 has locked in for Otu's opening ride. 4.5 minutes have transpired, but G, what have you been enjoying? What's your favourite thing about Taiwan?
Well, of course the dumplings have been really good. I love the dumplings, the food. The place itself is so beautiful, as you saw in the drone shot earlier. You know, the mountains in the back, they're so mighty and they really stand out. And it's crazy how, you know, right next to the ocean as well, and they're not small, so when you're driving down the coast, the views are amazing. I like the contrast of the city as well. Like, as soon as you step a couple meters out of the city, you're in like this fields and farms. So there's a little bit of everything.
It's a beautiful place, and a beautiful performance was just put down by Cooper Davies in the Red Rashi. He's going to have a quick chat with Tippy. Over to you guys.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm here with our last winner, Cooper Davis. So, Cooper, your highest score was a 7.17. Tell me a little bit about that wave.
Yeah, it was kind of like, felt like it was the only set in that whole heat. So it was kind of a pretty starved heat. So I was lucky to find that right. Yeah, get a few turns on it, which was cool. Yeah.
So, Cooper, you've been here before. So, what is the highlight of Taiwan? What's the reason why you come here, you know, besides chasing all those points?
I think just the people are so nice. Everyone's so welcoming. It's pretty cool. Like, it's just like jungle, and then it's the beach. Like, we did a little nature walk the other day and just got pretty zenned out in the jungle, which was fun, and saw some pretty cool waterfalls and that. So there's heaps to explore around here. So there's so much to do, even when it's like lay days and stuff. So you're always doing something fun.
Yeah, that's true. You know, one of the biggest highlights why the Aussies come to Bali is the monkeys. Have you seen monkeys here?
Yeah, we saw one the other day. It was like nearly came close to getting into our room. It was pretty scary. Even though they're not small monkeys, they're pretty big. So they were pretty scary, and especially when we were in the jungle, we were kind of freaking out a bit, but it was good fun.
Let's talk about your boards. It's shaped by, is it by Thomas? He's a longboard shaper that we know. But what is the size? What kind of board are you riding?
I've been working with Thomas for like probably close to 5-6 years now. They've been so good to me. All the boys in there, from Thomas, who does all the shaping, Jake, Connor, Pierre, all the glasses. They're amazing people, and they've been really supportive of me. And I've been riding just lately my epoxy, which has been like one of my favourite boards so far. It's a 510 cashew model with a swallowtail, so that's been my go-to out here in the kind of smaller conditions. But we've also got the 3 to the beach model with a bit of a round tail that I like when it gets a little bit bigger. So I'm pretty covered with boards. So yeah, feeling good, which is nice.
So how many boards you bring here?
I brought 5. I brought 3 normal shorties, epoxy and a step up. Because I remember last time it was like pretty big here. So yeah, kind of have to be covered in everything.
Did you get a chance to surf, any other points around here in Taiwan?
Yeah, we surfed, not this trip, but last trip we surfed this left that was pretty cool. I think they had the longboarding event there last time. But yeah, it was an awesome wave, and there's so many little waves around here, and there's no one here. It's really cool.
You want to say hello to family back home?
Yeah, say hi to mum and dad, Libbo, and then also my nana. She's a massive supporter of me, so yeah, big props to Nan. She's always watching, so yeah, thanks for everyone supporting and tuning in.
Perfect. Thank you, Cooper, and good luck for the comm, and back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks Tippy, and some great insight from Cooper. He's been here a couple of times, but in the break, this young fella absolutely destroyed a wave. I was saying he's highly touted, and rightly so. A really good opening number for Jarvis, a 5.83. But we saw a monkey the other day driving out of this place. I didn't think there was monkeys here, but there is. So I wouldn't want one getting in my room. So if you're staying out here in Jinzun Harbour, we're back in the city, which is really nice because there's so much going on back in Taitung. There's all the neon lights, there's all these cool restaurants, little night markets to check out. I think we're going to go a bit more exploring tonight, maybe get out of the beaten path that we've been hunting the last few nights.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely created our own little routine, so I think we should try step out of it and try something new.
Yep, I think we're going to head in the opposite direction than we have been the last few nights, but this guy's surfing is heading in the right direction. Some really good backhand surfing here from our Japanese surfer. His last score locked into the 5.0. His fellow countryman here tagging in a couple of times really nicely too. He's got a 3.73 for this wave. His backup is a 3.43, so it's rapid fire action here on day 4 of the competition. Tell us about your experience out there in the water. You probably had one of the toughest heats yesterday. Low scoring, seemed like the ocean was changing around a little bit, but do you learn something from every time you surf a competitive heat?
Well, yeah, that's definitely the goal. I try to, always get something out of it and, make sure I improve just a little bit more. But yeah, definitely yesterday was a really tough heat. I think those types of heats are the worst because you never really know what direction it could go. As you saw yesterday, it really can go to anyone. We even had an interference in our heat, so there was a lot going on.
Yep.
And even the beach commentator kept being like, there is 20 minutes in, there's still no scores. But yeah, it's a learning experience for sure. As we see, this is Jarvis talking about competition. He is so mature for his age in contest.
Wow.
That first turn, sliding the fins out and finishing it off really strong. Talking about variety there.
Yep, good repertoire from the young fella from, I think he's from the Cronulla region, so I'm sure Luke Madden and all the crew from Surfing New South Wales will be tuning in and eagerly anticipating this 15th heat of the men's round of 64, but he is keeping busy, scratching hard for that one. But Jarvis currently in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.83. He is a Red Bull athlete, and Red Bull a proud supporter of the Taiwan Open of surfing. I've seen something online about maybe Jarvis doing an expression session. He's got a pretty innovative aerial game. We saw it just on that last wave. Do you love all the sort of little sideline things that go on at these sort of Asian surfing events? And there's always great fanfare. The opening and closing ceremony is always really cool.
Yeah, actually, that's one of my favorite parts about all these Asian events. Even in Krui and Nias, it happened. I'm sure here too. You see, even people who are not, who don't surf or are not surfers, they're all down here. They all want to know what's going on in their hometown. You see all the photographers on the coast. It looks like, a red carpet event. But they're all there. They're, under the sun in their umbrellas, and they sit there all day from sunlight to sundown. So everyone's really involved, especially the community. They really work their best to make this work.
Yeah, well, we're at the halfway stage of the heat, but I love your comment about the photo sort of gallery. It is an absolutely stacked little group of paparazzi down there. They've got some really impressive cameras. There's some 600, 800 millimeter lenses, some really new camera bodies. So there's people shooting here with sort of the best part of $15,000 to $20,000 worth of camera equipment, and there's hundreds of them. There's a 400 mil next to a 500 mil next to a 600 mil next to an 800 mil. So their galleries must just be filled with amazing surfing shots over the last few days, because the action's been red hot from the ladies. We've pushed deep into the men's round of 64. Looks like we're going to go straight into the round of 32 after this and the last heat coming up next. Yeah, I do love the opening and closing ceremonies of all these Asian events. Taiwan is a really cool culture, and yeah, the speakers are always turned up loud. The dancing and the fanfare is always a highlight for me. So yeah, I can't wait for the closing ceremony. I missed the opening ceremony, unfortunately, but sounds like there was a bit of karaoke going on.
Oh yeah, I wasn't actually there. We left, but there was definitely videos of some karaoke. And yeah, lots of dancing, lots of culture in all of these events. So it's always something, you get to learn something new and different. And I think it's really special. Each event is unique to its own.
Yep, so true. And, you know, surf tourism is a major part of what goes on around the world. You know, you think about places like Portugal, where I'm from in Margaret River. You know, there's so many places that are establishing themselves now as really cool surf destinations. When I was asked to come here, I absolutely knew nothing about Taiwan apart from the previous events that have been run here. My colleague Tim Thirsk has been here and spoke really highly of the place, but you have to be here, you have to put your toes in the sand, so to speak, and really immerse yourself in the culture, which I've enjoyed no end. The city's cool. Out here, like you say, it's 2 minutes out of the city and you feel like you're in another world. It's all green and lush and there's mountains and, you know, just it seems like a really tropical place.
Yeah, and I keep hearing everyone refer to it. Oh, it reminds me of Hawaii, reminds me of Fiji, Japan, trestles, you know. There's so many names being involved in what they think it looks like. But yeah, I agree. It's definitely a place that you have to come and experience yourself.
Yeah, do it. My route took me from Perth through Singapore, landed in Taipei and then caught a small domestic flight, just an hour, and we flew over some amazing scenery. I was lucky enough to have a window seat, and just the mountain ranges and, you know, how hilly and exposed it is. But one thing that's been a bit of a surprise to me has been the little earth tremors. A couple of little earthquakes have been going on. Last night, probably one of the bigger ones. I didn't actually feel it, but the little group chats going on said it hit 4.9 on the Richter scale. So I'm glad I'm not too high up in our hotel.
Yeah, well, I think we're pretty used to it back at home. In Bali, we get little tremors all the time. I don't think I've ever felt one here yet.
Nah, well, there's definitely some people saying they felt it, but well, feeling some tremors out in the water when this guy takes off. Jarvis Earl, he's got a really sharp backhand approach and really, really well surfed wave there. He's currently leading. In second position is our surfer in blue. His requirement is a 5.67 if he wants to move to first. Miyu Furukawa from Japan chasing a 4.78. And our surfer from Thailand, a 6.43, his requirement with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Talk us through this replay.
This is a replay of our surfer in blue on his backhand, taking really 2 turns, but really sharp and fast and in control. And this is Jarvis again on his backhand as well. So fast, his surfing. And I really like how controlled and comfortable he looks in himself. So I'm expecting really big things from him in this event.
Yeah, me too. Good backhand, great sort of forehand and aerial attack. So we've seen some impressive performances thus far today. And right now, Jarvis sitting comfortably in the lead. Some scores to lock in for blue and for red still. So the scoreboard will update shortly. We'll let you know what's going on with just under 8 minutes on the clock. The final heat of this round should be a good one. It'll feature Varun Tanjung, Tully Wiley, Kenta Ishikawa and Lin Yin Sin from this local area. So last heat of this round, and I can confirm we're going to push into the men's round of 32 next. So there'll be some action-packed surfing going on as we see Green having a look at the right, opting for the left. Goes for the first section and unfortunately can't ride it out of that one.
Our surfer from Thailand.
Yeah.
I heard that was a really great event as well. They recently had an ASC there.
Yep. I know there's little waves. I know it's more of a sort of beachy setup, but yeah, a couple of my good mates from back home, Mark Clift and Billy Hangen, were there, and they just said that it was an amazing sort of setup. There was big scaffold on the beach, but so many tourists just hanging at the beach and soaking up surfing. They hadn't sort of seen too much of it, so a great vibe. And yeah, the work that Tippy Jarbrick and the ASC do throughout Asia, exposing new places to the wonderful sport that is surfing, is really, really cool. And tell us about your experience getting on board and learning the sort of commentary ropes. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I started, well, my first time was crewing Nias, and then I was really excited when I got invited to come here. I love it. I'm having so much fun. I like hanging out with you guys and learning, something new. It's good to step out of my comfort zone.
No, you're each and every day, I see the smile getting bigger. I see your confidence building. So for only your third event, I'm absolutely loving the inside. And as a competitor, I think you provide a really valuable part of the commentary team, because you can tell us what's going on out in the water. You can tell us about the conditions. Tippy's thrown on the rash vest as well, but I think it's really, really cool that you're part of the team, and I've enjoyed every moment of your co-commentary so far. The scores are in. The last of Jarvis Earl does improve his situation, a 5.50. The last of Blues has also locked in at a 5.27. So these guys are sort of establishing themselves in the top two positions. The requirement for that guy on screen, a 6.27. He's not going to get it on that wave. And the requirement for Green, an 8.20, with 5 minutes remaining in the second last heat of the round of 64 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Don't know how big a day. We've got 8 heats in the round of 32, so I'm not sure what we'll do after that. But what do you reckon we should do this afternoon?
Well, if we can, try fit a surf in.
Yep.
But otherwise, I have heard there's amazing waterfalls close by. There's, hot springs. There's even a river going upstream here.
Yeah. So a reverse waterfall.
Yeah.
I really actually want to go see that. But there's caves. As we heard Cooper Davies say before, there's a really cool jungle you can explore. There's monkeys. So I want to get my tourist hat on this afternoon. And after a surf, I reckon we should go check something out. And yeah, I was glad that our co-commentator Chris Binns did that little scenic pull-off this morning. What a beautiful morning it was.
Yeah, it was really gorgeous, especially here. The sunrise is right in front of us, so some amazing colors, and the sunrise is very early here.
Yep.
So as we see our surfer in blue, Rinta Oto.
Wow, he is really teeing off on this one. Not a big wave, but he certainly extracted every part of the scoring opportunity out of that wave, and chasing a 6.06 to move up into the lead and overtake Jarvis Earl. I can't wait to see the replay because it was rapid fire action. Talk us through.
Yeah, this is our Japanese surfer Rinta. Beautiful first turn, and then gets around the section to do that second and third, a little bit more in the pocket, a little bit more water thrown as he pumps to get this last one in, squeezing anything he can. So I think that was a pretty well surfed wave.
Yeah, I agree. We've been making the comment sort of all event long how good the technique of the Japanese surfers is. We're really close to Japan, and it sounds like they get down here quite a bit to holiday and relax, and maybe chase some typhoon swells when they hit. But a really good bunch of competitors in the men's and women's draw. We're just under 3 minutes and awaiting that score for our surfer in blue. You can see the boys just standing on their boards looking out to see Jarvis Earl has first priority, which pretty much means he has the right of way for any wave that pops up. Sitting close to him with second priority is Furukawa from Japan. He's currently in third, and he will need to be on a set wave if he's going to lock in a 6.57. Last score has locked in for Blue a 5.30. So it does improve his situation. He's still in second place with a 5.27 is his best number. He got rid of a 5 and improved it with a 5.30. So no one able to bust into the good range just yet in this heat, but I'm sure if a good set wave pops up that they'll be able to unleash on it.
I love this drone shot. You know, it just shows you all the different lines and how everyone's positioned in the water. This is our green, just a quick up and out.
Yeah, we can see this little pack having a look at this. The drone shot is unique because it can sort of show you how spread out the lineup is. There's sort of multiple setups. You know, you can see there's a peak to the left, a peak to the right. The boys are hustling to get onto this one. Looks like Jarvis has a look but doesn't like what he sees down the line, and zoop, now they're scooting back the other way. So it is a pretty big playing field out there. The waves do shift around a little bit, but with 1 minute on the clock, I reckon you can see Jarvis moving around because he's probably, you know, he's in the lead, but he's not comfortably there just yet. So here he goes with less than a minute remaining. Jarvis Earl, your heat leader, on the backhand. Oh, how cool was that? So
that was epic.
Showing his innovation, and there we go. Knowing he had to pull something big out there. Furukawa goes for the air reverse but goes down. But I'm really looking forward to seeing that replay of Jarvis Earl. That was a sort of smaller inside wave, but how he was able to just huck that backhand reverse out with very little effort was great to see. As we see Green here slicing on his forehand, probably on his way to his best number here. Yeah, another good turn for our surfer from Thailand. Good on him. It's taken him 24 minutes to lock into that one, but a good way to sign out in the round of 64.
Yeah, for sure. He'll definitely be improving on his... Yeah, that was definitely his best wave.
Well, that is the end of the heat. Unofficially, it looks like Jarvis Earl will take that one out. Rinta Ootu from Japan also moving through. Great camaraderie there from the competitors, slapping it up as they head on in. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing very shortly.
Change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
台东 Start 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。台东 Start。
Welcome back to the final heat of the round of 64, men's side of the draw, Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're here at Jinzun Harbour. An incredibly pleasant day down here on the southeastern corner of the Taiwanese coastline. I'm Chris Binns, alongside me, Jada Magadi. And have you had a chance to get out there and look at the conditions?
I have. It's looking slightly bigger than yesterday, and it's really glassy still, so you know that overcast might actually help it keep it glassy all day. So I'm excited for today's action.
Yeah, I just went for a bit of a walk down the boardwalk, and there's the two peaks seem to have moved apart quite a way. The northern peak, the more traditional scoring wave, the right is running a lot deeper into the bay. So we're heading for a sort of late morning high tide, and then as the tide runs out throughout the afternoon, possibly we'll see that right sort of run. It bends back a little bit and allows competitors to tee off a little bit more, which is a bit exciting to see that possibly come into play a little bit more. Tully Wiley, the wizard from Torquay, is our surfer in the blue jersey. He's kicked things off with a 4. He was very busy, borderline hungry, in the surf after play finished last night. So let's see if catching those million waves before dark pays off for the wizard. This is Kenta Ishikawa, who's the surfer in the white jersey. Varun Tanjung, Indonesian Bali boy, son of Rizal Tanjung, sort of foster brother of Bronson Mady, is the surfer in red, and Lin Yi Chen is the Taiwanese surfer in the green jersey. Let's go back to the man who wore the red jersey in the last heat, the top seed. He is from Australia, and he is through to the next round. He's having a chat with Justin Majex now. Take it away, Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. I'm here with last heat winner Jarvis Earl from Cronulla in New South Wales. Jarvis, tell us about your performance out there, mate.
Yeah, I was stoked to finally have a heat after like 3 days of late days. But yeah, it was kind of a tricky one because it went pretty slow, but I was just stoked to get a couple and get the job done.
Mate, first time to Taiwan. Have you been here before, or what do you like about the place?
Yeah, so yeah, this is my first time to Taiwan. I actually spent a week around here before the comp, and I've been loving it. There's fun waves, and the people have been really nice, so yeah.
I saw a really cool clip of you doing some exploring in a pretty beefed up Red Bull four-wheel drive. Tell us what you've been doing with Red Bull, and what you're doing later on through the event with them as well.
Yeah. So Red Bull just organised me to come over early to film a little project and explore some waves with a couple of the local boys. So yeah, it's been heaps of fun, and yeah, I'm excited to get going in the comp.
Mate, and I've heard something, I've seen something about a Jarvis Earl expression session. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I honestly don't know much about it, but yeah, I'm keen to do an expression session, and yeah, the waves have been really fun here at Jinzun, so should be a couple of ramps for us.
Mate, you loosen the fins up, a good little forehand reverse, a nice backhand reverse as well. It's a perfect peak out there. Do you prefer going left or do you prefer going right?
I'm a goofy footer, so I always prefer lefts, but yeah, I definitely like going right as well, and it gives you so much opportunity out here with like turns, lefts and rights and ramps and everything, so it's been good.
Your board looks sharp. What are you riding? It looks like an epoxy. Tell us a bit more about your equipment.
Yeah, I'm riding an epoxy Channel Islands Fever. It's pretty much my go-to board, and it's been feeling good out here, so I'll probably be on this or a PU version for most of the event.
Yeah, sick. Mate, you're from Cronulla. I know there's a lot of Surfing New South Wales crew that will probably be tuning in. You need to do a shout out to anyone back at home, or say good day to any family and friends?
Sure, yeah. Thanks everyone for the support back at home. Hopefully I can make a few more heats and do everyone proud.
Oh, mate, I think you've put in a great first performance after hanging around for a while for your first heat. I look forward to seeing you in that expression session whenever it happens, but we'll throw back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Justin. I tell you what, if Jarvis Earl's future is as bright as his teeth, he has a long career ahead of him in surfing, because they are some of the most polished pegs I've ever seen. What a smiley kid. He's not afraid of flashing them either.
Yeah, I remember a big comment when we were in Nias and crew. It was just how smiley and radiant Jarvis is as a person.
He looked like he was on the verge of tears. He was laughing so much through that interview, and like, no offense to Justin, he can be funny from time to time, but that wasn't commensurate with the gags that were being rolled out. Just how hysterical Jarvis was through that. So good on him, kid from Cronulla. And we know that he's got the chops in the water, and I reckon he's got them on dry land as well. That was really exciting. Check out, his Insta profile to figure out what he's up to with Red Bull, because that's really cool, getting here early, meeting a few of the local surfers, roaming around, having a bit of an explore. That's why surfers love to travel, to get to find these other corners of the world that they might not normally get to. So good on you, Jarvis, doing it very nicely. Took up until the fourth morning of the contest before he got into a jersey, and brushed off the cobwebs in style. 17 minutes to run. Tully Wiley has got a 4.57 for this one. Talk us through it, Giada.
Yeah, Tully on his backhand, really strong surfing, and I'm sure in Victoria he does go on his backhand a lot. And right behind him was a surfer in white. Just 2 turns, but really strong as well. But Tully keeping really active this morning, so we'll hope to see some more action from our surfers in red and green. But Varun keeping a little quiet. Hopefully he'll start picking up the pace a little bit more.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about Varun as we see Reef Hazelwood getting ready to paddle out for the next heat.
Yeah, Varun is from Bali, the son of Rizal Tanjung, and as you said, almost stepbrother of Bronson. You know, Varun has surfing with him a lot at deserts in Padang, or watching him surf. He has some of the best wave selection I have ever seen. You will see him always on some of the best waves come through. He doesn't pick like anything scrappy from the inside. You will always see him on a bomb set. That's one of the things that I've always really admired from Varun, actually.
Yeah, and he's a wily competitor as well. He's ranked very highly on the Asian standings this year, putting himself squarely in the picture to possibly get a start on the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, both Varun and his dad Rizal, both very stylish surfers. I enjoy watching them surf.
Yeah, well, Rizal often tagged as the godfather of Balinese competitive surfing, so you'd expect Varun to pull on the jersey, or maybe the godfather of professional surfing in Bali. There were lots of fantastic Balinese and Indonesian surfers who came before Rizal, but he was the one who sort of first took it to the world stage, you know, appearing in Taylor Steele movies, the Wildcard to the Quicksilver Pro at G-Land in '97, all these kind of things that, you know, he got a cover of Surfer magazine at Pipeline of all places. Yeah, he was the guy that flew the flag for professional surfing in Bali and Indonesia, and it's great to see his son Varun and his adopted child Bronson, you know, fostered child, I guess. He's still got his own parents at Lakey Peak, but he has moved in with the Tanjungs in Bali, and that seems to be paying off. You see Varun and Bronson everywhere. I remember when they were little kids, you'd be surfing and they were both sponsored by Hurley, and Hurley was making all their team riders wear, you know, bright colours, and you'd see these fluoro t-shirts walking down the beach, and you'd be like, well, I may as well roll up the leads and paddle in right now, because there go all the waves.
For sure, when you see them paddle out, you know the best waves are not going to be yours.
Both great kids as well. They're super friendly, and you know, you're always happy to see them in the lineup, as long as they're letting you still catch a wave or two. And it's a really great spirit around all of the Indonesian surfers at this event. Indonesia is a force to be reckoned with these days, and about time too. It's great to see.
Yeah, both Varun and Bronson are very humble, very polite, always say hello and acknowledge everyone in the water. They're very, here's their cheer squad. Speaking of, we see Kian, Oni, Made Joy, Bronson. We see Taina, Suri, the whole Indo squad's there supporting Varun. You know, that's one of the parts I most enjoy of these contests, is seeing everyone come down to support each other. And speaking of, here is Varun on a wave. Our surfer in red, a beautiful first turn and second. And hoping this wave will open up in the inside, and he finishes it off strongly. So that will definitely be improving on his score line.
Yeah, we're at the halfway mark, 12.5 minutes to go. This is Kenta Ishikawa, who's sitting second. And there's not too much of any significance on the board at this point. Tully Wiley's in the lead with a pair of 4s. He has priority. Kenta is looking for a 4-5-1 to move into the lead. Lin Yi Chen is currently sitting third. Varun Tanjung has a score to come. This is Kenta's last wave. Nothing too damaging, but this wave runs for him and fires off a quick sequence of turns. Really sticking with it, milking that one for all it's worth, finishing way down the beach. Here goes Varun. And the first turn was good. The wave gets a little bit flat and slopey into deeper water. Lots of downtime. There's not going to be much in the way of points, but does seal the deal quite nicely on the end section. 12 minutes to run.
Hopefully this wind is gonna stay off like yesterday. Maybe we'll even get a surf in this afternoon.
There's no maybe. There's a couple of reasons why all the staff put their hands up for this event and are keen to get over here. Obviously the hospitality's fantastic. The dumplings are divine. The weather is wonderful, but also there is non-stop surf.
We can see some of the athletes using those famous slides, the Chilu slippers.
Yep, the Smash sponsor of this event, Chilu, with their slides made from recycled bottles in the competitors pack. Surely there's a commentator pack as well. Last wave for Varun Tanjung was a 3.63, puts him up to third. Last wave from Kenta Ishikawa was a 4.27, that consolidates second. Tully Wiley still sitting in the lead with a pair of 4s holding on to priority.
Yeah, there on screen we have Varun trying to improve a 2.5, looking for a 4.71. Definitely doable for him. We haven't seen any of those bigger scores come through just yet in the past 2 heats. So there might be maybe a shift in tide or a movement out there.
I think it's just a little bit sleepy this morning. We had such a big day yesterday, 20 heats. We're just trying to recapture a bit of yesterday's energy. There's definitely plenty of waves. The playing field's opened up a lot. The swell might be a little bit, have increased a little bit as well. It's not so short period, not so broken up, sort of longer, cleaner lines. This is Kenta Ishikawa on his backhand.
Our surfer from Japan. Green has gone a little quiet in the last few minutes. So there you see how separate both peaks are.
Yep, they've really moved away from each other.
Yeah, and how much space there is in the lineup. Something really difficult out here is actually being able to position yourself. Sometimes you know, you mark your spot and it ends up never coming back at that spot, and you have to move and create a whole new plan B when you're out there. I find this wave to be really shifty.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit like it was a few years ago. More traditional kind of right point within the 2 peaks to the south. And the surfers have been surfing as much as possible over the last few days. As soon as the horn goes to end a day, the lineup just gets swamped, as we discovered last night trying to catch waves. I think we all turned into priority boys. But yeah, today it seems to have been, it's a little bit more refined than it has been the last few days. It's a little bit slower. It's still solid, still consistent. But yeah, maybe everyone's just trying to recalibrate with the rhythm. Here goes Tully Wiley. Oh my gosh. Tully Wiley on his backhand. I need to recalibrate. Far out. He's sticking with this one. And yeah, that one just peters out, so didn't get any form of end section connection. This is Lin Yi Chen on his backhand. And he is out of there flying the flag for the home team, the Taiwanese. 7.5 minutes to go. We've just got a bunch of 3s and 4s and 2s in the scoreline. Someone wants to grab a set and tee off and really make this one theirs. Tully Wiley, that's not going to go into his top 2, you wouldn't imagine.
You've been here quite a bit, Binzi. Does this wave change, do you think, every time you come here, or is it pretty consistent?
This is honestly kind of as small as it gets. We've had to call it off quite a few times because it's just been too big and stormy and windy. But you get those before it gets just too big and too windy. It turns into these mega ramps. So we've seen some incredible airs out here. Guys like Eitan Osborne, Rio, Jet Schilling, you name it. All of the guys who take to the sky had an absolute field day out there. We've also moved up the coast. There's a left point about a half-hour drive north of here that's been incredible and a lot of fun. That just needs a little bit more swell action. We are in the typhoon season, but there's no sign of any typhoons around. They generally whip up the bigger swells. This is more of a consistent ground swell that's coming off the Philippine Sea. And we've got that extra sort of 1,000 kilometres of distance from Japan, so there's that little bit more fetch for the ground swells to be a bit thicker and chunkier than the regular day-to-day setup in Japan. Here's Tully Wiley on his backhand. This looks pretty good. His last wave was a 5, and this is going to go close to matching that. He's sticking with it. A little bit of bounce and backwash, and he just comes undone on his last turn. 5:45 to go. Scores to come in for all 3 surfers who aren't in the red jersey. Varun Tanjung now sitting out the back with priority. And at the moment, he's looking for a 4.71 to jump up into second and keep his Taiwan Open surfing dreams alive for 2022. And, well, the call's been made. We're going to roll on into the round of 32 after this. Micah Margison will be surfing in red. Reef Hazelwood is in blue. Roy Kanazawa is in white, and Taj Stokes is in green. And had a good chat with Taj in the lineup last night because he just took out the Naturalist Pro WQS 1000 event held at Yallingup. And of course, that's Taj Burrow's home break. So Taj Stokes took out an event at the home of the most famous Taj in surfing's home. And he was absolutely ripping, and the surf was absolutely firing. As good as Yallingup main break gets for a sort of competition, that's for sure. Definitely gets bigger and hollower, but that was, in the way of rippable, that is Yallingup as competitive as it can get. It was 4 to 6 foot and absolutely cooking. So looking forward to seeing those 3 Aussies in action, and Roy Kanazawa is no slouch either. All right, last score comes in for Tully Wiley. It's a 5.33, and that's with him falling off on that last turn. So you'd imagine he would have gone quite a bit higher if he'd clung on to that one. Varun Tanjung is now down to 4th because Lin Yin Chen has dropped a 3.4. And Kenta Ishikawa, his last wave doesn't go into his top 2. So with 4 minutes to go, Tully Wiley is in the lead with a 5.33 and a 5. Kenta Ishikawa has a 4.27, needs a 6.06 for first. Lin Yin Chen needs a 4.94 to get up to second, and Varun Tanjung needs a 4.71 to get up to second. 3 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah, Varun and Yi Chen slightly quiet on in this heat. It seems as though to get those scores, you need to be a little bit more active. You know, kind of going for what there is and being a little bit less patient, maybe. And Tully, really consistent on his backside. You can really tell he's going for those rights. Even yesterday in the free surf, he was definitely aiming for those rights coming through. So it looked like he brought his game plan into play. And Varun and Lee Chen definitely going to be hoping for some sets to come through and to give them a little bit more opportunity.
2.5 minutes to run. Priority is with Varun. He's chasing a 4.71. Very, very attainable score. But Varun, he needs to summon up one of those waves you were talking about earlier. You say he's always on the best wave of the set. Now's the time to let the genie out of the bottle and make it happen. 2 minutes if he's to keep his run going here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. And yeah, this is a QS 3000 event, so 3,000 points on offer. That's 3,000 very valuable points if you're trying to make the Challenger Series for next year. And Varun doesn't want to come all this way and leave empty-handed. His mate Bronson got through last night. His fellow Indonesian Oni Anwar got through this morning. Varun doesn't want to be left behind. 1:40 to go. So Tully Wiley at this stage would be feeling not complacent, but starting to think about the fact that he might be through to the next round. Kenta Ishikawa wouldn't be feeling too comfortable. He's holding onto a pair of 4s. You don't want to be sitting there like that. 1:15 to go.
We just had an earthquake.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
How did I not notice it?
I felt it because of the chair.
Well, okay, here goes Tully Wiley on his backhand. Whoa, that was a strong turn. All right, he's going to get rid of one of these 5s if he can keep this going down the line. 3 big hooks from the big lad from Torquay. He's not done yet. Wow, this is a sizzling wave from the Wizard from start to finish. And that is the wave we were talking about that's going to break this heat wide open. But this heat's kind of already wrapped up for Tully, I think. It is now beyond doubt. Don't even look at paddling back out, Tully. You caught enough wave last night. You can wrap things up now. You are through to the next round. 30 seconds to go. The battle is on for second place. That is the wave that Varun needed to get. Varun Tanjung is sitting in 4th at the moment, but he has priority. He's only chasing a 4.71. Expect this number from Tully Wiley to be a lot more significant when it drops in. 15 seconds to go.
Wow, that first turn was impressive. And throughout the whole wave, so consistent. There was power, flow, everything.
And that's not Tully Wiley in an earthquake. That's Tully Wiley in the very slippery rocks, the cobblestones that line the shore break here. An 8.5, the result from Tully Wiley to well and truly slam that one shut up into the excellent range. The best wave of the day. He just teed off on that on his backhand, and 8.5 the result. Fantastic. All right, that is the round of 64 done and dusted. The round of 32 is coming our way right after this. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming up very soon.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are down to the last 32 men. Micah Margison is the surfer in red. Reef Hazelwood is in blue. Roy Kanazawa is in white. And Taj Stokes is wearing the green jersey. Chris Binns here alongside me. Tippy Jabrik. And Tippy, what did you think of that last wave of Tully Wiley in that last heat?
I have to say it was wily. Is that a word? It was wily. It was good, you know. I think it was like he's off priority, you know. Nobody really guard him, and there's a runner, a right-hander, just hugging that cobblestone, and he did, I would say, 4 to 5 big maneuver right on it.
Yeah, he sure did. It was rhythmical. It was just bang, 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 bang from start to finish.
Yeah.
All big, powerful turns. He's a strapping lad.
He's a big boy.
Yep, and an 8.5 the result. That's the wave that Varun sat with priority for about 10 minutes looking for.
You know what happened with you know, when you sit too long on a priority, your body is just. Here we go. This is live on the screen right now. We have Roy Kanazawa, really stylish surfer here from this Japanese surfer. You know what? Like the Japanese, they really have that really low center of gravity surfing. You know, like super low bottom turn, and when they release that top turn, it just looks so good.
All right, speaking of Tully Wiley, he's talking to our own Giada Lagarde. Take it away, guys.
So I'm here with Tully Wiley, the winner of our last heat. That was really quiet in the beginning, you know, only 4s and 5s, and you finally got that 8. So tell us what you went out planning and how that changed during the heat.
Yeah, it's pretty fun out there. I was just trying to get an early start and just sort of like build a house, like we always say. So I got a couple of 4s at the start and then got into some 5s, and then I was lucky at the end, like a really good wave came through. So yeah, it was a fun wave, so I just had to really surf it, and yeah, it was good just to open up a bit and get the roll going again.
So, you know, coming into this next round, how do you prepare and how do you keep those nerves down?
I'll just sit back. All my mates are surfing again soon, so I'll just watch and support them, and then like a heat before, I'll just get back into my little zone and just go again. So yeah.
So coming from Victoria, I'm sure you surf your backhand a lot. Tell us what's different here to back home.
Yeah, it's different. Like it's a bit more sort of push and it stands up a bit, and there's more lefts as well. We don't really have any lefts, so it's good to get a couple on the forehand. And but yeah, the rights I'm pretty comfortable on my backhand, so I'll be looking for those for sure.
You know, you're looking so sharp as well on your surfboards. Tell us a little bit about your equipment and what was your thought process when coming here to Taiwan?
Yeah, well, I've just got a Magic Pizal Highline at the moment. I've been surfing that for a couple of months, and it's just, you know, when you kind of get that good board, you're always just going for it every time. So I feel really comfortable on that, and yeah, keen to get back on it soon.
I saw you training in Bali as well before coming over here. How do you guys get any waves back in Indo?
Yeah, it was super fun. I mean, I just decided to get back over there because the surf's been really bad at home. So just trying to surf as much as I can, and yeah, it was fun. Like nothing crazy, but it was just good to surf in boardies and not have to put a wetsuit on every day.
And you know, everyone here supporting you, and you're supporting your friends. Tell us a little bit about your crew as well and who you came down with.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, little Aussie spirit. We're all sort of staying together. There's just a bunch of us, too many to rattle off, but it's cool. Everyone's coming down to watch each other surf and supporting and helping, so everyone's kind of got a really cool role going on in this event, and yeah, I love just supporting everyone, and hopefully we can all make through a couple of heats.
All right, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home watching?
Yeah, just hi Mum, Dad, all my family, Remy, everyone watching. Love you lots. I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you so much and congratulations. Back to you guys.
Beautiful, thank you, Giada. Great interview with Tully Wiley. It took him till the 4th day of competition to get here, and it took him a whole bunch of stuff, misadventure from flying out of Melbourne to his plane doing pretty much a lap of the East Coast and then landing back in Melbourne. The guys woke up on the plane, woke up on the tarmac thinking they were in Singapore, only to realise they were back in Melbourne again. Wow. Spent a day in Melbourne waiting for their next flight. Ended up surfing the wave pool at Urban Surf a couple of times. Went and played golf. So it wasn't the worst layover. But then they missed all of their connecting flights, and then they had to deal with trying to get their boards on the flights domestically in Taipei. So, yeah,
But
all of that paid off for Tully in the
I
end.
know.
Bit of karma there for the wizard from Torquay.
And also it takes him 4 days for his first surf, actually.
Yeah.
This is his first surf.
Here's Taj Stokes on his forehand. We just saw the last turn, but it was pretty crisp. Opening wave for Reef Hazelwood came in at a 5.67, so hopefully we can catch up on that with a replay shortly. And I think we've got a good heat on our hands right now because Micah Markison looked really strong in his heat. He got that 6.5 right at the end. That was the best wave we'd seen in probably 3 or 4 heats.
Yeah.
And Reef, well, we know all about his body of work. Roy Kanazawa, super stylish Japanese surfer. He's going to come out all guns blazing, and Taj Stokes has tasted success at the QS level this year, and he'll be hungry to taste it again here in Taiwan. 22 minutes to go. The last score for Taj Stokes was 2.97, and we're waiting on a number to drop in for Micah. So I think we've got some replays to catch up on. This is Reef Hazelwood's opener, Tippy.
Yeah, just a nice setup right there from Reef. You know, the way his body language is, he's just hunting for, you know, lip to do more turns right there. That's 4 nice turns, actually. Nothing major, but enough to put some score. And Micah just deciding to kick out on that one. Yeah, the way Reef surfing is really practical. You know, he just wanna, you know, do enough maneuver. If the ramp is not strong enough for him to do like those nice, you know, nice aerial 360, his signature maneuver that we've seen before, he will not do that. Just, you know, trying to build score.
Yeah, Reef's competed as a wildcard on the Championship Tour a few times in the past with some great results along the way.
Yeah.
I think he's made it as far as the quarters or the semis, maybe.
Yeah, I remember that time.
One year, the Quicksilver Pro moved from snapper to D-bar, and Reef had an absolute field day. He also came second in Red Bull Airborne for that same event, and a lot of people would suggest that maybe he should have won it. Here's Taj Stokes flying down the line. Floater, that was a flat section. You know he's looking for a ramp. This wave never gave it to him, so he had to keep it to the face.
Yeah, nothing fancy about that that ride. Just, you know, connecting all the dots right there and try to finish. And Taj Stokes right now sitting in first, waiting for, you know, his last score, and also Reef. And might, you know, change some kind of a requirement for white and red.
Yeah, a 4.33 and a 2.97 with a score still to come. Sees Taj Stokes in the lead. Here goes Roy Kanazawa on his backhand. This is a good looking wall. Looks like it's stretching out. 2 turns, gets the solid closeout section of crunch as well. So 3 hits and he is out of there.
Yeah, just really fast. 2 for 1 right there to finish the last section. I'm not sure, you know, if the judge is going to be impressed with, you know, like kind of like a setup finishing maneuver like Roy did. You know, they want to see like a strong exclamation maneuver like what Taj did. And I want to compare between Roy and Taj Stokes' score, actually. So Taj, he gets
4.43, so he's got a 4.33 and a 4.43. So Reef Hazelwood still with the high scoring wave, a 5. And, yeah, it tells you a little bit that it is a bit sleepy this morning. We're seeing guys with 5s and 6s get through heats. We want to get to the point where it's sort of 7s and 8s and above.
Yeah, I think the, you know, the more packed the name on the heat, they need to step it up, like what we mentioned with Justin. You know, we see a couple guys already putting an 8, you know, like Tali Wiley just now. I'm sure like, you know, the other guys, you know, want to kind of match up that numbers because, I don't know, you also want to put some statement to the other guys. If you get an 8, Tali is the man to look up, you know, through this event because he can score an 8. And sometimes you always put that as a benchmark, you know. So yeah, still waiting for Reef Hazelwood score. This is gonna be a quite interesting number. Here we go. So Roy Kanazawa, like we mentioned before, a 4.03, and he moved to second position right now. Still waiting for Reef Hazelwood. As we can see on the competitor area, we can see Oni Anwar is putting a jacket there, and Jagger just
super chill. He doesn't get distracted by anybody. He just wanna perform. He just wanna do good. He did pretty good in Nias, Binzi. He made it into the podium. He finished semi-final there.
Yeah, sure did. He's proven himself in pumping waves a few times this year.
Yeah. Jagger. He's pretty young actually, but he's a big boy.
He's a big boy. He's a deep thinker, and quiet guy, but really sweet dude to have a chat with.
Yeah. I wonder if we can bring him into the studio here and get a little bit of his what he's thinking about Taiwan, this and that. It'll be an interesting lad for sure.
He'd have to take his headphones off. Every time you see him, he's got the noise cancelling headphones in.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna trade my headphone for his headphone so he can talk. There's always a trick to trick people, Binzi. Yeah.
Right, 17 minutes to go. Reef has priority in a 5.67 to be in the lead. And then,
I wonder if that was his opening ride only, because we're not waiting out for any score. That was
Reef.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5.67 for his opener.
So that was his replay actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Taj Stokes. Did you mention that he won a comp this year?
Yeah, he won the Cape Naturalist Pro at Yallingup about a month ago.
Yeah.
All right, here goes Roy Kanazawa. Looks like he's got a really bulky knee brace on. Doesn't seem to be holding him back though.
Yeah, it looks like the way he surf, he have like really bent back knees the way he surf. So probably, one of those maneuver that he tried to do big, could be like, an aerial attempt or just big maneuver and hurt his knee. Who knows? We might get more information later. Here's a close-up of Roy's last replay. Super low. He reminded me of a couple other older Japanese surfers back in the days. There used to be a lot of Japanese traveling around, doing QS also.
Who do you think's the next Japanese surfer behind Kanoa Igarashi who's going to threaten the championship tour?
I have to say Joe Azuchi is pretty up there. Yuji Nishi, those guys just. But the problem is, the Japanese are really, really good in a certain condition. But as soon as you bring them like a little bit outside, only couple of them can shine. Like Yuji Nishi in Nias, he was performing really, really good, just pulling in and just do a big maneuver. If I'm not wrong, Yuji made into the quarters, so there will be a couple crops from Japan that can, qualify for all situation.
Whoa, Roy Kanazawa, his last wave was a 4.97 to put him into the lead, and he's just put down a nice air reverse that's going to probably kick out that 4.03 from his scoreline.
Yeah.
And he might just be our first surfer into double figures.
Yeah.
15 minutes to run. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, talking about Roy, I can see his board is a Smack surfboard, and I'm pretty sure he's from Shikoku Island, because Smack is a surfboard that manufactured in the island of Shikoku, and everybody is riding a Smack in that island. So I have to say that the owner of this Smack surfboard is a local legend, and if you want to surf Shikoku, Binzi, you have to know this guy. I'm not joking, because in Japan it's so territorial. They sometimes, if you come with the wrong person, you might not be able to surf that place.
Whereabouts is Shikoku?
It's not far from Osaka. It's like 2 hours on the bridge. There's a really big bridge connecting the main island and then also Shikoku Island.
All right, last score for Roy Kanazawa, a 5.27. So that does indeed take him in double figures. 10.24 two-wave total. Taj Stokes is sitting second. He needs a 5.81 for the lead. Reef and Micah, both just the one score to their name.
Yeah.
Reef's just looking for a 3.09 to get up into second. Micah is chasing a 5.93 for second. 13 minutes and change to go. Have you had many good waves in Japan over your surfing life?
Yeah, I was fortunately to surf this place called Kaifu River during the typhoon.
I was surfing with an Aussie actually who lived there for years. His name is Adam Founds. I don't know if Adam is been helping out with the younger generation in Shikoku, but I just love Japan. You know, the food there is amazing. You know, the local. You know, I have a really good friend Mar Ono. Back in the days, you know, we used to do QS together, and he was helping the Olympic team for Japan also.
Yeah, I was going to mention Ma before. He coaches Shun Murakami.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the Japanese guys that's got a really bright future. I'm surprised that he's not in this draw.
He's in the higher level already. He's in the Challenger Series, chasing points. But I'm not sure why, you know, like Hiroto or Shun, who are already on the Challenger Series, they're not backing up on the QS Asia region, because they will not qualify for next year if they don't do good on this event. I mean, like on this series.
Yeah, I think it's only the top 20 or so on the Challengers who automatically re-qualify for the Challengers, and then it goes back to the QS ratings in your region.
Yeah, it's a really tough system actually. You have to do double duty actually, Binzi.
Yeah, well, you look at Paige Harab, Freya Prum. They're both surfing on the Challenger Series, and they're both here to try and chase those 5,000 qualifying series points to make sure that they'll be back on the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah. The funny thing is you're aiming for a CT qualification, but to get into a CT, you have to do this both QS and a Challenger. It's a bit big investment, I have to say. You need to, you know, you need to do a good Excel sheet about your budgeting. You know, it's not like a, you know, like a cheap investment actually. You need to have all the financial support, you know, sponsor or even yourself.
All right, this is Taj Stokes in the green jersey on his backhand. He'd love to get rid of the 4.33 and consolidate second. It's going to take a 5.81 to move him up to the lead. Wouldn't imagine he's done it on the strength of that one. 11 minutes to go. Reef and Micah Marguson, they've got first and second priority. Neither of them have a second wave, so
yeah,
they've sat and waited for long enough. Now you're at that point where you're like, well, do I catch anything? And then I've just kind of wasted this last 5-10 minutes that I've sat with priority.
Yeah.
Or do you keep waiting and just assume that something good is going to arrive?
Yeah, you know what? You know, decision is one of the toughest thing when you have all the pressure on you, especially with 10 minutes to go. And here we see like Taj just he's just building house, you know, like he keep all the scores, you know, like getting better and better.
Yep, this is a 4.63, so that has slightly built on his two-wave total.
Yeah, because right now Reef Hazelwood and Micah, Micah need 2 new score, and Reef Hazelwood, even though he's holding priority, pressure is going to go to himself, because the more he let go times, the more he will need to find that wave that can offer the score that he needs.
There's Joe Azuki getting ready for his next heat.
Yeah, Joe, and if I'm not wrong, that's is that Joe's sister? Could be, huh?
All right, 9 minutes 20 to go. It's been a little bit of a sleepy heat. First and second have 5 and 4 waves between them. Third and fourth have a wave each.
You know what? With 30-minute, this is a 30-minute heat, no? If I'm not wrong, it is. Yeah, it could be 25 or.
All right, here goes Taj Stokes under
25.
priority, so he's doing it nicely. He's got those couple of scores, and now he's, you know, without priority, he can just roll the dice on all sorts of waves and just see what's going to stand up for him.
So yeah, you know, with almost 20 minutes gone by, Reef Hazelwood just still sitting with 1 score, Binzi. It could be his strategy, no? You know, like only finding 2 waves.
I don't think it's his strategy. I think he would love to have another 5 and just, you know, if he can repeat the 5, 6, 7 that he's already got, he will be in the lead. So, you know, he's not worrying about the 3.39 that he needs for second. He's looking for a 5 or a 6 to put himself up into First place, 8 minutes to go. And yeah, I'm not sure. We're not quite at the top of the tide yet, are we? Because this is this is the slowest heat we've had in 4 days of competition.
Yeah, one thing for sure, Binzi, like whenever you have opportunity to surf Jinzon Harbor, you don't really think about the tides. With 50 other people, you just want to surf any tide.
Yeah,
so you can say goodbye to your tide, technique or anything. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Looks like Roy Kanazawa is putting pressure for Reef Hazelwood and Micah Margison. And he's putting more pressure right here. Boom.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's not going to go into his top two. Fires a big shot, but can't ride out of it.
Yeah.
So it's still just Reef and Micah sitting and waiting. They know that they're both more than capable of the scores they're chasing. After having sat for this long, though, they don't just want to cash in their priority on a dud. So they.
Yeah, I would like to see Micah Margison doing right now. Boom, right there. There's Reef. He looks like he's pretty chill, looking for the next wave that come to him. And you know what? As soon as these surfers scratching their heads, that means tension goes to their brain. As a competitor, as soon as I have a itchy scalp, that means like you are under pressure. Let's see if Reef can get this next one. He doesn't look interested on that one. We have Taj Stokes just, paddling around him. Here we go. Roy Kanazawa again.
Staying super busy. So he's surfing the southern peak, which gives you that little ramp that comes at you from the northern left.
Yep.
So he might just be extending his lead on the strength of that one. Yeah. 6 minutes to go.
Yeah,
is this Reef in motion, rolling the arms over? And it could be Micah. So we might have a split peak now between our guys in third and fourth. They both need to get moving. They've sat for a long time, and that was not worth the wait for Micah Margison. Not sure what Reef did on his first couple of turns. I'm sure we'll pick that up on the replay. Now he's got a section down the line, releases the tail. That was a crisp punch of the lip. Let's check out on the replay just quite what Reef got up to at the start. And,
yeah.
You would think that that's the 3.39 to put him up into second, but we'll need the replay to confirm that. Taj Stokes sitting in second has priority. His last score of 2.93 doesn't factor in, so here he goes again trying to build on his 9.062 wave total. First turn was good. This wave looks like it's horseshoeing back towards him, standing up and allowing him to open the shoulders. 3 strong turns, and he will be happy with that as he kicks out and the yellow flag goes up. 5 minutes to run. Numbers to come in for Micah Margison. Last one was dud, 0.5. Here he goes again. This wave looks like it's got a bit of meat on it. Now he's got some speed flying down the line. Gets up and into the lip. And unfortunately, it wasn't the last turn that got him. It was the little bobble on the setup turn in between. He came out of it not quite fluently.
Wow. And
you could tell that he was just forcing that turn. And unfortunately, he's gone down. Hopefully, he hasn't taken his campaign with him. So that was Reef on the left. His first turn was a good finner. Then he got the long, drawn-out horseshoe cutback with the rebound. And then a nice whip on the end section. He's definitely gone up to second. Has he done enough for first? We'll tell you very shortly. Here goes Taj Stokes, now defending second place.
Yeah. Who's under pressure right now is actually Taj Stokes, because if Reef Hazelwood get that number, Taj Stokes' last number will affect if he can stay second or he gonna move into third. Because Reef have a highest score of the heat of 5.67. All he need is a 3.39, and you know what? With a 4, he could goes into first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, with a medium 4. Micah Margison. It was a bit of a heartbreaking to see he fall off into that last maneuver before. And again.
He's done it again. So hopefully that's not a bit of confidence coming into play. He looked pretty solid till he got to the end section.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, went down. We're still waiting on this all-important number for Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah. Reef surfing 30-minute heats with only 2 wave, Binzi. Yeah. So Roy Kanazawa now owning the priority. And I'm pretty sure he will wait for the score of Reef and then also Taj Stokes. And then he's going to choose which one is his threat with this 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Reef's now slipped down to 4th. That's not going to last, though, because we're still waiting on that very important score to drop for his 3-turn combination on that last left. It's only his second wave. 2 minutes 40 to go.
If I would be a Roy Kanazawa right now, I will chase wherever Taj Stokes is going. Because Reef Hazelwood is pretty safe. He's going to be second.
Oh, I think he might even go up to first.
Yeah.
But, let's see. The judges are making a sweat over this one. 2 minutes 20. Okay, a 5.87. Reef Hazelwood does move into the lead. So he has the 2 best waves of the heat. He's gone from 4th to 1st. And Roy Kanazawa slips to 2nd. So he's now trying to defend 2nd. Anything over a 4.97 will get him that much closer to Reef. If he can drop a 6.27, he'll move into the lead. Taj Stokes is now chasing a 5.61 to get back up into one of those 2 qualifying positions. 2 minutes remaining. Priority is with Roy Kanazawa. Micah Margison's last wave for the left was a 4.83. So imagine if he'd clung onto that last turn, he would have been looking pretty good. But he is well and truly in striking distance as well. He needs a 5.41 to advance. This one is very much a live ball game with 90 seconds to go. There's just over 3 points between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Wow, what a seesaw situation there of round 32, hit number 1. Reef Hazelwood with only 2 wave. Surfing super smart, just choosing the right one. And Taj Stokes and Micah is looking for, medium 5.
1 minute to go. 5s haven't been the easiest things to find. But then a set will pop up and we'll see someone like Tolly Wiley drop an 8.5. Here goes Micah Margison. He really needs to unleash. He can't afford to hold back. This is looking pretty good. Didn't get the end section. Body language suggests he's not too thrilled with that one. Taj Stokes paddles, pulls back, decides there was nothing on offer. 40 seconds remaining. Number to come for Micah Margison. He needs a 5.41. I think that might be a stretch. Here goes Taj Stokes on his backhand. He won't be happy. He's sat in those top 2 positions for most of this heat. He's chasing a 5.61. And, well, this one's going to keep running. 20 seconds to go. He goes upside down one last time and then goes down. And is that his campaign going down as well? 10 seconds remaining. We've got scores to come in for 3rd and 4th. They both need to be high and medium 5s to advance, and it's looking like that's not going to be the case for either of our surfers. This heat's in the books. We know that Reef Hazelwood has taken the win, and we're just waiting. Micah Margison, his last wave, a 3.57 goes into his top 2, but is not enough. Taj Stokes, he needs a 5.61. That number is still coming in. We are going to assume it is just short. I'm going to go down and have a quick chat with Reef Hazelwood. As we see the number drop in, it's 4.4 for Taj Stokes. So Reef Hazelwood and Roy Kanazawa take the win in the first heat of the men's round of 32. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with more Taiwan Open and surfing action right after this quick break.
Well, there we see on screen Reef Hazelwood. That was a pretty clutch performance from the Queenslander. A really tightly contested battle. The first heat of the round of 32. We have extended heat times to 30 minutes, and yeah, Reef will be stoked with that result. Tippy, he's a great young surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, I really like his attitude also, you know, always smiley and you know, good vibe.
Yep.
I don't know if that's because he's from sunny coast. It's always sunny there.
Well, in this heat, the second heat of the round of 32, this is, well, that is John Asuchi, sorry, from Japan. This is a loaded heat. We've got two Japanese surfers, Ketut Agus representing Indonesia, and this was the first of greens. The Japanese surfers are a real threat here at Jinzon Harbour. Their polished performances have been a highlight of the surfing so far, and that was a great finishing manoeuvre.
Yeah, Joe Azuchi is you know, he's a quite polished young surfer from Japan. He did the World Junior here also. I think Binzi mentioned that he got, you know, he did a pretty good result here.
Well, talking about Binzi, we're going to throw down to him. He is with Reef Hazelwood. Talk us through that exchange and Reef's performance, Binzi.
All right, thanks a lot, Justin. Reef, it was, yeah, you sat there for a long, long time. That was probably the slowest heat we've had in a while.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been watching the last couple of days, and yeah, definitely haven't really seen too many lows like that. So, kind of when it came, definitely a bit nerve-wracking, only having the one wave, and like I was kind of pretty close to Micah, and we both had the one wave, and yeah, it was just like, okay, like when's this wave gonna come? And like it just kept getting longer and longer, but ended up getting one, and yeah, making it work.
When you're sitting like that, you've got the highest single wave score of the heat so far. You know that you're capable of getting the requirement. But you start to wait and you start to wait. Does it get to a point where you're like, well, I've waited this long, I'm not going to cash it in on a dud?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to make it count, and with everyone, like the other guys getting busy, you're like, okay, like let's make it a good one. And otherwise, you could have just like gone on a really bad one earlier and been getting busy too. So yeah, game plan was just really try and get the good waves and make it count. And yeah, I guess just having that confidence that when the wave comes, you can do it helps a lot. So, yeah, I was stoked to get the one wave and, yeah, make it count.
Without giving too many secrets away, what are you looking for? You keep digging up these little long-running lefts?
Yeah, definitely. I had this one session before the comp started that I just was in a rhythm of just catching heaps and heaps left. And so, obviously, that's what I'm frothing on. And I came in yesterday really amped just after the one left, even though I didn't make it. So yeah, hoping to get a couple more of those, but obviously the right's pretty fun out there too. I think like Tully got an 8 something on his wave in the previous heat, so I just want to catch good waves no matter what.
We were talking to Oni Anwar yesterday, and he was saying he used to line up with the structure, but every year the structure moves a little bit, so he has to find his own little landmarks. Have you got a few things that you look back at?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got one spot that I'm like, okay, like it's off this side of the tent or something. Like it's kind of just a bit of a zone, but definitely using the tent and the structure a bit helps. Otherwise, like you could almost use the mountains a little bit too, which is pretty sick. So definitely, there's definitely kind of a zone that you want to be in. And so trying to find that, and in that heat, my zone kind of stopped for a bit. So it was good that it ended up working in the end.
Something else that's worked in the end for you. I went on a bit of a stab high binge last night, and you were getting up early every morning and getting tubed, which is you know, really counterintuitive to an air comp, but still great as a surfer, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was funny being there for an air comp, and then like you're in Indo and it's just like pumping waves, so it's like why not take advantage of it? So I did. It was awesome.
Seemed like a lot of the competitors were running an afternoon session and an evening session, whereas you just sort of doubled down on the daytime.
Yeah, I was just surfing whenever I wanted to, so a lot of that was in the morning and then kind of during the day too, so yeah.
Surf smarter, not harder. 2 waves, got the job done. Congratulations, Reef Hazelwood.
Thanks heaps, Binzi.
Beauty. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Yep, I've known Reef for a long time, and he's a smart competitor. He's a very capable competitor as well, and just has great faith in his ability and his equipment. And just 2 waves to get the job done there in our opening heat of the round of 32. A couple of scores have locked in. The best of it, a 4.17 to our Japanese surfer in the green. His backup score's pretty small right now, but he's got the 2-wave total on the board of a 5.77. George Pitar in the white, probably one of the event standouts thus far, as we see right here, Arai, the Japanese surfer, in the red, going to town on this inside right-hander and connecting the dots really, really nicely. Ketut Agus, the Indonesian surfer and Olympian, a 2.67 opener. We know he's capable of much better than that. And Tippy, mate, you were over there in Japan with him. So cool to see Rio Wader qualify for the championship tour. Is Ketut the next sort of guy in line as far as Indonesian surfers go?
I would say the talent is there, you know, with Ketut. You know, he have the great support, you know, with Rio. They did the campaign together. They went to a couple of the challenger right here. We have Ketut. Actually, he did pretty good on the ISA event. He finished, I would say, 9th in the world on the Huntington, the last one. And Rio got 2nd. And we see here George Pitar. Ketut sometimes he just overcook it, you know, as you can see there on the finishing. Like, he did like linking up like a really nice maneuver, you know, from the beginning. It's just his final touch. Sometimes he's overthinking about, should I do big or you know, like do an air or just, you know, strong finish. Like, but as we can see here, George Pitar just smart surfing. You know, at the end of the day, all you need to do on the heat is just a smart surfing.
Yeah, you're so right. Everyone's ability is very, very is there. Certainly at an event of this level. And yeah, Ketut, he was on his way to a good wave.
Yeah.
And just hit a little bit of deep water and couldn't keep his momentum flying down the line. But yeah, George Pitar, for me, one of the standouts yesterday. He's a tall boy, and he really gets his long legs and long frame as a good bit of leverage to whip some really impressive turns. As we look back there on the competition site, we see our friend Jada Lagarde just chatting and getting some insight. I love that. She's friends with everyone from across the world. She's a very popular surfer and a great addition to the commentary team. So well done for you for identifying her skills and getting her on board.
Yeah, like couple years ago during it was last year actually. So during the event in Krui in Nias, we were looking for like a co-host, you know, because it's not easy to find a person that would go travel with us if they're not a surfer.
Yeah.
So I kind of like offer like, hey, Giada, you want to go surf Krui in Nias, but you have to work for us? And she's like, absolutely. And then now she's here, you know, representing more, you know, like works for WSL. And I have to say she's gaining a bit of a, you know, like a good momentum of her new career.
Nah, she's doing great, and she wants to get better. She's been asking a lot of questions. What do you think about this? What questions should I ask? So she's taken on the role very willingly. And here we see this guy is a very willing surfer from Japan. Great opening hook. Throws it back into the white water. Looking for an inside connection. And wow, he's had 2 little opportunities there. So Asuchi in the green rash vest is he's looking fiery. He's got a 4.17, one of the better numbers of this heat.
Yeah,
it's pretty tight right now. A few minutes have transpired, but still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, here we go, a replay from Joe. Nice wraparound cutty there from Joe. Just a setup turn, you know, try to find a better face to do this kind of maneuver. Boom, push the tail. Just another tap into that water. We'll see. It could be, you know, around 3 or 4, but looks like Hiroto Arai have the best out of this heat with a 4.73. He's only looking for small numbers to move into second right now.
Yep, just the only surfer left with 1 wave on the board. It is White leading with a couple of mid-range scores. A 4.37, the best for George Pitar. And here we go, the guy with the best number, scratching hard on his backhand, building speed down the line. Oh, connects with that section nicely. It's gone a little bit flat through the inside, but that doesn't stop him from pushing hard there. You could see, again, really wanted to capitalise on the strength of the opening manoeuvre and maybe just went a little bit too hard. He's looking back at the shore. He's got a lot of Japanese supporters here.
Yeah.
The big lanky Aussie leans into this one.
So one thing for sure, Justin, that I surf this wave many times, you cannot over push the wave on some section.
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes they hit the deeper water, you know, you lose some speed. And then also sometimes you underestimate that white water come to you, because it's so playful. When you want to hit that white water, there's a bit of more of an energy that you think you can make any of those lip line, and then you fell off.
Yeah. Yep, it's you definitely have to sort of. I'm a big guy, and I've sort of found the going a little bit tough. The waves at this size don't have a great amount of push. You've got to generate your own speed and really connect with the sections that allow you to do those big turns.
Yeah.
And like you say, you can't overcook the sections where it just doesn't have that power or push to you know, push back on your board. So right now it's pretty tight, this heat. No one's really broken away from the pack with a lot of 4s and 3s littered on the scoreboard. Here we see this guy's probably been the most busy surfer of the heat so far.
Yeah. You know what? Out of these 4 surfers, they all have kind of like similar style of approaching their maneuvers for scoring. Even George Pitar, they all kind of like want to hit it like a bit of an identical surfing from all these 4 surfers. So that's the reason why we see a bit of a same score on the board, because they're approaching the same way of the other surfers. It's a bit different when you have like a goofy footer on the mix. They might have more advantage because the left looks better, but this is all 4 surfers are natural footers. You're not gonna see a guy like if you put Bronson there, it will be a different kind of like a way of surfing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've all got a strong power game. They like to use the rail. You know, I know they've all got a bit of an aerial act as well, but right now the opportunity to go to the sky with these pretty light and clean winds isn't there right now. So you can see the guys just hunting the lineup, all with sort of mid-range scores under the belt.
Yeah.
The requirements are all pretty small as well, so anyone could just lock in a 5 and go straight to the lead.
Yeah.
That's how close this heat is. 15 minutes on the clock in the second heat of the round of 32 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, a World Surf League men's qualifying event. 3,000 rating points up for grabs for the winner, and you know, an important event. It's November, so you know, not too many events left in the calendar year as we see George really arc the body through that opening manoeuvre. Repeats the dose on the second turn, trying to fit in a third turn, and gets lucky with a 4th. So
wow, for a big guy, he managed to get some speed on that flat section right there.
Yeah, he's got some good equipment under his feet. So George was definitely a standout yesterday. As I said before, dropping really good numbers. Probably one of the higher 2-wave combined totals of the event so far. And here we go. We're going to watch the replay of the New South Wales surfer. Beautiful arc there. And the wave goes a little bit flat, but he's able to add some power. You can see the wave really dies off, but he does so well to pump through that flat section and gets a little bonus rebound turn for his effort. So for mine, that's probably the best wave we've seen ridden so far. We'll see what the judges thought of it. We've got scores waiting to lock in for both white and green at this stage.
Yeah. So with 13 minutes to go, 13 and 30 seconds to go, Hiroto Arai just with you know, those 3 big maneuver with you know, a fall off on the last section. He got a 4.17. So we can imagine what kind of score he can get if he finishes that last maneuver. And everybody kind of in those 4 numbers, you know, in the 4's range of a number. And if somebody can break into a 5, then you can get away a little bit, you know, from the other guys.
Yeah, 100%. So a good little arm wrestle going on between 4 surfers, all very capable, all looking to track down a win here at Jinzun Harbour at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Here we go, using his priority is the Indonesian surfer Ketut Agus. Gets a lot of speed. He's come from deep, but wow, that was sick. I love that. Punches through the lip, gets the rotation, and he has got some rockets underneath that board.
Yeah, he's super fast. He's known for, you know, his speed. And I have to say, there was a bit of a commitment there, you know, not being safe could be rewarded pretty good. And here we go, Hiroto Arai also on his backside. Hiroto been, Hiroto been not using the wax.
A bit of the splits there. You could see he was trying to keep a bit of momentum on the front of his board to keep going down the line, and yeah, just slipped too far forward and almost looked like a dance move, not a surfing move.
Yeah, you got to be careful here because Jinzun Harbor is a there's a couple like a river mouth coming through this surf breaks. Here we go, Ketut Agus with that really nice rotation there. Only 2 maneuvers, but could make a better score for his 2 top score.
Yeah, I loved it. It was he really extracted a lot out of that section, and although it was you know, a 2-turn maneuver wave, he definitely ticked the boxes for mine. I think the judges will like the commitment, the progression, and innovation.
Yeah, it should be rewarded, you know.
I think so.
Yeah. Because if, as soon as you you know, you go away from playing being safe, you should be rewarded.
100%. I'm with you on that. So right now we're awaiting scores for all 4 surfers. You can see how tight the scoreline is. This looks like the familiar style of George Pittar. Good float over that section, throws it up vertical, and you can see that the wave just lacks that little bit of power on the left sometimes, and he really had to sort of do the bunny hops to get in front of it. So a little bit of loss of control on that second maneuver, but you can see George, he winds up like a spring, and this is a better looking wave for Ketut. Talk us through it, Tippy.
Yeah, this is probably the wave that Ketut is looking for, you know, the one that kind of like running with a lot of nice faces for him to do some kind of a strong maneuver. But again, you know, just like I said before, he always missed that kind of final touches. And that could, you know, affect the way, you know, he's campaigned.
100%. It was probably one of the better looking waves, and I think he would have put himself into a really good position if he'd been able to stomp that little sort of layback maneuver on the inside.
Yeah.
So here the replay is again. It's a nice head-high wave, connects with the first section, cracks the lip there.
There's not much maneuver right there, actually, Justin. That's all is actually is a transition.
Yep.
Yeah. There's not a strong top turn or maneuver right there. And as you can see, there's nobody really break into that 4 range of numbers. George Pittar have the highest with a 4.77, and Hiroto Arai with a 4.73. Joe Azuchi with 4.47 is actually still open for all the surfers.
Yeah, you can see how much the judges break down the scores, you know. So a lot of scores in the 4 range, and each of them a little bit different. So they really critique what all the surfers are doing and fit it into a scale of 0 through to 10.
Yeah.
10 being the perfect number that you're looking for in a surfing heat.
Yeah.
And up and riding here is Pittar on the backhand. This wave looks a little bit better. It's got some better sections for him. And finishes nicely.
Yeah, George is a type of a surfer that won't give up, you know, like he will manufacture like all the speeds that he need, you know, even the wave is not favoring his body length, but he manufacture every single thing to make sure that every maneuvers are rewarded.
Yep. Well, second to last wave for Ketut. As we said, that progression and commitment was rewarded by the judges. A 5.33 locks in as the best number of the heat.
Yep.
He still finds himself in 3rd place. His requirement in 3rd right now, a 3.57, and we are awaiting his last score. A score still to lock in for White's last as well. So, oh, this is, you know, sort of nerve-wracking even being here in the booth. It's such a close and tight heat. You know, you can see 9.14 down to 8.64. So pretty much half a point separating 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So everyone will just be looking for that opportunity to break away from the pack. And we'll wait and see what Katut locks in for his last. And in my opinion, it'll probably be enough to put him up into the lead, but he won't feel safe there at all. As we see on screen, a bunch of the girls hanging out. And we can see Ryuki there as well.
He's going to come up soon.
Yep. So
looks like Katut is moving into a first position right now, Justin, with it 4-4-0 his last wave, even though he didn't make it that last kind of layback bash.
Yeah, if he'd finished that manoeuvre, he might have gone and backed his 5-3-3 up with another 5. So unfortunate, but he's done enough right now to be sitting in first spot. In second is White. His requirement a 4.97 to go to first. Hiroto Arai in red has first priority. He needs a 4.94 to go up into first. And right now, green in fourth, chasing a 5.20. So the requirements are really low. The scoreline with the two-wave total is still pretty low. No one's into double digits just yet. And with 6.5 minutes, we'll wait and see what goes on. But I love these heats. It's sort of edge of your seat surfing. Every wave is critical to the outcome, and I'm sure there's a lot of Japanese supporters, a lot of Indonesian supporters and Australians tuning into the webcast to see what's going on. And the next heat, that guy was on fire yesterday as well. Alistair Reginato will be coming up in the blue rash vest. Looks like he's changed equipment. It looks like an epoxy for me today. So you got to have a good sort of range of boards in your quiver here, I think, Tippy, to match the conditions.
Yeah, it's amazing how the the technology with equipment evolve. Back in the days, it's only PU. The past 10 years, epoxy come in the game, and now even carbon surfboard is also on offer.
Wow, here's our heat leader showing that commitment and that progression that the judges rewarded handsomely on his best number being a 5.33. I just love how he can just huck those fins out and get nice and loose really quickly. There's one thing you notice, the level of surfing through the free surfs and throughout the competition. These surfers are really, really good. Talk us through the replay, Tippy.
Yeah, I would say this is a strong wave for Katut, but unfortunately only one turn, and also that wave just kind of dies off. So I'm not sure if that's going to better his 4.40. Looks like here this one is George Pitar trying to stay busy also.
Wow, that was really cool. So you can see the waves are not as consistent as we saw in the opening heats of the day. There might be a bit of tide flowing in, but this big, tall, lanky surfer from New South Wales doesn't need much opportunity, and I love that sort of little drop knee, fin waft reverse was cool to watch. Great to see on the replay as well. We're under 5 minutes, and this is going to be an exciting 4 minutes of this heat for sure.
Yeah, 4 minute Joe Azuchi looking for 5.20, and here we go. Hiroto Arai only 4.94. He's a dark horse, this guy. He got the score in the last 20 seconds yesterday on his first round. And that could be a 4.94. So George Pitar need to be really careful.
Yep.
So this is George trying to hold his position also there.
Well, Arai liked it. That was a double fist pump, and we'll see it here on the replay. He's riding a slightly longer board than his other competitors, so but he connected really well on this left-hander, and he liked it. You can see it. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, that was a strong finishing also from Hiroto. He knows, with the 3 turns, it's going to go around in the 4 range. He did 4 of them. That could goes into what he needs. He need a 4.94, close to 5, but the highest score of this heat right now is a 5.33, so he will need something that Katut did.
Yeah, well, here we see keeping busy as George Pitar. Commentator's curse gets him there. That's the second slip-off we've seen, but you can see he just wanted to stay really light on his feet.
Ooh.
Well, here we go. So He's caught a few waves, but his third last wave has locked in for White. A 5.93, the best wave ridden, puts White into first place.
Oh, wow.
We're still awaiting scores for
Hiroto,
the last of Reds, which is going to be crucial to the outcome of this heat.
Yeah, it will be a dangerous situation for Katut actually right now because, you know, Hiroto was looking for a 4.9 and now he's looking for a 5.01. Oh, Hiroto just got a 7.00.
Wow, he'll love that score. You can see him. He's very happy with that. So here we go. Green now trying to answer back. He's in fourth position. The requirement has grown in the last minute or so with some good scores locking in.
Yeah. So you know what? I think Hiroto did really good surfing on that one. But you know, his body language is also proving that, you know, he earned that numbers, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, body language is so important in surfing, but you could see that he really liked it. And this is the replay of the 7. Great first turn, but for me, this was the money turn. Nice slashing maneuver. Straight off the bottom into another little foam climb and gets the board up and over, drifts the tail, and there it is. He liked it, the judges liked it, and I think that was a deserving score for these sort of mid-morning conditions. A 7.0, one of the better numbers we've seen in the last couple of heats.
Yeah. You know, so far, you know, on every heat, you need to break that double digit to make through your heat.
Yep.
So this is George Pitar. You know, surfing like a, you know, nothing really big and major, but just, you know, building those numbers.
Yep, smart, sharp surfing from the Australian. Up against 3 surfers from the Asian region. This is a good-looking wave, but Red doesn't need to do anything right now. He's in the first position with an 11.73 two-wave total. We've gone under the 1 minute mark, and the last score for White yet to lock in will be important, you would think.
Yeah, so with 30 seconds to go, if there's enough time for Katut to get the last opportunity, he need a 5.51. This is Katut, looks like it. Yeah, this is his only hope. He need to finish this one with a strong maneuver at the end, because without a strong maneuver, and this wave looks like it's dying off, looks like Katut's campaign could be an end here, Justin.
Oh, he likes it. Little fist pump there. He goes your heat leader right now.
Yeah.
Sticking to the left hand as his backhand is really sharp.
Yeah, so Hiroto Arai, amazing surfing from yesterday. He almost lost his first heat from Joy and then also Micah Margison. But he looks like he's moving comfortably here to the next round.
Yeah, well, we will have to await the outcome of this heat. We'll go to a quick break and we'll come back and let you know who has progressed through a really tight second heat of the round of 32 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Well, welcome back to day number 4 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We had a short break, but great to be back with heat number 3 featuring Jager Bartholomew, son of surfing legend Rabbit Bartholomew. So I'm sure that the Gold Coast is tuning into this one. He's up against his fellow statesman in Alistair Reginato in the blue. Koshuri Suda in the white, and Thomas Carvalho is also from the Gold Coast. So 3 Queenslanders taking on a Japanese surfer. I'm here with Giada Lagardi. G, saw you on the webcast, just hanging in the competitors area, chatting with the ladies. What's the vibe out there? What's going on?
Yeah, I was having a little chat here and there. First, I was with a little bit of the Australian crew. They were all there cheering their friends on, and you know, the girls are like, oh, every time I want to go back to the hotel, there's someone else in the heat, so might as well just stay here all day. And yeah, the Indo crew as well. I was with Kai and the local Lian. They were cheering on Katut. Unfortunately, just didn't make it. But everyone's really happy to be here. It's warm, it's beautiful. As we see Jagger on his first wave.
Yeah, well, that was a good way to open, a 6.33 for our surfer in red. And here our Japanese surfer. Wow, nice nice control there. A 5.50 has locked in. So I think these guys would have been watching the last heat really, really closely and seen that you just got to make the most of your opportunities when they come. But big boy in the red, locking in a 6.33. You'll be happy with that in the opening few minutes of this heat. We have extended heat times to 30 minutes, and we've got surfers up and riding on the right, also on the left, as we see Reginato going upside down. Does well. This one is continuing to offer him opportunity, and goes vert. You can hear the Aussies. I love the support crew here in the competitors area. The setup is really cool.
Yeah, that was, you could hear everyone. They're all there. Everyone is cheering each other on, and I love that. I love that energy. I think it's great.
Yeah, we're going to throw to Tippy Jarbrick. He's with the last heat winner. Really close heat, Tippy. What can you get out of our Japanese surfer, and let us know how tight that heat was in the water?
Hey, thanks, Justin. Yeah, I'm here with Hiroto Arai. What an amazing comeback from Hiroto. You know, he always, you know, coming back from behind, but I want to get some information from Hiroto. Hiroto, tell me a little bit, you know, you need points, you need score, but you find that a really good left, and it's a 7.00. Tell me a little bit about that one.
Oh, that's very nervous time. I know the Katut is super good surfer, and Joe and other Australian guys very good. So just I got priority in last 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Then I just playing like couple set, then just came good set, and I got that one, and I did like a couple times and got 7, so I'm happy.
Yeah, because you know, on that heats, everything was you know, around 4 range. You know, everybody got a 4s, but you got a 7, and after that you get really comfortable. Tell me a little bit. You were really, really happy. You know, you throw some fist pump to the judges. Is that going to help you with getting a bigger number, or are you just super happy? Tell me a little bit.
Oh, just I was super happy because I really couldn't catch a good wave because like I got 2 falls. Yeah. Then I really want to get a set and then do like maybe 3-4 times. Then I did that, so like yes, I was happy. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you're happy. Hiroto, tell me a little bit. What are you in the rank right now? Where are you standing on the QS Asia rating?
So I really don't know. It's just I didn't go well in Indonesia, crew in Nias. So I just focus this event, and if I win this one, I can go Challenger Series next year. Yeah. So just focus on each heat, yeah. Then maybe hopefully get a good result in here. So yeah.
So tell me a little bit. Where are you from in Japan?
I'm from Kanagawa, Japan. It's my hometown. There's no ocean, so it's 1 or 2 hours from the South Point. So I grew up in a city. I just surfed on the weekend. Then after that, I went to Australia from 13 or 14. Then yeah, like that. So.
Yeah, amazing. So tell me a little bit, who are you traveling with? I saw you're traveling with your wife here. So who else did you travel with? Only two of you, or you have someone else?
Only two of us. Yeah, used to be I travel QS with only Anwa, then other couple Japanese guy, then Australian. But now that after Corona, like I doesn't want a very big group of travel, so just me and my wife. So yeah.
Yeah, it must be a really good support to have your wife on your side, yeah, because she will make sure you have good food, good energy, video you. So you want to say something to your wife?
いつも応援とサポートありがとうね。まあ次も Can you speak in Japanese? いや次も試合でいい結果残して来年の CS 行けるように頑張るんで、また次のラウンドも応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing performance from Hiroto Arai. So back to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Tippy, and yeah, what a great young surfer from Japan. Gee, you can just hear how important this event is for, you know, surfers from all the different regions. 3,000 points can be enough to move them into that spot to get onto the Challenger next year. So a really important event going down here at Jinzun Harbour. In the break, we saw a few good waves locked in. Some really good numbers, a 6.83 for Alistair Reginato, putting him up into second. That is the best wave ridden of this heat. Jagger Bartholomew backed up his 6.33 with a 4.5 to extend on first place. We're going to see a few replays. So this is the 6.83, I'm pretty sure, from Reginato. That turn alone was worth probably 5 points in the context of today's conditions. Does well to get back out there and throw it up nice and vertical once again.
Yeah, there was so much flow in that wave, and this is Jagger's 4.5. He also surfed really well, but I like how Alistair linked his turns, you know, instead of just trying to pump under it, he like floated over the, floated onto the whitewash of the wave.
Yeah, it looked beautiful. He didn't bog or really sink a rail, so a deserving score there. And I can tell you our surfer in white from Japan, a 5.50 on his opener. His backup is a 4.0. He needs to go just a little bit better than that, a 4.51 to move up into a qualifying position. And our surfer in green, Thomas Carvalho, has got a 3.77. Here we go, Reginato now on the forehand. Beautiful first turn. And he's just got really good flow. He just doesn't seem to like wobble or bog. He just keeps his speed and his momentum down the line through every turn.
Yeah, he's really linking up his turns nicely, and there you see all the support crew that are down here to watch him. It's he seems like a really great guy, and I loved the interview the other day when he was in here. He had really great insight.
Whoa.
Oh, that was close.
I thought he was going to ride out of that. I sort of held my breath thinking, oh, he's going to pop out of the white water, but Suda there in the white, unable to stick that. But you can see a really good mix of hard rail surfing being displayed by the boys in red and blue, and a bit of innovation from our surfer in white. He's gone to the air a couple of times now, so he knows how important this heat is. Some big points on offer in the round of 16, so making it through the round of 32 is everyone's desire, of course, and to be down to the final 16 surfers is a really good result regardless if you go further than that. Right now, just under 20 minutes on the clock. Looks like the sun has come out. It's definitely got a little bit warmer in the last sort of half an hour. The competition surfing has been red hot right throughout the event. For you, who's been, you know, one of your favourite surfers to watch?
Well, actually, this guy right now on the screen, Alistair Reginato, has been really killing it. Even one of the Japanese surfers yesterday got 2 7s as well. He was a really great show to watch. The girls' action has been really great as well. Elise Cooper killed it in her heat. And here we have our Japanese surfer in white trying to switch it up. I feel like he might be trying to do a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe he should stick a little bit first to getting 2 scores up there and then switching it up.
Well, you were talking about 7s, and Reginato in the blue just locked in a 7.03. So going from strength to strength is our surfer in blue. The boy from the Sunshine Coast has I've seen him at Australian junior surfing titles in the past, and he has grown into a really impressive young man. And here he goes again. Speak of the devil, he's up and riding, takes to the air, and he just cannot put a foot wrong right now. That was super smooth. He surfs at a really, really high level. So to all the Queenslanders back there, this is a great heat going on. And just a one manoeuvre wave. I'm not sure it'll go into his top two because he's sitting pretty, a two-wave combined total just under 14 with a 7 and a high 6. He'd be feeling pretty confident looking how tight that last heat was.
Yeah, and they definitely want to like analyze that last heat, and it slowed down quite a bit. So giving that extra 5 minutes in those heats gives the surfers a lot of time to be more picky with the waves they choose, and more opportunity as well.
Yeah, 30 minutes with three other 4 very capable surfers in the water. It seems like a lot of time, but it really isn't. The extra 5 minutes is going to be well and truly utilised for all these surfers.
Yeah, you wouldn't imagine, but 5 minutes in a heat is actually a lot of time, and anything could happen. So sometimes when I explain to people how competition works and tell them we only have 20-25 minutes, it's really not as long as it seems.
Well, this guy is keeping the progression really high. He's pretty much tried an aerial manoeuvre on every wave. He's had a pretty good completion rate. That was a pretty functional manoeuvre. I like that he put it in the middle of the wave and not on the end section. So right now looking to improve on a 4.10. His requirement to move into second and overtake our surfer in red, a 5.34. So we'll probably get a replay of that just shortly, and I'll get you to break it down.
Yeah, this is our surfer in white just getting over that first section. A nice start to this wave and wraps it around. Just a lot of variety. That's actually something that I quite enjoy from our surfer in white.
Yeah, he's got a good repertoire of manoeuvres, so he's happy to mix it up, and I think he knows he has to, because right now the two Australians sitting pretty comfortable in first and second. I'll let you know once that wave locks in. I think it has just a 3.87, so it was a smaller wave, and did a lot of the work through the inside part of the wave, not out the back. So doesn't improve his situation, but he is just building on what he's done so far. He's caught the most waves. He's caught 5 waves, so he'd be hoping his 6th wave is a good one. I love this drone shot. It's such a beautiful area. You can see how the waves roll in, and that they break sort of to the south. There's another peak to the north. You've got to sort of stay on your bike and keep moving around out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's really important to stay busy, and actually most of the people that got those better scores are the ones that caught a lot of waves. We saw a few in the past heat that, stayed still and waited and weren't able to get into that rhythm. Sometimes when you wait too long for waves, the nerves start to come in and you freeze up a little bit. Even though the water's really warm, the wind can get quite chilly. I don't know for you guys, but for me it is.
Oh, this is tropical. I'm a bit of a sweater, and yeah, the sun's come out, and the humidity's pretty high here, but certainly in the water it's I've been just surfing in board shorts and a vest. Back at home it's still wetsuit material, so definitely not cold from West Australian standards, but yeah, I can imagine that you're used to the nice warm waters of Indonesia, and the water is really really nice. I like it. It feels like a bath for me, so I haven't been complaining. I love surfing in boardies. It's you just feel so much looser and able to execute that bit better.
Oh, if you come surf at home right now, you'd probably think it's a sauna. It's so hot lately, but that's exactly how I like it.
Well, the nice dark sands of Canggu, sometimes you get out of the water and it feels even hotter. So how have the waves been at home? It's sort of starting to get into the rainy season.
Yeah, the rainy season did start, and it's been raining a lot. We've had quite a few floodings, actually. The north of Bali got hit pretty hard, but luckily back in the south we've been pretty good. Just a lot of water, and the rivers have been flowing a lot. But the G20 is back on.
Yep.
So a lot of traffic, and everyone's just been kind of staying in their own spot.
Yep, 100%. I was lucky enough to surf at Canggu a few weeks ago when I was in Bali, and looking at this wave now is, well, cashing in on priority is Bartholomew. Good first turn. He's a big boy. We were out at dinner with him the other night, and he was definitely loading up on the veggies and the protein, and I can understand why, because he is a big, powerful surfer and throws the tail out there nicely. Looking for a big score to move into first, but right now he's probably just looking to consolidate on his 6.33. The 4.5 could be in danger on the strength of that last wave. But tell us, any tips? I was a little bit sus. There was a bit of rain, and I sort of paddled out through the river mouth at Canggu, and the water was flowing. I was trying to keep my head above water, not get any water in my ears or in my mouth. Any secrets to traveling surfers coming to Bali?
Oh, earplugs. I
Earplugs.
cannot repeat it. Always have earplugs. My personal favorite are the wax ones.
Okay.
Here is just the replay of our surfer Jagger. I think that first turn was probably the money turn of this one, but he finishes it off really nicely. But yeah, for me, it's bring your earplugs and always, always, always wash your ears after you surf as quickly as you can. Even if you get like a quick bottle of water, wash it out just to be safe. There's nothing worse than having an ear infection.
No, I avoided any barley belly or any ear infections. So yeah, it's nice that there is a shower at Canggu now. That's a bit of a cool addition. I don't remember that in the years gone by. So but it's a changing landscape along that stretch of coast. It's a lot busier than the last time I remember.
Oh, but have you been to Bali if you haven't gotten a Bali belly yet?
I don't think you. I've got a bit of an iron stomach, so I try and eat some street food and just get those good bugs into your stomach nice and early. So, but nothing worse than getting Bali belly in the opening few days of a surf trip.
Yeah, and you have to drink a lot of water, keep hydrated. That kind of helps it keep at bay most of the time. This is our heat leader, Alistair Reginato, on his backhand now. He's such a great surfer, so much power and style, and I love the flow he has in between each turn. He really wastes no time to get, the job done.
Yeah, so a nice wave for him. That is his 6th wave, so he is keeping busy, but he seems to have really good wave selection. He knows which waves are going to allow him to unleash, whether on the forehand or the backhand, but right now he's got a couple of healthy scores under the belt. Last score for Red doesn't go into his top 2, a 4.10 for Red, so he holds on to the 4.50. Right now the requirements for White are 5.34 and for Green a 7.06. Looks like these boys are in first and second priorities. This little set wave pops up. They might be splitting the peak.
Look at that setup. It looks like trestles.
It looks so dreamy. You can see just the triangular shape of the white water, just showing the perfect sort of A-frame peak that rolls through here at Jinzun Harbour. It's really cool. I like the fact that it's not like a one-way wave. It doesn't favour any particular stance. You can find those good lefts. The rights are, I don't know, I think the lefts have been, the better scorers today, right on this tide.
Yeah, I think today the better scoring waves have shifted to the left compared to the other days where it was that right. Those other days the wind, made the right have just that bowlier section. As we see Rio Waida's younger brother, Ryuki Waida, getting ready for his next heat. Another amazing talent coming out of Indo. He really trains really hard to get to where he is, and I'm sure he's really inspired by his older brother being the first Indonesian to qualify for the CT.
Yeah, so amazing, and I tip my hat to Tippy Jarbrick and all the hard work that the Asian Surf Co do to put on events like this and provide opportunity for Asian surfers to do what Rio has done and join the elite ranks, the championship tour. It's where every surfer wants to get to. The prize money's big. The waves are some of the best in the world, and if you can do it, it is, it's an accomplishment not many surfers in the world can achieve. So well done to Rio. and I'm sure his brother in the next heat will be drawing inspiration from that.
Yeah, I'm sure Rio is going to be watching his heat. He told me recently that he likes to watch every single heat he can. He'll even wake up sometimes at 3 a.m. in the morning just to watch a CT event.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you learn, is by watching the best, and yeah, he's going to be joining those elite ranks next year. So he is he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I really look forward to seeing him in Margaret River in April of next year. Margaret River can be quite a difficult location in your rookie year, but who knows? He's so close to WA. He might do a couple of trips down and try and familiarise himself with the waves there.
Yeah, actually last time I went, I wasn't able to go to Margaret River, so hopefully someday I'll get myself over there.
Come on, you're welcome back anytime. 7 minutes on the clock right now, and the ocean has gone just a little bit sleepy. The situation remains with Alistair Reginato, the Sunshine Coast surfer, sitting in first position with a 7.03 and a 6.83. A nice two-wave combined total of 13.86. Our surfer in red, the son of Bugs, the living legend, is in second place. His requirement is now a 7.53 to go up into the lead, but he doesn't probably need to go into the lead. He just needs to get a bit of breathing space between white and himself. The Japanese surfer in the white has second priority. He's chasing a 5.34, which he knows he can do because he's already got a 5.5 in the bank. And right now, Green has he's just wanting to get rid of that 0.43, which is hindering his scoreline. If he locks in anything better, that requirement of a 7.06 is going to reduce and put him in a better position with just on 6 minutes remaining in this. Heat number 3 of the round of 32. So Jada, tell us a little bit more about your experiences in the commentary booth.
Well, yeah, I absolutely love being in here. I love hanging out with you guys, and I've learned so much. And, you know, there's actually so much more behind commentating than I would have ever imagined.
Yep.
But I'm sure everyone knows that. It's a really interesting job, and I love getting to know all the athletes a little bit better, getting to interview everyone, and I'm stepping out of my comfort zone. So I'm excited that I get to mix it up with competing as well. It gives me that little extra knowledge, I think. Maybe because I'm watching the waves all day and I see how this wave works. So I think it's a great mix.
Yeah, you get to see each and every one of the judges' scores. You get to see how the averages play out. So I think it's a great thing, and I'm sure it'll benefit your surfing moving forward. But you're doing a great job. Keep it up. These guys in the water are doing a great job as well with 5 minutes on the clock. Nervous times for, I guess, our surfer in red. The target is on his back. And well, with third priority, he's going to try and improve on that 4.5. Up and riding on his backhand. Good first hit, but unfortunately bogs a rail and goes down. So he'll go to the back of the priority queue, but you can see he was really motivated to improve on that 4.5.
Yeah, and I actually think maybe that wave had the potential to do so. Interesting that he actually got it under priority, so I'm sure he won't be having trouble to find another one because he knows that the surfer in white only needs a 5.34. Seeing that he's already gotten a 5.5, they both know that he's very capable of doing so. So Jagger, maybe some nerves got into play now that with that fall.
Yeah, well, it was a cool insight from Alistair. He was in here on the couch with us chatting, and I asked him, do you prefer to go right or prefer to go left? And a bit of a surprise answer saying he does actually prefer to go left. So, you know, if you're from the east coast of Australia, a lot of really quality right-hand point breaks, but you can see Reginato's got a lethal backhand, a really good forehand as well, but that was a cool little bit of insight that we got from the surfer in blue yesterday. So he said if there was a peak that popped up back at home, he'd probably swing left and go on his backhand.
Yeah. So Justin, what are some of your highlights from this event?
As a first-time player here at the Taiwan Open of surfing, I really had no expectations. I didn't know what to expect, but I've just had big open eyes and, you know, either driving to where we're staying in the city, I was just blown away by all the neon lights and, you know, the cool little shops and all the small little eateries. But, you know, for me, probably the highlight's been just the natural beauty of this place, just the awesome mountains and, yeah, but surfing-wise, I've loved the performance from all the surfers as we see White here chasing a 5.34. He's got a pretty good wave ahead of him. That was a nice turn. He's definitely going to stick with this one. Let's see, a little nose wipe, bit of downtime. He's going to try and link this inside section up.
Oh, that's a tough one for me. I'm not sure if that's going to be the requirement. I think it could be just maybe in, maybe not. It's an iffy one for me.
Yeah, it's going to be tight as we see our heat leader. Talk us through this one.
This is our heat leader, Alistair, opening first turn and air reverse for the finishing. I think he's just so relaxed. He's just having fun out there.
Yep, he looks very comfortable on his equipment and in these conditions, so just hasn't put a foot wrong. But yeah, for me, what I really like, I've worked in the Australian surf industry for quite some time, and I've been lucky enough to go to a lot of Australian titles, as we do see Jin Zun Harbour, our location here for the Taiwan Open of surfing. But you can see just these beautiful mountain ranges, the clouds covering it. The water's nice and clean here. I've been surprised how beautiful the place is. So yeah, I've just been absolutely in awe of the environment, the people, the food. You'll hear us saying about it all the way through. But yeah, for me, what I've really liked is working in the industry for a long time and going to Australian titles and seeing all these competitors in their younger years as teenagers, and then, you know, sort of seeing them here at a professional World Surf League event, and they've all grown up, they've all developed their surfing, and yeah, they're all young adults now, which is really cool, and they've stuck with their guns and improved over the years. And this guy was in Yallingup, I think back in 2016, competing as an under-16, and he's grown a lot in height and width, and his surfing is looking really sharp. So right now, the last score has just fallen short for our Japanese surfer, a 4.8. He still requires a 5.34, so with 30 seconds on the clock, it looks like the two Australians are in a pretty good position to progress out of this one. Unfortunately, Thomas Carvalho hasn't had a great heat, but a good effort nonetheless from him and our Japanese surfer in the white. 10 seconds on the clock. We'll probably count this one out as we look again through the drone view of our amazing setup here. And we will congratulate Alistair Reginato and Jager Bartholomew on a really, really good performance. We'll take a short break and be right back with some more action very soon.
Too small, I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk.
Hello and welcome back. That is beautiful Jinzun Harbour. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are into Heat 4 in the round of 32. As you can see, it's a picture-perfect day here in Taitung County. That is Jagger Bartholomew coming through in second place from his last heat, making his way up the rather treacherous cobblestones. And 1-2 for the Aussies. Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast first, Jagger Bartholomew from the Gold Coast in second. And the heat in front of us right now, Kajiri Nishi is from Japan. Ryuki Waida, I think he was born in Japan but is Indonesian. Takuto Ota is Japanese and Mamoto Suzuki is Japanese. And there's 27 minutes to run. We have added 5 minutes to the clock in the round of 32. Shada Lagati alongside me. You would have surfed with Ryuki a lot over your career.
Yeah, actually just before coming here I saw Ryuki surfing my home break Chengdu a lot. He was out there even on days that was really big and windy and onshore, and he was still out there training. My friends from Surfers of Bali have the clips of that day as well.
Will he get a run, or is it just going to be more of the Giada show?
Oh, maybe more of the Giada show, but Ryuki gets a star in every once in a while.
Ryuki's a big lad these days. I remember him being a tiny little grom, and these days he's pretty thick.
Yeah, Ryuki has grown so much these past few years, and more so, people confuse him and Rio in the water all the time. I've gotten definitely more than once, oh, Rio's in the water, and I look over and it's Ryuki. I'm like, oh, I don't think that's Rio.
Rio, through no fault of his own, he spends a lot of his year traveling and surfing around the QS and the Challenger Series, and next year the Championship Tour, so maybe he doesn't get the opportunity to get stuck in as much, but the footage we see of Ryuki coming out of Indonesia, he's a charger.
Oh yeah, Ryuki is definitely one of the best surfers I've seen surf Desert Point. I remember during the pandemic he was there a lot, and wow, he's so stylish, and he's always on the best ones as well. And I've heard so many comments of him like, wow, Ryuki surfing deserts. He was like, many even said he was like a match made in heaven.
Yeah, right, on his backhand.
Even though he's on his backhand, yeah.
He got the start in the Rip Curl Cup at Padang last year as well. So yeah, he's not afraid to get stuck in when it's big and solid in the Indonesian left.
Yeah, something I really admire about Ryuki is the fact that, he surfs every day pretty much different wave. You won't really see him surf the same wave twice in a matter of 2 or 3 days. So first you'll see him in Padang, maybe the next day in Padma or Legian, and we see our Japanese surfer Mamoto Suzuki on his backhand. 3 really swift and fast whippy turns.
Yeah, we saw Mamoto yesterday. He's got a wicked style, throws plenty of water. Speaking of wicked style and throwing plenty of water, Alistair Reginato, winner of the last heat, is having a chat with our own Justin Majex right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Here with Alistair Reginato. Impressive performance yesterday, mate. You've kept the momentum rolling through to the round of 32. How do you feel after that heat?
Yeah, feeling good. That was a pretty tough heat. The boys got off to a really good start, getting a couple of waves at the start, which was kind of nice to come back and put a bit of pressure on me. And the waves are still really fun. It's a lot slower today, but having half an hour heats really allows you to be a bit more patient and wait for the waves, knowing that there's a lot of time. So it was, it was really fun.
Mate, you banked a 7 and a high 6. Do you worry too much about the scores, or just know the job you got to do out there? Do you anticipate what the judges are going to throw, or just let your surfing do the talking?
Yeah, let your surfing do the talking. I think is pretty important. You can't really manufacture too many scores out there, so just surfing the wave to what it provides, and it usually provides a little bit of something. So yeah, just kind of taking it as it comes and hoping for a good score and take what you can get. And it was lucky to get a couple of 6s, and it was fun.
3 boys from the Gold Coast in that heat. Stoked to see another big fella, Jager, move on through. But, are you travelling with a good support crew? They're here watching your heat. How good is it to have a good, solid base of support here when you're surfing out in front?
Yeah, super important. Like you said, 3 Queenslanders. They're 2 Goldies on the lone sunny coaster, so it's always nice to get one up on the Snapper Rocks crew. But yeah, Jagsy's a good mate of mine. We've known each other for a long time, surfed against each other since we were like 10 years old. So it's good to get through with him, run the same board. So yeah, we have a lot of things that we kind of bounce off each other. But yeah, it's always good to get one against the other Queenslanders. And we're all here to support each other. So if it wasn't for my heat, I probably would have been backing them in another one.
It looked like you changed up your equipment, opted for the epoxy. Talk us through that equipment change.
Yeah, well, I actually rode my board that I rode yesterday in the free surf. And it just felt a little bit softer than it was yesterday. I think it's dropped a little. And then just watching the first few heats and talking to a few of the boys, they felt it was dying a little bit. And it wasn't as punchy as it was yesterday. It was a little bit soft. And I've been riding that board a fair bit in the last week, so I knew what it would go like, and I felt like the conditions we had today, it was really a little bit sparkier and a little bit quicker than what my PU was, and it worked a treat.
Yeah, it looked really good. Mate, you don't seem to bog rail at all. Your flow and your technique's really good. Do you do any training when you're back at home?
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely had my fair share of bogging. But yeah, I've put in a fair bit of time over the last few years with my coach at home, Grant Thomas, and also been working with Bottle a fair bit for the last 3 years. So yeah, definitely put a lot of hard work into smoothing out my style and my surfing. And I feel like I've come a long way in the last 2 years.
GT and Bottle, a wealth of knowledge there. Those guys are both legends. Anyone you want to do a shout out to or say good day to back at home?
Yeah, good day to Grant and Bottle if they're watching. And to the fam, I'm sure Mum and Dad are tuning in at work, so good day, Mum and Dad.
Well done. Congratulations on another great performance, and look forward to seeing you in the round of 16, mate. Cheers. We'll throw back to you guys and talk us through this heat.
Thank you very much, Justin. All right, Mamoto Suzuki, a 5.83 and a 3.5 sees him sitting in first. Kajiro Nishi, just a minor score. Ryoki Waida, couple of minors, and Takuto Ota yet to open his account. We're a third of the way through this one. 10 minutes done, 20 to run. And yeah, a lot of surfers riding epoxies these days. Once upon a time, you would never see an epoxy at an event, and now an event like this, they are probably more cited in heats than your traditional PUs.
Well, yeah, the other day when Reef Heaslwood was in here, he was actually saying that when they first arrived, they were all kind of discussing with him and his friend group what board they might ride, and actually most of them, or all of them, ended up saying that the epoxy was actually the best choice out there.
Okay, here's the replay of Moto Suzuki's, I'm going to say this is his 5.83, just going really vertical. Love the way he released the tail on that turn. This is Kajiro Nishi's 3.3. And we're still waiting for one more score to come in for Kajiro. And Moto Suzuki also got a 3.5 for a smaller right, where he threw something that was halfway between an aerial and a chop up on his backhand. And just a minor score resulting from that one. 19 minutes to go. That is a gorgeous looking shot up the coast. We couldn't help ourselves this morning on the drive in. Got a little bit touristic and pulled over at one of the lookouts to take a few sunset shots. It was a pretty spectacular sunrise this morning.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you around, Binzi. So you can do our little bit of tourist guiding. Maybe today we were thinking of heading to a waterfall after the contest.
Yeah, there's also the stream, or the river that flows up. We need to go and investigate that.
Yeah, I'm really curious. You know, I just can't imagine a river going up.
There's also a pretty spectacular gaping cave up the coast that's worth a look, if you can find it. And there's plenty of little temples. There's all sorts of obscure statues. You name it. Everywhere you look, there's a little something, something. You take a wrong turn, you go down a back alley and you walk in, you come across a statue of a wizard, or 7-Eleven's got like an Astro Boy on a surfboard out the front of it. There's all this cool little quirky stuff everywhere you go.
Yeah, I'm excited to get our adventure on here. And we were just saying as well that there's so many options in the city of restaurants that it's really hard to pick where you want to go.
So we went the oysters and pork intestines last night. How's that sitting with you this morning? Here's Momoto Suzuki, forehand, sort of layback slash finner. Nothing comes of it. And now this is Takuto Ota. He's waited almost 13 minutes for this. And was that worth the wait? I'm going to say not quite.
Yeah, this heat has gone quite a bit quiet compared to the earlier one. We were just saying how it's been quite a trend where most of the heat winners are the ones that kept most busy. Whereas if you, you know, kind of stay still and wait for too long, it's easy to freeze up a little bit. Here, the drone shots are actually some of my favorite angles, especially when you can see the whole backdrop of the event. I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was flying the drone last night when we were surfing after play had closed, but they were really low, right above the action. Surfers of Taiwan, perhaps? Is that another Instagram account you're going to pop up on?
Maybe.
Okay, scores are in. Takuto Ota, his last wave was a 3.8. That's enough for third. But really, at the moment, it's just Momoto Suzuki's 5.83 that's the number of significance. And then a whole lot of not much behind that.
Yeah, you can really, like we said earlier, the peaks have really shifted. So they're quite far apart from each other. And, you know, the left seem to be giving a little bit more points this time than the other days when it was the right.
Yeah, this is probably our weakest day for swell so far, and we're just about to hit high tide, so that's why it's a little bit sleepy. Normally it's non-stop. Hopefully once we get on the other side of the tide and it starts draining, we'll see a little bit of push come back into the arena.
Here, Keijiro Nishi yesterday dropping 2 sevens in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, one of 3 Nishi brothers in this heat, and Momoto Suzuki, he's a brother as well. His sister Amuro won a World Junior title right here at Jinzun Harbour. And here he is, the man in the red jersey. Big turn, plenty of water thrown on that one. And he's a fleet-footed, stylish guy with a big wig of hair. Talking to TP Jabrick yesterday, who's saying every goofy footer looks up to Rob Machado, and he thinks that Momoto Suzuki would be the same.
Momoto Suzuki, quite a stylish surfer.
He is a cool-looking cat.
As well as Mark Tong from Philippines.
John Mark Takong. All right, this is Momoto Suzuki working his way down the line. He's looking to get rid of a 3.5 and build on his 2-wave total. That turn's not going to amount for much, and nothing from this point is really going to count too much. Just little fractions here and there, a little bit of a whip just to sign off. The last wave comes in at 2.77, so it does not go into Momoto's top 2. Here goes Takuto Ota. That was a swing and a miss. 14 minutes remaining. Priority is with Ryuki Waida. Just a 1 and a 0.5 for Ryuki, so this is a really slow heat for all of our surfers. Just Momoto Suzuki's 5.83, the only real number that matters at this stage of the game. Have you been down to Leftovers yet? The little left on the other side of the bay?
No, I actually haven't been there yet, but I have heard of a few surfers heading over.
Yeah, I think that's got your name all over it.
Hope so. Is it anything like Sandbar?
Couldn't tell you because I've never surfed it. I generally avoid lefts wherever possible.
Unless it's a moment of desperation out here when there's 50,000 people out and your only option is the left.
You take whatever you can get out here. It shifts around a lot as well yesterday. You know, you paddle into what you think is a right, and then you realise that the peak has shifted and you're looking at the left and you don't have a choice.
Yeah, but something I do enjoy about this wave is that it's very spread out. So even though there's a lot of people out, it's all really spreaded.
Yeah, have a look at the distance between all four of our surfers there. Here goes Ryuki Ueda, looking to get himself back into the picture. It's only a small wave, but it's running for him, and he's going to reel off a string of good turns. That was a nice one as well. So he's building momentum down the line. And gets a bit of applause going from the grandstand next to us. So expect that to be a pretty decent number by this heat's standards.
Yeah, that's looking like it's going to be maybe one of the better waves of this heat. Well, actually not maybe. I think it is. It was one of the longest waves I've seen being ridden today as well. Really opened up for him, and he surfed that beautifully with so much flow and style. So I'm excited to see Ryuki get back into this heat. Even now with those, just extra 5 minutes is so much in a heat. So this is Ryuki's replay from the drone. I love this angle. You can really see all the backdrop and Ryuki surfing this wave. Really well timed, and you see the spray come out the back.
All right, there it is, 4.93, the result for Ryuki. But the last wave for Kajiro Nishi was a 3.6, and Momoto Suzuki is still in the lead. Here goes Kajiro again. 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Releases the tail, that was nicely done. Skates out of that one sideways and really revs himself up. Now Momoto Suzuki swinging into action. So this heat's starting to come to life in the back third. We've got some numbers to come in. And once they have dropped, we'll give you the full update with 10 minutes remaining. What we do know is Ryuki Ueda and Takuto Ota are going to be chasing scores. Takuto Ota with priority. He's not going to hang around for a number. He's just going to take off on this wave. Decides there's nothing there and thinks he'd probably rather grab priority again because there's no one in the lineup right now. We're waiting for scores from all four surfers. Looks like Ryuki might be the closest to the zone. He's really putting in the big ones. The outboard is running. So here's Momoto's replay.
So opening up with a really nice first turn and straight into that second one in the pocket. And gets that third one in and gets a little bit stuck into the whitewash. Whereas right behind him, Green, that first turn, gets around the section. A little foam climb, but here for me is where all the points are going to come in. A little bit of a tail drift there, and he was really liking the feel of that. Little fist bump.
All right, 9.5 minutes to go. We are waiting on scores for all surfers except for Ryuki Ueda. So he's got a 5.93. We'll know what he'll be chasing once scores drop in for his three opponents. There's the drone shot again. Just the one fishing boat out on the horizon plying its trade. There is a harbour right behind us. You could literally fall out of our commentary box and end up in the back of a boat. And there's even a little left that breaks out of the harbour sometimes, Yada, that I think you'd quite like, but not enough swell for it this week.
Yeah, hopefully coming back here I'll be able to surf a few more of the other waves in the upcoming days.
Still just waiting on the last score for Kajiro Nishi. Momoto Suzuki has dropped to 4.5. That extends his lead. So once this score comes in for Green, we'll bring you the full update. Here goes Momoto again. He's really liking these little lefts. Flying down the line, you know he's eyeing off a ramp. Gets his section, air reverse, and rides out of it. Not quite. The drone left us in suspense for a little while.
That was looking like a... Here's Kajiro Nishi. Beautiful connecting turns, and
wow,
I love that, how he can drift that tail so often.
Yeah, it's a really flat kind of style of surfing. Not much rail in any of those turns, but just flicking that tail through 180 degrees pretty easily. So really fleet-footed surfing. Here's the replay of Momoto's wave.
Not much in the first part of the wave, but he just goes and boosts. Doesn't quite ride out of it. It seems as though the whitewash got him. And let's see this wave by Kijiro.
So a bit of rail there, I recant that, but down here these turns are quite flat.
Yeah, it seems like he has so much ease to release that tail. He's done it quite a few times, even on that small wave. It's not easy to do.
Just over 7 minutes remaining. Currently, Takuto Ota is chasing a 3.13 and Ryuki Waida is chasing a 2. We're waiting on another score to come in for Kajiro Nishi. 7 minutes remaining. Up next in Heat 5, Marlon Harrison, who looked really good yesterday, will be in the red jersey. Bronson Mady, one of yesterday's best single wave scores. Great air reverse after breaking the board he started his heat on, will be in the blue jersey. Keiki Yamanaka is in white and Xavier Huxtable is in green.
Oh, that's
the last score for Kajiri Nishi. Oh, sorry, this is his second last score, so he's still got another one to come. But his previous was a 5.2. And now Takuto Ota is chasing a 5.01 and Ryuki Waida is chasing a 3.88. Here goes Kajiro once again.
Yeah, Kajiro starting to keep really busy in the last 6 minutes of this heat. You know, you can really see him ramp up his wave count. Momoto as well. Ryuki seems to have gone a little bit quiet. I'm not sure if he's waiting for a bigger set to come by. He doesn't need a big score. Only looking for a 3.88, but we're still waiting for a 1 score of Kajiro to come in.
Well, he's not waiting for it. He's going to take off on this one on his backhand. He's got some work to do. Gets 2 turns in and never really found the open face with too much conviction. All right, second last wave for Kajiro was a 4.5. So I think there was a little score missing in Kajiro's scoreline for a long time. But that's finally all been rectified. He's just had 3 scores drop in quick succession, and we can tell you that his third last wave was a 5.2, his second last wave was a 4.5, and so he is sitting in second. He's chasing a 5.14 for the lead. Takuto Ota is chasing a 5.9 for second, and Ryuki Waida is chasing a 4.78. There's 4.5 minutes remaining. On screen, that is Momoto Suzuki.
Yeah, we wait for those scores to drop. We didn't really see Ryuki's
last wave. No, it was a 3.97, so that's gone into his top 2. Doesn't affect anything. He's still needing a 4.78 for second. 4 minutes remaining. So Momoto Suzuki with a 5.83 and a 4.5 is in the lead. Kajiro Nishi, he's got a 5 and a 4. He's sitting second. Ryuki's just about got a 5, and just about got a 4. So he's just in third. And Takuto Ota has a pair of 3s. And these guys will all be looking to sink their teeth into something a bit more substantial. Here goes Ryuki right now. Needs to ride out of this one. It's not to be. He goes down with 3 minutes 30 remaining.
Yeah, there's still time left, though. As we've seen, the paddle back out, it doesn't take so long. And we've seen in other heats as well where those surfers get those bigger scores in the last few dying seconds of the heat. The wind seems to have stayed down this morning, which is a really good sign, but the tide coming up could mean that the wave might flatten out a little bit.
Yeah, we're pretty much bang on high tide right now, so hopefully once the tide starts to drain, things will pulse a little bit. And yeah, these last couple of heats have been a little bit lackluster. It's looking like we've got plenty more swell in the remaining days of the waiting period.
Look at that view.
That's the competitors area. See the Rockstar Onianwa on screen to the left. And the surfers are pretty well looked after here.
Yeah, there's the snack corner right behind the athletes. Always stocking up on new snacks every day. I go ahead and try something new. And the water as well out the back.
2 minutes. Here goes Kajiro Nishi looking to defend second place. A 5.14 would put him into the lead. And that's going to be a decent number by this heat standards. Here goes Takuto Oda. Found a section. Released the tail. A little bit of work to do in the white water to try and get back out on the open face. 3 turns, but never really... the first turn was his biggest, and there wasn't a whole lot after that. 90 seconds to go. Conditions a little bit tricky right now.
Yeah, Ryuki and Ota not really finding their rhythm in this heat just yet. There we see a set approaching. Our surfer in white taking a look. He'll be definitely wanting to catch this one.
One minute, so priority is with our heat leader, Mamoto Suzuki. Ryuki Waida, his last wave of substance was a 3.97. He's still chasing a 4.78 to get up to second. Takuto Oda is looking for a 5.9 to get up to second. And yeah, time is getting very, very critical for the surfers in this heat.
Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be so much coming out in the horizon. A little bit of a frustrating moment.
Okay, 30 seconds to go. Can Mamoto Suzuki hang on? You would imagine so. Kajiro Nishi won't be comfortable. Ryuki Waida is only looking for a 4.78. 15 seconds to go. This is heat leader Mamoto Suzuki looking to seal the deal. Under 10 seconds. And, well, Mamoto is out of there. Air reverse just to sign off. Here goes Ryuki. This is to see if he can get up to second place, and he stomped the air reverse. We'll need to go to the replays to see what exactly he did before that. He's chasing a 4.78. Wow, this is in the ballpark.
What a way to end that heat.
Okay, here's the whole wave. Talk us through it from start to finish.
So here he is. It was just that one turn. He's looking for 4.78. Let's see what the judges think. Will this be enough? Binzi, what do you think?
Oh, it was just one turn. It was done under a lot of pressure. God, I would hate to have to throw a score at this one. The judges will go and watch a ton of replays. They'll be comparing, you know, that wave to, say, Kajiro Nishi's 5.2, Ryuki's previous 4.93. Like, this has to be, you know, it doesn't have to be Ryuki's best wave. Of course, that was the left where he did quite a few turns. Mamoto Suzuki, best wave of the heat, 5.83. He did sort of 2 or 3 turns on that one. One air reverse. It was a good one. And there was a ton of pressure on it, but that doesn't come into the score. I don't know. Mamoto Suzuki, I think, is about to extend his 2-wave total. His last wave is going to be the best of the heat, a 6.73. But all eyes are on this one. It's the battle for second place. Has Ryuki Waida done enough to advance to the round of 16? Is he claiming it, or is he asking the judges, what was that? What do you think of that?
Maybe a little bit of both.
So he is looking for a 4.78, and it's looking like he's going to do it. Ryuki Waida has dropped a 6.13, so the judges say that is more than enough, and he is through to the next round. All right, well done, Ryuki, and congratulations to Mamoto Suzuki. Giada, maybe you could go and have a chat with both of them. We're going to roll on into Heat 5 right after this quick break.
But 最快最好玩的方法，你看口水它移动的方向，它就是我们地面风的速度最最高。
等一下呢，我们要去的那个前点要上天桥，深度蛮深的，所以我们都要检查一下哈，你的电脑表看看有没有进入最大明显的视线。
Welcome back to Jinzun Harbour, Taitung County, down in the southeastern corner of Taiwan. This is the 12th Taiwan Open of surfing in the water right now. This is Xavier Huxtable from the southeast corner of Australia. Torquay, no less, getting the job done on his backhand to kick off his campaign. Fellow Victorian Marlon Harrison opened up with a 6.83 that I can't wait to see on the replay to rocket into the lead. He's since backed that up with a 2.83. So this heat already looking a little livelier than the last one that was redeemed in the last few minutes, with Momoto Suzuki high scoring on his last wave, and then Ryuki Waida, a Hail Mary, dropping a 6 to sneak in, after sitting outside of the qualifying positions for the sort of 29 minutes of that heat. Tibi Jabrick, welcome back to the booth. What did you think of Ryuki's effort just then?
Yeah, I would say there was an amazing opportunity that come to him just around 10-second mark. Ryuki have no hope, and then suddenly there's a big set. Actually, Keijiro was next to him, and then he cannot do anything because Ryuki have a higher priority. He was, being cool-headed, and then all he needed is just a 4.9. Did that quite, committed maneuver right there. Stomped like a nice aerial 360, and he rewarded with a good score.
All right, so on that note, let's cross down to Giada Lagati, who is with the winner of the last heat, Momoto Suzuki.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here with the winner of the last year, Momoto Suzuki. You've been here to Taiwan a few times. Tell us what you like about here, what you think of the waves.
I come before here was more bigger, but this year was like getting smaller, so yeah, I was pretty nervous before my hit, so I just keep busy, then yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where in Japan are you from, and what you do in your free time in Japan?
I surf in Chiba, so it's kind of same. So yeah.
Do you have a preheat routine? What do you listen to? What music? Any dance moves maybe?
Yeah, but I listen kind of hip hop, so yeah, so just yeah.
We know your sister has won a Junior World Title here. Did you talk to her, get any advice before coming here? Maybe what boards to bring or what equipment?
No, nothing. No, just to cut because she went to Brazil, so yeah, I don't talk with her.
So no advice from your sister?
Yeah, no.
All right, would you like to say anything to your friends and family back at home?
そうですね、まあ波ちっちゃいんですけど、まあいっぱい波乗って頑張ります。
All right, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Yada and Mamoto Suzuki. Clearly a man who lets his surfing do his talking. Even when he was given the opportunity in Japanese, he just sort of a couple of little, there he goes, and a quick nod, and he is out of there. He's not the biggest fellow. He was swimming in that contest jersey. They're meant to be skin tight.
Yeah, he's a quite skinny guy, Mamoto. You know, I think, I don't know, the condition now is favoring like a smaller guy, like Mamoto there. But on this heat, Xavier is not considered a small guy, actually.
No, he's a unit. He's a big, solid chunk of a lad. A 5.5, his opening score. Still keen to see what Marlon Harrison did on his opening 6.83. That's the best wave we've seen in a little while. It'd be great to see it. And Bronson Matey, well, he's one of your Indonesian crew. What do you know about Bronson, Tibby?
Yeah, Bronson is the new upcoming guy from Indonesia. He's born and grew up in Lakey Peak, surfed there a lot, and one day Rizal just came down there and see the talent of Bronson, and you know, now he's one of a part of the family of the Tanjung, you know, with Rizal and Chandra. They take good care of Bronson, you know, making sure that he can travel, chasing his dream alongside Varun. I would say they're pretty you know, pretty strong, solid young crew that competing around QS these days.
Yep, and Bronson, one of the best aerials yesterday to get that score. Have you spoken to him since his heat? Was he happy with how things went?
Yeah, I talked to him. I checked his board. He broke his board previous of that big aerial. The board that he broke, actually his favorite board. It's an you know, a new technology, and then there's no stringer on that board, so it's pretty much done as it was creased just above his fin line. So he's surfing with his second choice surfboards right now.
He also seemed to have taken a big chunk out of his shin as well, so he must have put his legs straight through his board.
I think so, yeah. He have some cuts on his elbow, and then it was that board just going sideways after that landing of his aerial, actually.
Speaking of Indonesians landing clutch aerials, Giada Lagarde is talking to a guy who just snuck through after the buzzer with a buzzer-beating air reverse of his own, Ryuki Waida.
Yeah, so I'm here with Ryuki. Your last wave, everyone was on their toes. We all couldn't stop. Everyone got up and was thinking, and you got the score. Tell us what you were, you know, what you were feeling and what you were thinking as well.
I just super happy, and like there's like 5 more seconds, and I saw that wave like fat, and I didn't think there's section. Then I just go, and then like I saw some section, and I don't need like 4 something. Then I just my thinking, I think I just go do air, and then I did.
You know, when you did that air, you came up, you looked at the judges, your hands were spread open. Was that acclaiming it, or was that thinking, oh, maybe I did, maybe not?
Yeah, I was thinking like, I didn't think like I got it or not, just like I claim it, and then I don't know. Yeah, I just do claim, but I'm not sure that that's gonna be like 6 or something.
You know, in that situation, I'm sure your nerves are super high. And what do you do to kind of take control of your mind and get the job done?
Yeah, I don't know, my mind just like, for a second I was blank, and then like the heat start, I don't know where the waves breaking, and I don't know where I have to wait the wave. So like for 15 minutes, I didn't get the good wave. Then first wave was like 4 point, I got the good lap. Then after that, until like 5 seconds, I didn't get any good wave.
You know, I asked Momoto this, and I'll ask you too, because I'm sure everyone's curious to know what great surfers like you guys do to prepare for your heat. So do you have like a specific playlist you listen to? Do you know, read a book?
I didn't do anything. I just like keep focused on the wave. Yeah.
So no music, nothing?
Nothing.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ricky. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Terima kasih untuk mendukung, dan semoga di next round-nya juga bisa lebih baik. Terima kasih.
All right. That was Ryuki. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Yada. All right. Great hit from Ryuki, and it was only a few years ago that older brother Rio was competing here at the World Juniors in a star-studded field that featured guys like Matthias Hurdy, Kay Butler, and Jet Schilling, and a bunch of others who've gone on to take it to the highest levels of the Challenger Series. Here's Bronson Matey, still flying the Merah Putih for Indonesia, the red and white flag, and drops the shoulder in a little layback and gets a big reaction from the surfers gallery next door to us. That is Bronson's first wave. Keiki Yamanaka yet to open his account. Marlon Harrison has a pair of sixes, and hopefully we can check back and see how they were put together. Talk us through this replay, Tippy.
Yeah, a little kicktail right there from Bronson. Another strong top kicktail there. Just a little bit hung on that one, but this one is strong. Almost, you know, a full tail slide there, going the other way. It's going to be a good score there for Bronson Matey. Not a big numbers been scored from Bronson or Kaiki, but Javier Huxtable and Marlon Harrison. Looks like Marlon is running away on himself.
And here goes Xavier Huxtable looking to lock in his second scorer and really build a bit of separation between the two Victorians and their competitors. Save's not done yet either. He's a little bit of a Huntington hop there, trying to get through to the end of that left. Wasn't to be, the wave peters out. And there are a few of Xavier and Marlon's Victorian mates. That was Tully Wiley and Spencer Kay on screen, and the Harrisons.
Yeah, what a great numbers there from Marlon Harrison, yeah. We can see here Javier Huxtable on a replay. Couple strong top turn there from his backside. Unlucky for him, this wave just kind of like not offering him any of that finishing maneuver at the end of it. But it could still be, you know, the damage still already been done on the first two maneuver right there.
Yeah, so not sure what Marlon did on the 6.33, but he will be happy all the same. He's got a 6.83 and a 6.33 to sit comfortably in the lead. Xavier Huxtable with a decent second number of his own to come in. Bronson Matey with a decent number to come, and Keiki Yamanaka. We're already 14 minutes through this heat. Time to ditch the priority and start catching his waves, I think. Here's Bronson on his second scorer. Looks to take to the sky. He knew that was going to happen. Puts it down nice and smooth, and the Indonesian contingent next to us goes bananas over there, man. We're seeing a big number dropping for Bronson's first wave. Here goes Keiki Yamanaka opening his account. Not sure what he got up to out the back, but Bronson Matey is about to throw the cat amongst the pigeons when his two waves drop in. First one's looking very substantial. There it is, a 7.67, so best wave we've seen in a little while, Tippy.
Yeah, that was a strong one. This is from Kaiki. We did miss a couple of his first two maneuver right there. But I have to say, this heat is just lining up right now. Kaiki with a good opening two maneuver right there. This is just a little bit of a tap right there. So I'm interesting on see what that score gonna be. And this is the one. this is what we call commitment, full row, nothing holding him back. And with a 7.67 on his first opening ride, that would definitely put closer to Marlon or even better.
Well, you think about what Ryuki got a 6.4 with his air reverse, and Bronson's was clearly a lot more pop, a lot more amplitude, spun it a lot faster, and a bigger wave. So I think that's got to go well above the 6, and we'll put Bronson Matey into the lead. 14.5 minutes remaining. Last wave for Xavier Huxtable is a 5.77, so that puts him into second. Numbers still to come for Bronson Matey, 14 minutes to run.
Yeah, the difference between all these surfers with Bronson, I think Bronson have that, like extra pop on every maneuver that he did. It shows like it pushed the boundaries a little bit more. Here we go, him on the backside.
So last wave for Bronson Matey was an 8 up into the excellent range. He's got an 8 and a 7.67. He is in the lead. Beautifully done by Bronson Matey.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a left, and somehow he's got a forehand air reverse out of it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he did not realize that he got an 8, because right now the beach announcer is going to announce that he got an 8. Now he's going to paddle faster for sure.
Talk us through this one.
So this is the left hand that Bronson get before he even know about that 8-point score. He thought he's still chasing score for, looks like it. That's why he's milking that wave until the end. How did he do that? It's something that, a talented surfers only can do.
I'm baffled by that. You occasionally see the big figure 8 cut back with a reverse off the rebound, but that was a fin blow, and then a redirect, and then a reverse going the other way.
Yeah.
So that was, it wasn't huge. It won't be a big scorer, but it was technical. That was crazy.
Yeah, and this is putting like Marlon Harrison and Xavier Huxtable to, big numbers to catch if they want to be first or second even. Yeah, any of other heats that we see before with 11.27 and a 13.16, it could be going to first place, but this one, Bronson Matey just pushing the boundaries with an 8.00 with one big aerial maneuver and a 7.67. Here we go. This is I think this is a big aerial.
Yep, this is the 8-point ride.
Boom.
Tail high, spun it around. No need for a grab. It was so sure underfoot. He's going to get it like a mid-range 5, a 5.8 for his last wave. That's a throwaway. That's been a keeper for surfers in the last few heats.
Yeah.
So Bronson Matey is doing it very nicely with 12 minutes to run.
Yeah, Bronson is a, super strong-minded.
Here he goes again. White watery wave goes vertical on the first section. This wave isn't offering him much so far, but it doesn't take much. There it is, tail high whip, and pulls the reverse around. And it's all too easy for Bronson Matey at the moment.
Yeah, but that one you got to be careful, because that could be not a complete maneuver, because if you don't have the speed to be like in front of the white water, the judges might consider that as a incomplete. The judges want to see a strong completion, not like a half on the top of the white water. So yeah, Bronson gonna listen to that score, and then he's gonna know what to do in the next round, hopefully.
What I was impressed with Bronson there, he came up from underwater with his hands above his head, protecting his head. So he's obviously been paying attention at surf school when he first learnt to get to his feet at halfway.
Yeah.
Kuda.
Or maybe Mark Cliff Bunga has been like one of the local legend that come to Lakey Peak for years, and then maybe he's the one who's been teaching Bronson, because Bunga is a notorious surf coach now back home.
Sure is. Well, I can't remember the last time he pushed someone into a wave, but he has been a coach, he's been a judge, he has been absolutely everything. Here goes Xavier Huxtable on his forehand, carving away at this one.
Yeah, it will be a big task for Javier, because he's looking for a 7.39. That's going to be his highest score, actually, on this heat. But, if you want to make things a bit easier, he will need to replace one of those fivers.
All right, here goes Xavier. Putting the foot down. That's a big, strong, open face calf. Throwing plenty of water. Oof. Got plenty of rotation between and separation between the upper and lower body. This is Keiki Yamanaka on his backhand. And he has some work to do to get himself back into the picture with 9 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah. You know, Keiki Yamanaka is a great surfer, you know, but to surf against, you know, all these surfers that can throw like a big numbers, Keiki need to step it up a little bit. So yeah, Bronson Mady 8.0 and a 7.67. That's I wonder if that could be the highest score so far, because yesterday Bronson also did a pretty high scoring heat.
Here goes Xavier. Now he cuts back in the mix with a tail high whip of his own. Need to see what he did on that first section before we start figuring out where that's going to rate on the judging scale.
Yeah, looks like all the Aussies looks happy on that one. Let's see this replay. Wow, full Rio there from Javier Huxtable. Boom, right there. Too strong maneuver. Double-double. Let's see if that's going to be a 7.39 that he's looking for. I would say it will be close, Binzi, yeah?
Yeah, well, the double. There's Keiki Yamanaka slicing and dicing on that one.
So yeah, looks like Marlon Harrison is a bit sleepy right now, Chris.
Yeah, got out of the gates in fine form. Here goes Bronson flying down the line. Floater on the first section, goes the layback, loses the board, and that's incomplete. And that'll be a minor score. 8 minutes remaining. Marlon Harrison in the red jersey, the Aussie #1, has priority. He's got a 6.83 and a 6.33. In previous heats, you'd be feeling pretty comfortable with that scoreline, but Bronson Mady's come out and dropped an 8 and a 7.67 to grab this one by the scruff of the neck. Xavier Huxtable, Marlon's great mate, is looking for a 7.39 and just went back-to-back air revs on his last wave. So that is the number we're looking for right now. Xavier's not going to hang around and wait for that score to get dropped in. He's going to get out the tool belt and go to work on his backhand. 3 quick turns. Still chipping away at this one. The wave keeps standing up, keeps bending, allowing him just to hack away. And he'll get the end section belt. And we hear a bit of noise coming from the Aussie camp. They were happy with their man in the green jersey. His last wave was previous last wave was a 4.77, doesn't go into his top 2. What about the one we just saw? I think the judges are signalling they want to see you on the biggest wave possible. That previous wave from Xavier Huxtable had the air reverse, had the little fin throw reverse. It came in at a 4.77, so it wasn't a set, and the judges were like, you know what, we want to see that stuff off bigger sections or we're not going to give you the score. 6 minutes 40 to go. Score to come in for Bronson Mady. He's got 2 waves still to come. Neither of them are going to be substantial.
Yeah, Bronson's right now sitting in 9th place in the QS ranking. Binzi, he's looking to upgrade his situation, where he need to be in the top 6 to qualify for the Challenger next year. The task is still long. There's still one more QS happening in Philippines, hopefully, and also one in Australia, and also another one in Australia.
6 minutes to go. Xavier Huxtable's last wave was a 4.67, so it was that longer but smaller wave. He fired off a series of turns, but again, the judges clearly signalling that they want to see stuff done on bigger sections, set waves, that kind of thing. 5 minutes 50 to go. Marlon Harrison won't be feeling comfortable at all in second. Xavier Huxtable is staying busy under priority. But maybe at some point Xavier's going to have to hit the handbrake and anchor himself in position and just try and latch onto a set wave. It's hard from 4th priority, but maybe he needs to roll the dice on working his way up the priority order so he can latch onto a bomb, because I think it's going to take one at this stage.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
5 minute marks coming soon. Bronson Mady looking comfortable. Marlon Harrison haven't catch any wave. He only caught those 2 wave and been sitting for, more than 15 minutes after that one. Looks like he's having a chat a little bit with Javier Huxtable, saying, "Hey, buddy, what should I do?" And I'm pretty sure Marlon's saying, "Hey, you need a 7.339."
I don't think Marlon's going to be telling him much at all. Marlon will be wanting to hang on to second place.
Yeah. Sometime the conversation that happens out there is all about, "Hey, mate, I did 2 big maneuvers. Still need to do more."
I think there'll be 1,000-yard stares right now. These guys would have surfed a million heats against each other over the years, but right now they are the best of enemies.
Yeah, looks like Marlon is putting attention more to Javier than to Bronson Mady. Yeah, looks like Javier is having a go on that one.
4 minutes remaining. That's Bronson. He's got some clear air between himself and second and third. And it is a shootout in that battle for the second advancing position. Keiki Yamanaka is a long, long way back. Currently, he needs a 9.33. Obviously, that's achievable, but highly unlikely in the conditions we've got right now.
Yeah, you need to score to, to replace those threes, to get a 9.33. That's good. That's the highest score of the event. So you need to work like Marlon did. Get a 2 good wave and make sure to maximize the wave and get good numbers on your scoring board.
3 minutes remaining.
So Binzi, who's been impressed you so far on this event for you, except Bronson Mady for me? Who do you see other than on your side?
Reef Hazelwood has to be one of the highly fancied favourites for mine. He's got the rail game. Obviously, we all know he's got the incredible aerial approach if needed. Plus, having a good forehand and backhand.
Yeah.
With these peaks just sort of all over the place and shifting around, you've got to be able to spin both ways.
Yeah.
So I really like where Reef's headed. Marlon Harrison's been great as well. Both of these guys, Xavier Huxtable was really strong yesterday getting through his heat. I like the way Yuji Nishi's gone about it. I've quite enjoyed Alistair Reginato's attack. There's at this point, there's any number of men who could shake this up. Oni Anwar.
Yeah.
Why not? He won here in 2016. Why can't he win again?
Yeah, I have to say, like, Oni, one of my favorite Indonesian surfer that I would like to see, shining on this event. And here we go. It looks like Bronson Mady up and riding again. One big, nice aerial right there.
2 big aerials.
Ooh,
there's the shove it if you don't mind.
Oh, little flare on that one, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the varial. Might have just grabbed it with the front hand slob and spun the board around underfoot.
Yeah, it'll be a tough one for the judge to judge that one because, the trick is there, but is it gonna be into the judging criteria? We don't know. We'll see.
I think it's more the fact that it was on a tiny section down the end. It was very technical though. We saw Eitan Osborne in World Juniors a few years ago go the big varial revert. It was a manoeuvre that he didn't even know how to describe it. I messaged all sorts of guys afterwards, everyone from Chipper Wilson to Josh Kerr, and there didn't seem to be any consensus above them either, but that was like this. A shove it is where you spin your board around 180 degrees more than your body without a grab. A varial is where you grab the board, and yeah, just by grabbing it with his hand, that is a varial. But it was off the smaller section.
Yeah, it's coming from like skateboarding and snowboarding technique, I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's pretty hard to do on a snowboard.
A lot of them are coming from snowboarding also, no?
Yeah.
I don't know. You get the amplitude of, the ramp at snowboarding more than skateboarding, I think.
And some snowboarders, now that you've got step-in bindings coming back in, they'll cheekily slide a boot out and go a judo or a Madonna or that kind of thing. Here goes Bronson Mady signing off on a very impressive performance He's little chop hop, spins it around, revert. And this heat is in the books. We've got a couple of numbers to come in for Bronson Matey, but they're going to be academic. He will win this heat. Who's going through in second, Marlon Harrison or Xavier Huxtable? We've got a number to come in for Xavier, but it's not going to be enough. So Marlon Harrison will join Bronson Matey in the next round. We've still got plenty of scores to drop in. We'll bring you the number for Bronson's varial. Well, it was an air reverse to a varial. After this quick break, don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way very shortly.
I ain't surprised at all.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
台东 Start 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。台东 Start。
Well, what an aerial performance we just saw going down in that last heat. We're now into the 6th heat of the round of 32, and we've got another loaded one. We've got Bodie Williams from Australia, Axel Rose Kuroda from Australia in the blue, Yuji Nishi from Japan in the white, and Mark John Takong, one of the best performers of the day yesterday, representing the Philippines. Marimar is what he's known as. And here we go, up and riding. Just a quick little series of backhand turns for Axel Rose. He's not the rock star, but he's certainly a rock star out there in the water. Stoked to be alongside Tippy Jarbrick for what is the 4th day of competition as we see the replay here. Tippy?
Yeah, this could be the opening ride from Axel Rose. I'm pretty sure his dad loves Guns N' Roses.
I think everyone loves a bit of Guns N' Roses.
Yep, he might be, get the inspiration from that song "Welcome to the Jungle."
Yep.
And now he's in the jungle in Taiwan. A lot of tropical trees here. Nice, scenery. A lot of coconut trees. Just blessed to be here,
Yep, certainly are. It's been another exciting day of competition, and this is live action. Up and riding is our surfer in blue. This is his 2nd wave, so Axel's keeping busy, and it's a nice finishing maneuver. Chucks the fins out the back, and he's got to be pretty happy with his performance in Taiwan thus far.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like, oh, here we go. This is Bodie Williams.
Just a quick up and down there for Bodie. You can see there's a lot of intensity. The guys really want to bank a good wave in the early part of the heats. And there's been some really good battles going on in this round of 32. And the Japanese surfers always putting in a good showing. And here we see a little bit of an inside runner. Nice tag through the inside, patting the dog, trying to get in front of the whitewater. And he does that.
Yeah, that's the surfer from Japan, Yuji Nishi. You know what, Bronson and Yuji actually the one who's fighting for, you know, a better result on this QS, because they sitting a little bit outside the, you know, the cutting numbers of top 6. So also here we have Maramar just coming fresh from winning the event at home at Cloud9, a QS 1000 a couple weeks ago. He took down Oni Anwar. It was an amazing battle because you know, Maramar is so strong at home, and he displayed that he's not only strong at home, he's also strong outside his home turf.
Yeah, I've only seen him really in the barrel, but he got above the lip yesterday, completed a number of really impressive aerial manoeuvres, and yep, I've grown to love not only the hairdo but the absolute style and flair that Maramar brings to any competition venue. As we see there, the crowded little competitors area, plenty of crew hanging out, cheering on their mates, and a lot of support for our surfers out there in the water. Xavier Huxtable unfortunately going down, so the young Victorian bows out, but Marlon Harrison gets on through. So early scores are in, and right now a 4.83, the best of it, to Axel Rose Carota in the blue rash vest.
Yeah, this is still early in the heat. Only 6 minutes have passed by, 24 minutes to go. This is a 30-minute heat, so you know, a lot of things can still happen. We can see Yuji Nishi, Maramar, you know, Bodie Williams, they're all strong surfer, and we will see more action coming up soon. Talking about action, we're gonna have our last winner, also an impressive surfing from Bronson Mady.
Well, welcoming him into the booth. Congratulations, Bronson. That was an epic performance, mate. Yeah, how did you feel you went out there?
Yeah, I was just trying to have fun out there, you know. I didn't get to warm up, so I just tried to catch a bunch of waves, and yeah, stoked. It was fun.
Mate, you're considered one of the best aerial surfers in this Asian region, but yeah, what's your motivation? Do you like to do a few airs in events and mix it up?
Yeah, you know, airs are like probably one of my best maneuvers that I can do, and I can do consistently, so I just try to pull it out anytime I want, and then, yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, you did very, very well, as we see Blue also go into the air, lays down on his board and cannot complete that manoeuvre. Mate, how do you find competing versus free surfing? Obviously, it's a lot different in a 25 or 30-minute heat compared to what you can do in a session with just a filmer on the beach. Do you find it's a different pressure?
Yeah, for sure. You know, the first like 5 minutes I didn't catch a wave, so I was like super nervous out there, and then the pressure just kind of went down after I like got that one big set, and then got a quick backup, and then like scored pretty good in the first 2 waves, so I was just having fun after that.
And this guy has had a pretty impressive aerial effort yesterday. Maramar's a great surfer, probably known more for his tube surfing, but he did a couple of really impressive airs yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he got an 8 for that one air. Yeah, that was sick.
And tell us, have you been to Taiwan before, mate?
No, this is my first time, and I actually love it here. It's pretty sick. Everybody's like super nice. The food is super good, the dumplings, and yeah, sick.
Now, mate, I'm a big fan of the Stab High event. We saw you in the early episodes of that back at home at Lakey Peak. You don't really think of Lakeys as an airwave, but low tide, bit of wind, it's definitely got some ramps out there.
For sure, it's probably one of the best airwaves actually for me. Growing up there, just like, because it's always there, the ramp is always there and always just comes to you. So on every wave you take off on, there's always an air section. So yeah, do it anytime.
Hey, Bronson, who's your crew back home in Lakey Peak? Do you have guys that you grew up with and still surfing right now?
Yeah, I actually have a couple right now. I think they're probably watching right now. Shout out to them. I have, Luki, Afrizal, and then a couple more back home. They're still surfing. They all rip now, so I would be psyched to watch them in a comp one day too.
Yeah, for sure. I think by having you traveling, represent Lakey Peak, it's also inspiring all those kids, back home. You want to tell a little bit how they can be like you one day? What is the key?
I mean, you just gotta surf every day and just practice. That's pretty much how you get good, I guess.
Except surfing, you need to have the right attitude. What else do you doing? You talk to your sponsor. What do you do?
I don't know. I just go out, surf, have fun. That's pretty much it. That's all I do.
Yeah, maybe in the other case that Rizal have helped you a lot, no? Talking to sponsors. So I think Rizal have a big part on your career also. Yeah. You want to say anything to Rizal? He's probably watching right now.
Probably Rizal, Chandra, Sinar's watching too right now. They're probably psyching that I won that heat, and can't wait to surf in the next one and hopefully win the heat again.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Mate, tell us about your equipment. You've recently changed board sponsors. Yeah, tell us about the JSs and how they've been feeling under your feet.
Yeah, the JSs I've been feeling pretty good actually. It's probably the best boards I've ever ridden, and the ones I'm riding right now, it's like an epoxy. It just fits so good on these kind of waves, and it just goes fast. And yeah, it's probably one of the best boards, I guess.
JS has been shaping amazing crafts for a very long time. I do want to take this opportunity to do a shout out to a couple of other Lakey Peak boys that I know. Mark Clift back home in WA, he's probably watching right now, sort of godfather to Joey Barrel and Rajo Barrel.
Yeah.
Have you seen Rajo surf lately? He's a pretty exciting...
Yeah, he's super small, just goes on 10-foot waves, does 10-foot airs, so it's pretty sick to watch.
And that Lakey zone is so good. There's so many different waves around there in a pretty small little zone. What's your favourite wave in that area?
Lakey Peak for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably Periscopes is my favorite too, because it's just a super long right, and you can do anything pretty much on that wave too.
Yeah. So you were born in Lakey, and then you grew up there, and then how old are you when you moved to Bali?
I moved to Bali when I was 9, so I'm 18 now. It's been 9 years.
So half of your life is in Lakey Peak and Bali.
Half in Bali, yeah.
Would you see yourself back in Lakey Peak in the future? Live there as a local again?
I don't know. That's a tough one, but
no, there's no Tuesday tacos there.
No, nothing. So I think I'm good. Probably Bali's the best, so I just stay in Bali and probably for the rest of my life.
Okay, that's good. So out of this heat, Bronson, who do you think is any favorite that you see here? Is it Axel Rose, or is it Marmar or Brody Williams? Because you have to know, Yuji Nishi is also closing the gap between you and him. You both are trying to be in the top 6.
Yeah, that's my goal, to be in the top 6. But I feel like Marma can do super good on this one because he likes to do airs, and the airs are kind of getting scored super well right now.
Yeah.
And I would love to see him do good, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Bronson, who do you get your motivation from? Who's amongst your favourite surfers, or whose video parts do you watch, and who gets you amping to go out there, before a free surf or before a competition heat?
Since I was a kid, it's always been John the whole time. So John's one of my favorites. Felipe is one of my favorites too. He's just super good on small waves. Watching him surf small waves is crazy because how fast he is. And probably those 2 guys.
Well, here we see the Japanese surfer currently in second position. There's been a lot of waves ridden so far. The best of them, a 4.83 to our surfer in blue. His backup's pretty low right now, but talk us through this wave of Marimas.
Marama, nice turn off the top. Sick air right there. Wow, 2 turns.
And this is Bodie Williams on the left-hander. So this wave's pretty cool. There's heaps of opportunity out there. It's a right, it's a left.
Yeah.
What do you prefer going, on your forehand or on your backhand?
Right now, I feel like backhand, front side is the same for me right now. I've been like going left and right every day, so just when the wave comes, it's hard to pick sometimes. So, but mostly rights because I just can do the airs and land them pretty consistently. So yeah.
Yeah, as we see Bodie Williams here, he's really extracted a lot of scoring opportunity out of that one. If he'd stuck that final manoeuvre, it would have been good. Here's the replay of Marimar's quick first turn and
super fast.
Yeah, throws that rotation with ease.
Too easy.
Way too easy. Where do you surf at home in Bali? Where's like your go-to spots there?
Right now, during the raining season, we've been surfing Pandawa a lot. Yang Yang has been fun because it's pretty small at the moment, so we always go to Yang Yang Pandawa where it like gets all the swell, and it's never flat there, so that's probably my go-to right now.
We're at the halfway stage of this heat. Super stoked to have Bronson Matey next to us on the couch, surrounded by 2 of the coolest Indonesians in the game right now, Tippy Jabrik to my left and Bronson Matey to my right. Here we are, we're at the Taiwan Open of surfing, the 4th day of competition. How good is this place? You said the food's good, the wave's really fun, but yeah, first time trip to Taiwan. Has it met your expectations?
I wasn't expecting the wave to be this good, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot smaller, but this is like the perfect size to like do anything and then just have fun out there. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, very good, very good. Mate, your performance has been good. Tell us, you know, the technical aspects of your aerial game were well rewarded. Will you be looking to repeat that in your next heat or just do what the waves allow you to do?
Pretty much just do what the wave allows me to do because, you know, I don't want to just do airs all the time, so I like to mix it up a little bit. And, yeah, hopefully I can do a bigger air in the next round, actually. That would be super sick.
Well, we're going to get some replays here as we see Blue tagging it really nicely. Well, this is you, actually. This is, come on, this doesn't look like the Blue I was just calling before, but this is your performance. Some nice rail turns there.
That was your 8, and then the previous one was a 7.67 actually. 7, yeah. And this is your walking with
in.
10 point walking here.
Yeah. Those rocks are super slippery.
So yeah, it's pretty challenging here because like on the lower tide you have to walk on that really slippery cobblestone. You got to be careful because there's a couple barnacles also. Got to be careful. And
I almost fell a couple of times.
You did, yeah. Hopefully there's no big slice on you. So Bronson, you're traveling together with Varun, yeah?
Yeah, Varun, Kian. Usually Weston is with us, but not right now. But hopefully next year he'll come to more comps like this and actually do. Because he rips, so I would love to see him like do goods in a couple comps.
Yeah. So you know, Bronson, like to chase all this QS event. You know, a lot of the Aussies, they have to do like a part-time work, you know, to finance their travel. What about you? You have like a full support from IPD or something? Like, how did you manage to travel all these places?
Yeah, IPD is paying for me right now. I think Rizal is helping out too for the flights and stuff. And yeah, I just, it's pretty sick. I just surf and then just try to do my best. So yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, because you know, big part of traveling is actually financial support. You know, for people like from Indonesia, like Bronson, or you know, like Katut or Ryuki, for example, if they don't have a support from any sponsor, it's impossible to showcase their talent in the international level. So I would say, you know, Bronson, you have to be proud of yourself. You know, representing Indonesia, you know, into this event, and we expect to see more good things out of you.
For sure, yeah. I'd love to do
more big airs.
Yeah, for sure.
Without big airs,
One question I do want to ask you, Bronson. You fell pretty heavily the other day, and I don't think you buckled your board, but you put your elbow through it. What happened?
Yeah, I like did the air and then landed pretty hard on the flats, and then my back foot just slipped off and then scraped my whole shin on like the rail. Just cracked the rail and then hit my elbow super hard. I don't know what hit me, but it's still kind of sore, I know, but I'll be good, and yeah, I'll be good.
Yeah. Wow. Was that Marmar just now just doing a backflip aerial there?
Backflip. I would love to see one of those landed.
Yeah, Marmar is now these days he's also known for his aerial attempt. He's a small guy, but he's super compact. He's bouncing around like
It's super light.
Yeah. So this is Yuji Nishi's currently sitting in a third position. Looks super happy on that one.
Stoked on that one, yeah.
Super stoked.
That was a really good first turn. A lot of power and a lot of style in that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys, you're so close on the ratings. You'll probably be hoping he doesn't do so well, but that was a good wave nonetheless.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Here's Marmar.
Ooh.
Oh, this is live in action right
so
now.
Easy.
Yeah, his pop is really good, yeah.
Wow,
Bronson,
that's nice.
A little bit of a spray on Yuji's face, like, what up?
Battle.
Yep.
Wow, with 10 minutes on the clock, couple of really good exchanges going on there for white and for green. A really good repertoire that Marimar's got under his belt, and as we know, he's an amazing barrel surfer. This is the replay of the last exchange.
That first turn was sick.
That was really nice, and crunches the inside. He was happy with it, but this guy, he's got a lot of tricks in his bag. Does well to ride out of that, and rattles off a few more turns through the inside.
Yeah, I think those two last wave of Yuji and Marmar is the most important score that they are looking right now, because they're sitting second and third right now. And I don't know, Yuji is moving to first right now and still waiting for Maramar's last wave. Wow, 5.37.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
Yeah, that was. It was a beautiful rail turn, and I think pretty much 5 points of that 5.37 came from the opening manoeuvre.
Yeah.
And waiting for a score for green. Bronson, one question I want to ask you, mate. I watched a clip from pretty much macking HTs earlier this year. Can you tell us a little bit about that session and why you went to HTs of all the locations that pretty much whole of Indonesia was lighting up with swell?
Yeah, that was like towards the end of our trip, and it was during the big swell, and we said you might as well go to HTs and score some perfect waves, and we pulled up. It was crazy. Probably one of the best waves I've ever seen in my life, and I probably got one of the best barrels in my life out there. So yeah, for sure I would love to go back there during the big swell. It's like one of my favorite waves, and it's just super perfect, and some big barrels.
How big was it? 8 to 10 foot, the odd bigger one?
I'm pretty sure it was like 10 to 12 foot actually.
Wow.
Yeah, I got one on the head and then just broke my board into 3 pieces. My leash plug came off, and that was pretty much the end of the trip.
Wow. Well, super stoked to have this amazing young Indonesian talent here beside us. My name's Justin Majex. I'm alongside Tippy Jarbrick. Scores have locked in. The last of Marimar, a 5.50 puts him up into the lead. So the last exchange for green and white changes the situation completely. First is now green, second white. Axel Rose Carota in the blue needs a 4.48, and Bodie Williams needs a 5.93. When you hear your requirements out there, do you get a little bit nervous, or do you just let your surfing do the talking?
I mean, I get super nervous, but I don't catch waves because the only thing I need is to get waves, and then if I'm out there with no wave, I get super nervous, and hopefully I get more waves in the next heat so I can just surf like how you usually surf and not be nervous.
You mentioned Weston Hurst before. Who's the next, in your eyes, the next best young Indonesian kid coming through the ranks?
Philip Duke, Nathan is pretty good. those kids ripping. There's been surfing crowmas I see on their Instagram, and they're just like pulling into like 4 or 5 foot barrels, and they're like this big. So the wave looks like double overhead for them. But yeah, it's pretty sick to watch them like surf those kind of waves and like improve. And yeah, they're probably gonna be here soon. So.
Yep, 100%. I was lucky enough to see Philip Duke down in Western Australia. He came down for a Taja Small Fries event, and he was tiny. He was super kachil, but yeah, a really good surfer. That was probably a few years ago now, but he's probably just improved his surfing. As we see the replay here of Bodie Williams. He's got a good style, good approach.
He's been ripping in the free surfs I've seen.
He's been catching a lot of waves. And do you generally try and free surf before, you know, early in the morning or late in the afternoon? What do you do?
Yesterday, before my heat, I actually went down to a river mouth, and it was super fun. It was only the 3 of us out, just catching like 20 waves each, and yeah, the river mouth's super fun. But in the mornings, I don't usually go out here because it's cold for me and super crowded, and yeah, it's pretty. I would just go to the river mouth. It's so much better. No one there.
Yeah, well, maybe that's where we have to go, the Savo Tippy. Get away from the crowd, maybe.
Yeah, the river mouth is on the south part of this island, so it's only 100 kilometers away. Oh. So yeah, please go there.
I like what you did there.
Yeah, it's a secret spot.
Secret spot.
So this is Yuji Nishi. Just a little under 5 minutes to go. Yuji is sitting in the 2nd position. He's trying to cover you up a little bit, Bronson. Yeah, he want to be in the top 6.
Feels good.
Yeah, and then we also see Axel Rose is now, you know, got pushed into 3rd position, looking for 4.48, and Bodie William only looking for 4.08. So Yuji Nishi is not really, you know, that safe actually.
It's super close here. Yeah. This one.
Yep. Anyone can lock in a sort of mid-range score and go from 4th up into 1st. So that's what I love about these qualifying series events. The talent spread is so deep, and everyone that has made it this far is obviously super talented. Is there anyone that you've seen in the draw that you don't want to come up against just yet?
Not really. Yeah, I don't like. Not really. I just let my surfing do the talking and just go out there, pretty much have fun. So, yeah.
Well, this is Bodie Williams in the red. Gets a little bit caught up on that maneuver and unfortunately goes down. So, yep, you can't worry too much about your competitors. You just need to focus on your own performance. So
myself, that's true, yeah.
That's very good advice to any young surfers listening. Don't get too rattled by names in the heat draw. Just focus, put your head down and catch your waves and do what you can do.
Yeah. Unless you have some guys like, you know, similar like you know, Bronson, then you're going to put a bit more attention, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it more fun because if the guy surfs like me, we're going to be like exchanging.
Yeah.
And that makes me do, like, I want to do more, so it's pretty sick.
I think a guy that surfs similar like you is Ethan Osborne, no? He's always trying to like, you know, do above the lip and do some airs, you know. Similar just like how you surf actually.
Yeah, Ethan rips.
Yeah.
I've seen that air of him on Instagram a couple of days ago. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That's like the section I would kick out on, but he did a full row to the flat, so.
Well, here goes our heat leader, putting it on rail nicely, floats up and over that section. He's just got so much speed.
Oh.
Goes for the air rev and can't quite stick that.
Yeah, the two Aussies is actually on the rope right now, Justin. Yeah. How do you feel? You feel you know?
Yeah, well, I'm a proud West Australian. Obviously, as an Australian, I'm rooting for the Aussies, but at the same time, I love to see the international flavour of this event. It's my first time to Taiwan, and I've just fallen in love with the place. And you know, at the end of the day, I just want to see good surfing. So I don't mind what colour the rash vest is or what country they're from, as long as there's some good surfing being put on. I'm generally entertained, and yeah, I've got a few little favourites in the event, but I won't show any bias while I'm on the commentary.
Oh man, I'm into Indonesian. You know, I want to support all the Indonesian because there's so small numbers of Indonesian. The Aussies have so many surfers coming to this event, and they're doing so good. So it's a bit hard for you, but for us, if there's only 3 of them left in this event, I'm gonna root for them for sure.
Well, Tippy, something would be wrong if you weren't going for Indonesian surfers, mate. I'd send you off to the doctor and make sure you're feeling all right. But right now, just on 1 minute, super tight heat, no scores that we're awaiting. The last score, a 4.0 for White, has made the situation a little bit better for himself.
Yeah, I think Maramar is pretty comfortable with 10.10. You know, as we said before, if you can have that double digit, you know, your possibilities moving into the next round is way bigger than if you have like a single digit, like an 8 or a 9. Yeah.
My last question for you, Bronson, as we are getting to the back end of this heat, is how motivating is it to see someone like Rio qualify for the CT? You know, the first Indonesian surfer to do it. Does that, you know, put a bit of fire in your belly to make you feel like you can get there one day as well?
For sure, yeah. It makes me feel like I can do it too, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to qualify through this region and then do a challenger and hopefully be on the CT soon and be like Rio.
Yeah.
Well, the pathway is there, and thanks to the likes of Tippy Jarbrick and the ASC providing great opportunity for young and emerging surfers from right across Asia to compete and earn the prize money and points required. Mate, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here, and thank you for your insight. And we'll count this event, this heat out, and look forward to seeing you in the round of 16.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Good job, Bronson.
The man. Sick.
So yeah, this is Eugene Ishii on his last wave. Just a couple highlights on this one, and we're gonna take it off into the next round, next heat, I mean.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
台东 Start 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。台东 Start。
Welcome back here to Jinzun Harbour in the beautiful Taitung County. It's been an epic day of competition, some really good performances going down. Really cool to have Bronson Mady sitting next to us during that last heat, and he's an exciting young Indonesian surfer. But I reckon one of the most exciting Indonesian surfers by far, Oni Anwar, he's out there in the red. Cooper Davies in the blue. Rinta Ootu from Japan in the white. And Kenta Ishikawa in the green. I'm alongside Jada Lagarde. What's been going on?
Nothing much, just been walking around and having a chat to the competitors, and it seems like everyone's down here because there's a great show going on, so yeah.
There we are. Hello to everyone tuning in. We are here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The men's QS 3000 has been playing out all day today. There is a women's QS 5000 combined at this event, and this lady was competing in it. She's fully dedicated to the commentary now because she bowed out yesterday in a tough heat, but all the heats are tough at the QS, aren't they?
Yeah, there is no more like easy heats. Everyone is surfing amazing, and everyone's at their highest level and gives it their all. So yeah, each heat is tough, and it's getting tougher as we get into the next round.
You're certainly right. And here we see Cooper Davies from Queensland back in Australia. It looks like everyone's sort of changed up their equipment. It looks like Cooper has opted for his epoxy. And, you know, the waves are, they're not super powerful, but it seems like the epoxies are performing pretty well out there for everyone.
Yeah, it does seem like everyone is shifting onto the epoxy. Even just walking around, you see the boards, and it's mostly epoxies out there. Even yesterday, talking to Reef, he said that everyone thought that was the best option for this wave.
Well, we've got the last heat winner, a super impressive performance in a tight one. We're going to throw to Tippy, and he's going to have a chat to Marimar, the last heat winner.
Hey guys, I'm here with Marimar.
Hello, good morning. Hey guys, is it on?
Yeah, it's on. So Marimar, what a great performance. You know, you get a couple good airs there. You know, we've been talking with Bronson on the studio about, you know, you can do a lot of big airs. Tell me a little bit, you know, in Cloud9, you didn't do a lot of airs during the competition, but you know, you show that you can do big airs. Where did you learn how to do airs?
Actually, like I just learning in Cloud9 also. Like I've been watching these guys also how doing airs. Like Bronson is here. I was like, thanks guys, thanks for your support. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, like for me, Cloud9 is just like barreling when it's working, you know, and sometimes even it's onshore. It's just that's how you know, trying to mix it up too, and not just barrel, because I actually learned a lot from the mistakes. Like I just want to do airs and I didn't make it, and I got upset. Like okay, try to do it again and again. So I just didn't give up. So yeah, so I'm here right now in Taiwan. It's like the waves is totally different than Cloud9, you know, and these waves are trying to get used to it. Try to do mix it up, do turns and do some airs, and especially this wind direction. It's really perfect to go do airs in the right. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
Stoke it. So you are fresh coming from Cloud9, yeah, winning that event. You are chasing some points for your Challenger Series, yeah. So after this event, are you pushing hard into the QS event?
Like really for me, I just want to join more competition, you know, and because I want to learn what people, you know, like on the city, like on the Challenger Series also, because so many actually like really good surfers. Yeah. And yeah, so for me, I want to, you know, it's my goal as a surfer also. I want to join as much as possible and go to the QS. And yeah, so I tell to the next generation and just share my, you know, my experience to them to push more.
Yeah, amazing, Marimar. Tell me your crew here. You have Neilby, you have Philmar. Like, tell me a little bit about
Yeah, like really, like this team, it's like one of the best team. They're very supportive, you know, and like what we eat, what we're doing, they're like really amazing, you know. Like we just support each other because every time we travel, we always travel together also, you know. And Pilmar, Nelby, like everything, what they need and what I need, like we always like just really support. Like even Pilmar, if I go to the toilet, he's gonna help me going to the toilet. I'm just joking.
What a great teamwork, Marimar. Tell me a little bit. You have a sponsor that fund this trip to Taiwan. Who helped you to travel with all these boys and girls?
Oh, like really, his name is he's actually a governor there in Siargao, Surigao City, and yeah, his name is Lyndon Barber. So I just want to say thank you for all your supports and for bringing us here, like these teams, and our coach is here also. So yeah, I really appreciate your help, and we're gonna do everything what we can, do the best for everything in the Philippines also, you know, like bring our flags. Yeah, so yeah, thank you. And to all the people that watching this event, thank you guys so much, and especially to my family and friends, thank you.
Okay, that was Maramar. Big support from all of us, the Asian region, and go back to you guys. Thanks, Justin.
Well, what a cool interview. He's a little legend, that guy. I absolutely love it, and so cool. He's a bit of a character. A couple of jokes in there, so keeping it lighthearted while competing in a really high level. I think that's so important, just to, you know, have a level head on your shoulders, but also appreciate the support that's around you. So well done to Maramar, the king of Cloud9.
Yeah, we've had some waves ridden while during the interview, so it's been a pretty active heat. Here's Maramar's older brother, Oni.
Yep, two of the coolest hairdos in the competition area. But again, another Asian surfer that's been doing it for a long time and doing it at a high level. This is one of Oni's last waves. He looks like he has opted for the epoxy board as well, and finishes that wave really strongly. Right now he is in third place. He's got a 3.9 and a 3.53, so he's got so much competition experience. He did battle against Maramar in the final at Cloud9 not that long ago, so yep, good to hear from the winner and good to see the runner-up in the water here. Current situation, everyone peppering around the sort of 3s and 4s right now. The best of it has gone to Cooper Davies, a 4.6 and a 4.03 to be holding down the lead and first priority. Our surfer in white has got a 4.30 and a 3.90 to be in second position. Oni Anwar, the surfer we just saw on screen, in third with a couple of 3s. And right now, surfer in green with a 3.67 and a 0.73. Using his priority here is the Queenslander. Throws it up and over that section nicely. So Cooper Davies is he's a great surfer. He's been down to Western Australia and competed there. He's been on a bit of a tear throughout Australia, and yeah, just a guy that I wouldn't want to come up against in a heat because he's just so experienced.
Yeah, and I've seen him around a few times. He seems really level-headed and very calm. So sometimes those are the most dangerous in heats because they don't seem to get nervous. And this is a replay of Oni Anwar. We miss it, so he goes for a big air and lands it. Wow, so you really see the confidence level of both him and Mark John after coming off their win. Usually that tends to happen after surfers get a big result. They tend to keep that ball rolling onto other events that they join.
Yeah, it's so important. Surfing is a real momentum game, and if you can just you know, get one good result, take that motivation and that feeling to the next event and just keep the ball rolling, it's super important. So last score has locked in for Oni Anwar as a 4.60. It puts him up into second place. Right now, still awaiting a score for both of those surfers. So the last of red and the last of blue still to lock in, and they're both in first and second position respectively. So looking to improve their situation. And there it is, a 5.03 for Oni, puts him up into first place. And the last of Cooper, not enough, a 3.93. So Oni in first in the red. Cooper has been bumped down into second place, but still in a qualifying position. Our surfer in white is chasing a 4.34 or better, and our surfer in green a 4.86. So the boys won't be feeling overly comfortable hearing those requirements.
Yeah, it's still quite even playing field with the scores. This is Rinta Otu. 2 really good turns and finishes it off really nicely. He's feeling it. He likes that wave, you know, that little fist bump and the clap.
Yep, he was definitely feeling the flow in that one, and yeah, the requirement was quite low, but I just love the passion that we're seeing from the Japanese surfers. Generally, they're quite, you know, I'd say a little bit more reserved than maybe the Australians or the Indonesians. But as we see this replay, a good wave always feels good, and he definitely celebrated it. Got up and over that first section, smashed that one, and that is a good finish. So, yeah, I'm glad to see that the Japanese surfers are learning from the Aussies and the other nations here and pumping themselves up, and rightly so. A 6.17 for White, so he has gone from third directly into first place. So a good number. A 6.17 is a keeper in today's conditions. Do you ever do a little claim, or you ever give yourself a little pat on the back?
I try not to. I have this massive fear where, like, sometimes you feel like a wave was way better than what it actually was. So I try to just keep myself pretty down low, and then if it was good, I'll see the replay. Then I'll celebrate it after I see a video.
Yeah, it's so funny. You know, sometimes you get a wave and it feels really good, but then you can see it back and go, "Oh my gosh, what have I done claiming that?" Or why has someone really celebrated it? But as we know, the guys and girls at this level, they know what a good wave feels like, and he was exactly right. The best wave of this heat so far, a 6.17. Our surfer in White from Japan will be looking to improve on a 4.30. It is right about lunchtime here in Jinzun Harbour. An amazing location for this event. It's hosted the World Junior Surfing Championships in the past, World Longboard titles, and plenty of QSs in the past. And I can understand why, because it's just such a fun region, heaps of waves around, really scenic and beautiful place to be. And I think surfing is doing Taiwanese tourism no harm at all.
Yeah, I agree. And so many options, and even just this wave, there's like those rights and lefts and different peaks, so you can really spread yourself out and find your own little area when you're out there sometimes, because sometimes it's just way too crowded everywhere.
Yep, yesterday afternoon was really light and glassy winds. It was a really beautiful way to end what was a massive day. We pushed through 20 heats yesterday, and I think all the staff and all the competitors wanted to go rinse off a long day of hanging around. And for me, it was the busiest surf I've had in a while. I'm from Trigg Point, which is arguably the busiest and most crowded wave in Western Australia, but it was nothing on yesterday. There was young kids, there was, you know, QS warriors, there was longboards, there was SUPs. It was all happening, and us commentators, we almost had to fend for ourselves out there, didn't we?
Yeah, I called you into a few.
Thank you, thank you. You called me into my best wave, so I appreciate that.
Sometimes you just need to hear that one person call someone in, and you kind of just step back. So.
Yep. There was a sea of humans out there yesterday afternoon because the conditions were good, and yeah, it's a really fun zone. The Taiwan Open of surfing has been well and truly blessed with really high performance waves. We can see it here on screen. A little bit slower than yesterday, but when the sets come through, they offer great scoring opportunity on both the rights and the lefts. We have just gone past the halfway stage of this heat number 7. We've got one heat to go here today, and we will be into the round of 16 for this men's QS 3000. And really important points up for grabs. Probably one of the last major qualifying series events in this region for 2022. And surfers will be wanting to go home for Christmas with a bit of points and prize money underneath their belt. But for you, what's been the highlight of day number 4?
Well, definitely Bronson Mady, to me, takes the cake. That was such an amazing heat, and wow, his surfing is just like next level, and I think the scores really show it.
Yeah. I definitely like calling out excellent scores, and it must be so good as a surfer to hear excellent numbers being dropped from the judges. It's like that just certification that your surfing's on point. And up and riding now in 4th position. He's stuck in the 3s, be hoping for something a little bit better on this wave. Really milking it for all it's worth. Didn't really have too much steep or green face on that wave, but he had to try and do something, and his requirement is growing ever so slightly in 4th position. But with 13 minutes on the clock, still heaps of opportunities still out there. As we can see, the little Aussie contingent on your screen from North Narrabeen is Jamie Thompson. He's running the matching red rash vest board short combination. So just having a little bit of downtime. He'll be watching these heats, seeing where I guess the money zone as far as wave consistency is, and getting a bit of advice from his fellow Australians. I was lucky enough to see Jamie compete in Western Australia last month. He was a semi-finalist at a pro junior we ran, and a semi-finalist at a yelling up event. As we see Cooper really connecting well on the first turn. You can hear the Aussies hooting and hollering. He was down in third place, so let's see if that support can help Cooper get out of third place.
Yeah, wow, it's a great support team he has right there on the beach. But yeah, it's funny how now with that change of age in the pro juniors, you see kids, well, kids are like 20 years old, so you're like, what, are you a junior, really? But it was great that the WSL gave them that opportunity to have that extra year after the pandemic.
Yep, I think it's not a bad call. And here's the replay of Cooper's, a really nice first turn. You can see he's pushing hard there. His back foot actually came off the board, did well to regain and finish with a solid number. And the judges absolutely ate it up. Best wave of the heat, a 6.33. So they really saw the power he was putting into those turns, and that puts Cooper up into first spot. Pushes White down into second, chasing a 4.77 to go back into the lead. Right now, Oni Anwar has first priority. He needs a 5.45 to go into a qualifying position. And our surfer in green, his last wave was his best, a 3.97, but the requirement is growing for him on the strength of Cooper's last wave. He needs a 6.50 or better to move up the leaderboard.
Yeah, Oni still looking to find that rhythm in this heat. I mean, he does have a 5 and a 4, but after hearing those scores, he's definitely going to be looking for a better score. We've seen a change in the waves, so now it's more the lefts that are giving those bigger scores instead of the rights that has been happening the past 3 days.
Yeah, certainly right. So you can see our top 3 place surfers are all sitting pretty tight together. Green has broken away from the pack, and he just wants to probably start to try and catch some waves and not worry too much about priority. So he's moved a long way away from the 3 competitors on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see that, you know, I guess those guys are looking at those lefts further down the break, and it's a big playing field. There's a lot of room to cover, and it does shift and change a fair bit. But I think we'll see some good sets still rolling through with just under 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so this is the second last heat of round of 32. Who's going to be coming up next?
Yeah, next heat, very good question. I don't have the new printout in front of me, and you don't either, so I'm not too sure. I know, well, there's one on screen. That guy will be in it. Jamie Thompson will be in it, because we saw him, I think maybe Jager Bartholomew, and I think there may be another Japanese surfer. I'm not too sure, sorry.
Could it be Jarvis Earl, maybe?
Oh, you're exactly right. So it's in front of me, silly me. It'll be Jamie Thompson, it'll be Daiki Tanaka, Jarvis Earl, and Tully Wiley. So 3 Aussies taking on the Japanese surfer. Here is your heat leader. Just getting a nice little float there. He's going to be looking on the inside section, doesn't like what he sees, and kicks on out. So, yep, silly me. Jada was... it was so close to my face, I couldn't even see it.
Not only you, I didn't think about it either, so it's 2 of us here.
Whoopsie. 8.5 minutes remaining in this one. It is the Sunshine Coast surfer, Cooper Davies, sitting in first. He's got the best wave of this heat being a 6.33. The next best number belongs to our second place getter in Rinta Ooto from Japan. Oni Anwar, the flamboyant Indonesian surfer, is sitting patiently with priority. He's held it for quite some time. His requirement is a 5.45, so very achievable for Oni. And it is Ishikawa in 4th position right now, chasing a 6.5 or better to make his way out of 4th place.
I really enjoy this drone shot. I think it's such a great view, you know, and I love it especially when you see the backdrop and how it follows the surfers, just to see from a different angle and you see the technique. This is Cooper just trying to keep busy, I guess, from in the inside. Under priority, you can really catch anything you want, and maybe sometimes you occasionally find that better score on the inside waves.
Yeah, it's not a bad tactic. I think maybe he's just sussing out his equipment. Hasn't ridden the epoxy yet today until this heat. And here we're doing a nice little fly over our competition site. The Chinese commentary team is in the blue container there, and we're just behind in the white tent. But I love the scaffold setup. I just love that picturesque mountain backdrop behind us. And there we see one of our final surfers heading down the slippery, rocky slope. I came unstuck yesterday. I knocked my fins trying to get out into the surf. It looked that fun.
Here is Oni looking for 477, and it looks like he could possibly be on the road to that first turn. So much water out, but didn't like the look of the rest of it, so I'm not sure if that's going to be what he was looking for. I'm sure he's kind of itching to catch a better wave, you know, keep busy and find more opportunity.
Yeah, the body language for me didn't really say that, you know, he was fist pumping or super stoked on it. So he's probably a little bit disappointed he cashed in his priority on a wave that didn't deliver what he needed. But there's still enough time on the clock for him to get back out there, just on 6 minutes remaining here in heat number 7 of the round of 32. Oni is such a character. I love when he brings so much energy and enthusiasm to everything he does, whether it's competing or whether it's his commentary. I've enjoyed his presence on the Stab High series, as we see our second place getter now, Japanese surfer, putting a lot into this backhand wave for him. Nice variety as well.
Yeah, that was didn't look like the wave had much to offer, honestly, when he first paddled for it, but now that was such a great way he surfed it that it could probably improve on his 4.30.
Yeah, I'm sure the judges will dial up the replay of his 4.3 and compare that last wave. The requirement for him to go into first is just a 4.77, so a pretty crucial number coming up here. Looks like the last score for Oni was a 3.50, so a couple of points shy of what he needed. And this guy got a lot of time for Tully Wiley. I'm sure half a Torquay's tuning in to watch him. He's just come off a really good win back in his home state of Victoria at the Phillip Island Pro. Big shout out to Robbo and all the team from Surfing Victoria, Liam, Murph, amazing bunch that do a really good job back there in one of the colder surfing states in Australia. I'm sure they'll all be tuning in. Cale Bell Warren's another one I have to do a shout out to. But with 4.5 minutes on the clock, there it is, a 5.10. So looks like we're going to get the replay. This is a 5.1 from our Japanese surfer. It has pushed him up into first place. So it was a sort of smaller inside wave, but the quality of his maneuvers was really good.
Yeah, and these surfers have been competing for so long. You know, they tend to know pretty much what their score is going to be right after they, you know, finish the wave, or even before. They can kind of see what the potential of the wave has and kind of get an idea of what the score they could get.
100% right.
So, you know, that's why the priority is so helpful all the time. That gives you the choice and, you know, even the peace of mind to catch a wave.
Yeah, well, the requirements have become a little bit bigger now for our surfers in third and fourth. Oni Anwar, a 5.91, his new requirement. And for Ishikawa, a 6.96, the requirement. So time sort of becoming their enemy in this heat. 3.5 minutes is still a lot of time in the context of this one, but I don't know, we probably be wanting a couple of set waves to roll through if we're going to see red and green progress through.
Here, it seemed like Oni might have seen something. This is looking like a pretty good wave. Let's see if he can get some turns together.
Oh.
You could see the frustration a little bit, but I'm sure he's going to wash that off quickly and paddle back out. You know, something else that's really important is not holding on to those mistakes you make sometimes while you're out there.
Exactly right. Good advice. You just got to surf every wave. That was a really dynamic turn from Ishikawa on the backhand. But yeah, you just got to let it go and just, you know, have faith in your ability and your equipment, and know that hopefully your opportunity will come to show the judges and the world who are tuning in via this really cool webcast that you can get the job done when it matters. So Oni is super talented, we know that. So in the next couple of minutes, he'll be chasing that 5.91 right to the final siren. I know that much.
Yeah, and we've even seen surfers like Ryuki White on his heat getting the score in like a buzzer beater. So it's really not over until the time has fully run out.
Yep, so right. And we've seen a couple of absolutely clutch performances. But yeah, I think Ryuki's this morning was, yeah, that was a memorable one. He'll take a lot of confidence out of that as we see our surfer going right there. Wow. Good turn, but unable to ride out of it. Here goes Oni's opportunity. 90 seconds. He's a little bit deep on it, but gets a section here. Throws it up really nice. This one's linking up for him. Throws it into reverse, and he might have a bit more here. And this wave keeps on giving. Wow. Oh, his mind is blowing. So he does the little click. He's happy with it.
That wave must feel so good right now for Oni. He looks pretty confident that he got it. He's looking for a high five. And honestly, I think he got it too.
Oh, there is 3 scores that we're awaiting here. You can see a couple of them lighting up on the screen. We may have just pulled him, but we're going to look at the replay. It didn't look like much to start, but he had to sort of pump for a little bit. Got a nice opening hit in there, and it just started to bowl out for him. Chucked it into reverse, maintained control nicely. Another good little re-entry there. And yep, his mind was blown. He was happy that he got his opportunity. We're down at 20 seconds, so awaiting 3 numbers.
Oh, and his heart must be beating so fast right now. You know, I like that wave. It had variety. It was punchy, and he was in the pocket. Yeah, you're right. At first, I didn't think it was going to be much, as it was just slightly just a whitewash. But, you know, that wave just kept on giving.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this wave will count. Just a bit of a ride in for Cooper. We're going to await these scores and see if the last of red was enough to flip the heat. We've got 3 waves to lock in. So we were talking about buzzer beater moments, and Oni Anwar delivers one. So here's the replay once again. We'll break it down and let you know that he was chasing a 5.91. Nice vertical first hit. This section just sort of came out of nowhere, and not super high on the rotation, but did so well to spin the board around. Threw it up there once again, and throwing a nice little bit of variety. You can see he was happy with it, but were the judges happy with it? That was the big question.
Yeah, judges probably watching the replay and making sure they get the right scores, comparing other waves to the heat. You see Oni and Madejoy.
There's that little bit of support that every surfer has been loving to have. Madejoy telling his mate, I reckon you got it. I reckon you got it. Oh, what did you reckon about the reverse? It was sick. So he's just going to go and have a shower, rinse off the result regardless of what it is, but definitely having a good think about it. But I think Oni did all he could have done in that opportunity, really.
I agree. I think he surfed that wave the best it could be surfed.
Yeah, So he's probably just saying a little bit of a prayer there. Just there must be so much adrenaline pumping through his body right now, you know, to get the wave number one, but to perform well enough to think that you're going to make it through. Oh, numbers are starting to drop. It's looking... He's going to get it, I reckon.
Yeah.
A 6.10. So Oni Anwar, he's going to get an absolute roaring applause, at least from the Asian surfers. I reckon the Aussies might be a bit bummed, but there's some great sportsmanship. And, yep, that was a clutch moment. A really good performance from Oni Anwar. And I reckon he'll be absolutely loving life. So well done. There's his boy Jager giving him a hug. Oh, that is so cool to see. Oni Anwar. Tippy Jarbrik almost left him hanging there for a minute, but we won't leave you hanging. We'll go to a short commercial break and be right back after this.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Welcome back to Jinzun Harbour. This is the last heat of the day, Heat 8, round of 32. It's been all men in action today, and there has been plenty of action. None more so than that buzzer beater from Oni Anwar to go from third to second. He got the wave. He couldn't have done much more with it. He left it in the hands of the judges, and the wise men and women in the tower next door to us took a long, long time. They really wanted to get that score right, and they finally put Oni Anwar's mind at ease. A 6.1 to see him vault from third to second and keep his dreams of winning here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing for the second time after he took it out in 2016, alive in 2022. Last heat in the water right now. Jarvis Earl is the surfer in white. Daiki Tanaka is in blue. Tully Wiley is in green. And Jamie Thompson is in red. My name's Chris Binns. Alongside me is Giada Lagarde. And Giada, what did you make of that last heat?
Wow, well, that was really impressive surfing from Oni. We were just talking about how in the beginning it looked like that wave was not going to be much, but you know, Oni read it right and he got over that foamy section and surfed that wave as best as it could be surfed. Yeah, long time waiting, and you could see all the Asian crew getting together and kind of waiting with him, especially his friend Mane Joy. As we see,
this is Tully Wiley opening his account, surfer in the green jersey known as the Wizard by his mates. He won the trials at Bells this year, so he's competed on the CT before. And now we see Daiki Tanaka in the blue jersey doing some work on his backhand. Big sheet of spray from his first two turns. This is going to be a good number for the sole Japanese surfer in this heat, up against three Aussies. A Japanese surfer just had a big win in the last heat. That's Rinta Utu, and he is down chatting with Justin Majex right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'm here with Rinta Utu from Japan. Congratulations. That was a really good performance. How are you feeling?
とりあえず1本目6点出せて、その後バックアップも伸ばせたんで、最後ちょっと乗られちゃったんですけど、ヒート運びは良かったかなと思うんで、調子もいいんで次も頑張ります。
Have you been here to Taiwan before?
去年じゃないや、前回の2019年18年来てて、好きなポイント台湾なんで、もう今は生活も楽しいです。
You're into the round of 16, a good result. Are you feeling good?
そうですね。いいリザルトをこのまま続けて残したいんで頑張ります。
Well, that was our previous heat winner. Congratulations to this man. We'll see him in the round of 16 soon.
Cheers, Justin. And how about you go try to find Oni Anwar for a little chat as well. Keen to hear what he has to say about himself. Jarvis Earl dropped a 5.17 just then. The surfer in white to move into the lead. We're waiting on scores to come in for Tully Wiley and Daiki Tanaka. Jamie Thompson is the surfer in red, yet to take off on a wave, so he has priority.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit slower than this morning, but there's still so many good waves being ridden, and the wind hasn't picked up so much just yet, so there's plenty of opportunity for everyone. This is going to be the last heat of the day. As we see a set approaching, and it looks like our surfer in white, Jarvis Earl, on his backhand, a beautiful first turn and straight into the second one, putting a little bit of that a chop hop, but didn't quite land it. Trying to get that variety into that mix, you know, especially getting some inspiration from that last heat, only getting that 6 in the last dying seconds. We've had quite a few of those last buzzer beaters.
Yeah, we sure have. And yeah, it's amazing. You can have a pretty sleepy heat, and then all of a sudden in the last minute, things just light up. I guess when you've got just sort of 5s and 6s being the order of the day, you're never out of it. And so these situations are going to arise when people have to lay it on the line. You know, risk equals reward. And when you can't help but go big, because that's what it's going to take, it forces you, the adrenaline and the nerves of competition, to push yourself. And that's why we love competition, because it leads to these kind of high point moments.
Yeah, and as we start passing rounds, we'll start seeing the competitions getting harder and harder. Everyone will start putting in more of their A game, because everyone wants to win. You know, that's what we're here for.
Absolutely. So Jamie Thompson, he is from North Narrabeen. So you might see him favouring the running left. But he's got priority, so he's got the choice of whatever waves he wants at the moment. There's 2 peaks. There's a southern and a northern peak. There's some fireworks explode right next to our tent. So a bit of everything. We've had an earthquake this morning, and now the fireworks are going bananas.
This is Jarvis Earl, already with a 5.17, trying to get around this section and boost into the air.
Oh, that was too easy, wasn't it?
Oh, it looks like so natural when they do it.
All right, speaking of guys who boosted, and a man who just boosted his way into the next round, Justin Majex is with Oni Anwar.
Yeah, thanks again, Chris. I'm here with one of my favourite surfers, a full energy packet. Oni, you beat the buzzer, you got the score. You've been riding the emotions of competition surfing for many years, but how good is that feeling to get a wave and then to get the score, mate?
Man, I love this sport, man. It's crazy because surfing is, you cannot just like predict what you're gonna do. You're gonna do this. You cannot, because the mother nature, man, just that wave, it doesn't exist over there. And I know the whole time I'm not gonna sit there. And I just decided to just go there. You know what? I'm just gonna throw a lock shot. I've got no choice. I got 3rd priority or something like that, and I'm in 3rd place. And the guy first or second place was right behind me, and they chased me all the way there. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, and then, man, I just like do my way. You know, I try to hope that they go on a wave so they can lose priority, which he did. And then I was like, yes, I have a chance. But then I saw another guy came who's had the priority. And it's like, damn. Like, and I asked him, like, can you please let me go on this one? And he's like, no. He went for it. I was like, no. As I turned back, look into the ocean, the high rise, and there's this wave. I was like, what? Yes. But normally I struggle in this kind of situation, you know, because I get pressure. Doesn't matter how good the wave is, if you surf with the pressure, you're not surfing 100%. But I'm really proud of myself, but that I surfed it like, yeah, what it is, you know, to get the score, and I got it, man. It's crazy. I'm so happy right now. I think that I've been doing the QS so many years. I still get that annoying feeling like, I was screaming real. I thought I won the event or something.
Well, you know, we saw Ryuki get a buzzer beater before. You've matched the effort. It's just you were buzzing with adrenaline, mate. You know, who do you need to thank, or who do you have to do a shout out? Who was watching over you then when that wave came?
You know, man, like, this is why I love this sport, because everybody get the excitement. You know, it's not about having a big house or a lot of money, but you know, once you get the score, or once you get that perfect wave of the day, your life or your day, it's just, you're happy, man. Like, and yeah, I mean, I'm always been spreading a good energy around people around me, and I know all those people are watching right now. Thank you so much for believing on me. But hey, only round of 32. We still have many hits to go. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Well, I love his energy. I loved his performance. That was epic, my friend. And yeah, Oni Anwar, he's through to the round of 16, and just a full bag of energy. I love it. So back to you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Justin and Oni Anwar. He is such a fantastic ambassador for Indonesia, for Sumbawa, his home island, his hometown of Lakey Peak, and just for surfing in general. He's yeah, fantastic ball of energy and positive vibes and all the good stuff. We love seeing him around the contests. The big smile, the big personality, the spirit animal of Indonesian competition surfing at the moment. All right, we've got plenty of scores have dropped in. 18.5 minutes to run. Jarvis Earl is in the lead with a 5.17 and a 4.17. He's got a number 2 drop that looks like it might just slot into his top 2 as well. A 4.73 the result. So here's a 9.92 wave total with 18 minutes and change to run. That's a base. So now he can really look to build on that and consolidate his spot in the next round. Daiki Tanaka has a 5.23. That's his only keeper. He needs a 4.67 for first. Jamie Thompson and Tully Wiley with a pair of 3s between them. So early days for everyone except for Jarvis, who's got a start, and Daiki, who's got the one wave that he could possibly, at a pinch, hang on to and still get through to the next round.
Yeah, you always want to really start early in your heats and just start slowly building that house. So, you know, Jarvis has that foundation already, and he'll just be taking it up a notch probably on his next wave. We're probably going to be waiting for a bigger set to improve on his score. Whereas Tully Wiley and Jamie Thompson just on that one, well, as well as Daiki Tanaka, he'll definitely want to improve on a 0.67. Especially already round of 32, you're going to have to already start looking into the higher scoring range. Competition's already getting tough.
Yeah, we're seeing the standard just keep rising, and it's going to jump up once again when we get down to the round of 16. So we are now level pegging both sides of the draw. Round of 16 for the women and round of 16 for the men. All men's action today. We finished off the last 4 heats of the round of 64, then ran the whole of the round of 32. Here goes our current heat leader, Jarvis Earl from Cronulla in Sydney. He does those air reverses too easily. And skating across a dead section, looking for the inside connection, and seals the deal and signs off with that little blast. Anything over 4.73 would extend his lead. Not sure how I feel about that one.
I'm not sure either, because that little hop in between the reverse and that finishing. But, you know, that was still such an amazing wave, and I would be stoked on a wave like that if I was in a free surf. But you could even see his smile all the way from here.
Yeah, he does absolutely everything with a smile on his face. Here's the replay, Jada.
So here he boosts and quickly lands so smooth, and quickly gets onto that flat section and finishes it off really nicely.
Well, there you go. Best wave of the heat so far, a 5.7 the result. So the judges liking the fact that he took on the first section and had a little bit of a steeper wall to it, and he got nice, he projected, he got plenty of amplitude, got the tail high and spun it around, and then was able to land it so fluently that he just skated across that dead section and got the closeout bash. Here goes Tully Wiley on his backhand. The big lad with the big Pizel underfoot that throws plenty of water. And you can see it really makes a difference when a guy like this starts throwing some spray around the place. And this is going to be a decent number for the surfer in green from Torquay in Victoria, Australia. 15 minutes to run on the day. And then we are out of here. And here's hoping everyone else is tired and we can get some waves this afternoon when we're allowed to surf. This is Daiki Tanaka, the Japanese surfer in blue, on his backhand. And this is a good looking wave as well. So conditions we might be timing our run nicely in 14.5 minutes, Jada.
Yeah, I agree. That was actually a really well surfed wave by Daiki Tanaka. Slightly off timing maybe on some turns, but still really impressive surfing on his backhand. What I find quite curious is that everyone seems to be going for the lefts today, whereas Tully Wiley is really sticking to those rights, maybe because he feels a bit more comfortable going on his backhand.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are definitely looking for the lefts. The rights have provided plenty of score, but the left seems to be the first choice every time.
Hopefully that wind backs off for when we have to come out.
So waiting for Daiki and Tully Wiley's scores to drop in. Here's the replay.
This is the replay of Tully. That first turn, a little bit stuck, but this one a little bit better and right in the pocket. So much spray gets thrown every time he does one of those backhand turns. And even in that last finishing one, quickly gets off to get back out. And this is Daiki Tanaka on his backhand on the left. Super vertical on that second section and hits it again. Gets a little bit stuck, but finishes his wave off nicely. Well, nicely now. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges score that compared to Jarvis's air and finishing turn.
Yep, all right. 12 minutes 45 to go. Tully's score comes in at a 5.13, so that puts him up into second place. Still waiting on the last score to come in for Daiki Tanaka. So Jarvis with a 5.7 and a 5.17 is in the lead. Tully Wiley has a 5.13 and just a 3.27 is his backup. Daiki Tanaka has a 5.23. So he's pretty much level peggings with Tully on the strength of the first wave. A 4.87 comes in for his second wave, so that puts him up into second. 12 minutes to go.
Jamie Thompson gone really quiet, you know. Only caught one wave, no backup. He's sitting quite far apart from all the other surfers, so maybe in the heat before he saw a few waves coming out from there, but he's sticking to his guns and staying there. He's looking for a 6.5. You know, that would have to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I think Jamie Thompson's looking to start again, really. The 3.6 isn't something you're going to progress with if you've got it in your scoreline. There's the competitors. Doesn't seem to be too much froth and bubble to get straight out there as soon as the buzzer goes. Yesterday, it was like watching an event at Snapper Rocks. The last heat had barely finished and all of a sudden there was 100 heads in the lineup.
Yeah, yesterday the conditions were very glassy and perfect all day long, so everyone was quite frothing to get out there. I think everyone's still just supporting their teammates here. It's funny, the Australian team has taken over that little angle in front of the snack bar.
10.5 minutes to go. This is our heat leader, Jarvis Earl. He's found these little lefts to his liking. 2 strong rail turns to get things going. This one keeps standing up for him. It is bending back and allowing him to open the shoulders and throw a bit of water around the place. So 4 turns, 4 pretty similar turns. There wasn't much variety from start to finish, but Jarvis did look very fluent there. Will that go into his top 2 with 10 minutes remaining? And this is Jamie Thompson on his backhand. 2 turns, might have done something before that we didn't see. I'm sure we'll pick up both waves of white and red in their replays shortly.
I really enjoyed that closing turn of Jamie. It was he got really up and over. Here's the first part. A nice first turn, second, and finished it off really strong. I think that could, they're definitely going to be improving on his 3.6 and maybe get him back in the rhythm for this heat.
Yep, 9 minutes, 15 remaining. Our screen has just frozen for a second in front of us. So priority is with Tully Wiley. Sitting in third. I think all of our surfers would just be, one of them would love to grab a 7 or an 8 and really sort of make a bit of a play for the lead. It's just super tight at the moment. There hasn't been much separation between any of the surfers. Jarvis has looked the most fluent, the most comfortable. He looks like he could be the one to, you know, get himself a set wave and really tee off and break this heat apart. But it's not happening just yet. 8.5 minutes to go. Last wave for Jarvis was a 3.73, does not factor in.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the last of red as well.
Yep, Jamie Thompson, there it is, a 4.77, and our screen is back. The time's matched up and everything. All right, we can bring you a full situation update right now. Jarvis Earl is in the lead with a 5.7 and a 5.17. Daiki Tanaka is in second with a 5.23. Here goes our leader, quickly in, quickly out. Daiki has a 5.23. He needs a 5.65 for the lead. Anything over a 4.87 will increase his 2-wave total. Tully Wiley has a 5.13, and he's looking for a 4.98 for second. Jamie Thompson has a 4.77. He's looking for 5.33 for second with 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's still plenty of waves coming through. The wind has picked up a little bit more, but it's still looking really good. Here's that famous drone shot that I really enjoy. Kind of might look like Jamie have seen something out the back. Looking for 5.33. That's not a very big requirement for him. He knows what he needs, and he knows what he's looking for. So
have you seen the Red Bull clip with Jarvis Earl?
actually, I haven't.
So Red Bull Taiwan got Jarvis over here nice and early, and he spent best part of a week before the event started exploring, hunting up and down the coast with a couple of local surfers, and seemed to love the experience. His first time to Taiwan, and he got a VIP tour of the coast on arrival. So that's a pretty cool thing from his sponsor and one of our event sponsors in Red Bull.
Wow, that's very cool. I wonder if they took him to any of those secret spots they must know.
Yeah, well, maybe we can try and weasel that information out of him in a post-heat interview. If he's to hang on to this one. 6 minutes remaining. He is in the lead. He's looking very, very comfortable out there, and he's been one of the standouts in the free surfing sessions as well.
So his dumpling count is way higher than anyone here.
Well, yeah, with an extra week on us all. It's amazing he can get out of the water than the airs that he does. He looks left, he looks right. He decides it's left that appeals the most, releases the tail over that first turn, repeats the treatment a second time. He's out of there. 2 quick turns. Decided it wasn't worth sticking with that one. That's probably not going to trouble his top 2. 5 minutes 20 to run.
Yeah, Jarvis keeping really busy in this heat, catching one of the highest waves totals out of everyone. You know, it's still quite a close call. There's not big score difference between all of them, just one or 2 points. So it's gonna be one of those heats where you might have a buzzer beater again.
Seems to be the order of the day. 5 minutes remaining, so the yellow flag goes up for the last time today. 12 heats for the day, not quite the marathon of yesterday's 20. We had a bit of a bump in the swell yesterday. We really had to capitalise and work our way through as many rounds as we could. And now we're down to the last 16 men, the last 16 women. So we started with a round of 64 and a round of 80. We are now down to the last 32. Last score for Jarvis Earl, a 3.8, so not going into his top 2, not changing the situation whatsoever. Tully Wiley has priority. He's chasing a 5. Here goes Jamie Thompson. He's looking for a 5.33.
Jamie starting to paddle back and forth, you know, getting a little more active, trying to give himself some opportunity to get that 5.33. This wave is so peaky and it shifts around so quickly, so maybe he can get something under priority. It seems like there could be something approaching. Here we have Jamie swinging around, looking for a 5.33. He'll take on this right first turn. Second one drifts the fins and reverse to finish.
Well, the body language wasn't too exuberant from Jamie there. It was pretty smartly surfed wave, but it was just that small insider that you have to pick off when you don't have priority and you're looking to build on your total. A 5.33, probably not. Wasn't much more he could have done with that wave, but it wasn't a set. It wasn't particularly substantial. 2 minutes 45 to run. Got a score to drop in for Daiki Tanaka as well. Talk us through this replay, Jada.
So here was that opening turn, and he goes straight into a second one. His fins come out, and I think that was actually a really nice turn. And to put in that touch of variety, a reverse to finish. But yeah, as you said, his body language didn't really seem like he was so convinced. But we'll have to see what the judges are going to think of that. For me, it might be just a touch under the requirement.
Yeah, look, it'll go into his top 2, but it's not going to affect the situation. There it is, a 4.63. So it goes close to being his best wave, but does not change his requirement. He's still looking for a 5.33 to advance. Daiki Tanaka is looking to get rid of a 4.87 to upgrade his 2-wave total. Tully Wiley is looking for a 4.98 to get up to second place. He has priority, so Tully sat with priority for a couple of minutes. He's going to have to really make it count. Here goes Jarvis Earl. He'd love to build a bit of separation. Lightning fast whips on his backhand. 3 turns. Not done yet either. That little squirt to get him back out onto the face, releases the fins, and unfortunately can't ride out of that one with 90 seconds to go.
Wow, that if you ride it out of that, that would have been a pretty big score coming through. I think it could have been the best wave of the heat.
We saw Tully Wiley earlier drop, I think it was an 8.5 for a big series of turns on his backhand. He would love to do that right now. 1 minute remaining.
It seems like there's a bit of movement coming out. Maybe one more chance for the surfers.
Oh, look at Tully doing that. Just scrutinizing the horizon, sitting up on his board, looking at his watch. Oh, these are all the telltale giveaways. He's on the move right now. Daiki Tanaka, second priority. He'll be keeping a very close eye on Tully. He doesn't want to let him get away. He doesn't want to, I mean, he can't do anything about Tully catching a wave, but he can put a bit of pressure on and force Tully to catch a wave. Here he goes. All right, last roll of the dice with 30 seconds to go. He knows he's going to have to throw everything at this one. Cracks it hard once, releases the tail a second time. That was a great turn and gets a third little jam in. The wristwatch comes up. He knows there's not much time left. 15 seconds to go. He needs a 4.98. Let's call it a 5. Daiki Tanaka, this wave will count. Anything over a 4.87 will increase his total and make Tully's requirement that little bit more substantial.
So we have another buzzer beater in our hands.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's going to go on right now. Jarvis Earl has a score to come. Daiki Tanaka has a score to come. Tully Wiley has a score to come. We know that Jamie Thompson is eliminated. This is what Jarvis did, carving 360. That was pretty cool, bit of variety. We haven't seen that yet. Now, all eyes on Tully Wiley. First turn was big and strong. Second one threw a ton of spray. Third one was garnish. So all of the points are going to be for that middle re-entry. He needs it to be a big number. Tully's only caught 3 waves in this heat. He's going to get rid of his 3.27. He wants it to be well over a 5 to put himself in a second. Daiki Tanaka, he has a score to come in as well. Jarvis Earl's carving 3, earned him a 4.47, which does not factor into his top 2. So we have 2 scores to come in. Daiki Tanaka, anything over a 4.87 will increase Tully's requirement. Tully's already there looking at the replay on Xavier Huxtable's Handycam. Last score for Daiki came in at a 4.97, so it does make things a little bit tougher. Tully Wiley's last score comes in at a 4.53. It is just short by 0.54. So unfortunately for Tully Wiley and Jamie Thompson, we bid the Taiwanese campaign farewell, but congratulations to Jarvis Earl and Daiki Tanaka through to the round of 16. Very entertaining 12 heats today at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Jada Lagati, any highlights from you?
For me, definitely Bronson Maybe was my highlight of the day. I think that was the most entertaining heat to watch.
Well, speaking of highlights, we're going to throw to a package of the best bits of today's action. 12 very entertaining heats from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Thanks to all of our sponsors, the Taitung County Government, for having us back here for the 12th time. That's Jada Lagati. I'm Chris Binns. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing.